just a strategy game, it's a ground strategy game.
That's an certain motivation.
Coming.
It's not looking good. Yeah, oh, it's like already third levels. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. Seemops is our champion. The allies needs to win, you know. Everyone got the base out of 3 bubble. Dankus is industry. The deck section found. Good evening, everybody, and hello and welcome to the grand final day here on the Commanders World Championship 2024. My name is Midgeman, and I'm joined by my good friends Seemops and Dankus. How are you both doing?
Great. I'm really hyped for the final.
Of course, we've got 2 games today. We have the best of 3 bronze match, which is going to be outlining who comes in 3rd and who comes in 4th. That's still very exciting because there is a different prize pool for those different positions. They are both playing for a monetary prize, and then we will have the best of 5 grand final right after. Now, all of these players in these finals, we've got Nayf versus Silas in the grand final, but now we've got Zad versus Jarko in this bronze match. I think this is going to be quite a tight match, don't you?
I think so too. They both performed really well in their semi-finals, even though they ended up losing against their opponents. Then I think it's going to be a very even match. I'm really hyped. All of those 4 players could have been in the final. So I would say it's like a small final, you know? Small final.
Yeah, it's honestly, whenever I see the any sort of esports events, I sit there and go, actually, I find the 3rd place match is kind of more intense because it's normally a slightly, in general, a closer game. I'm not sure we're going to have that today in terms of what the final is going to be. I feel like that's going to be pretty hard fought because Nayf is very, very good, but also Silas has been playing so well throughout this tournament. It's kind of insane. I'm kind of really excited to see where both of those come out. Now, Dankus, you're set in the darkness. What do you think? Always. How do you think these games are going to be?
For the semis, both Zad and Jarko, like you said, they've been playing very well. But what I noticed about their playstyles as well is that they both like doing the same type of builds. In terms of micro, I don't actually remember how they micro, so to speak, how they use their units, but they like doing very similar builds. And we saw the same thing between, was Nayf playing versus Zad, right? Or was it Jarko?
So yeah, no, Nayf played Zad.
Yeah, Zad. Okay. So what we noticed in those games were that they did very similar builds, slight difference, but the micro was different. So I think it comes down again to how the micro is different and how you perform under pressure. Because we saw on Desperado in the US map, we saw Zad crumble very quickly there, where he had the same build as last time, facing the same build as last time. He just did not have the micro ready for that map. The same way as he had it for the old one. So I think micro, I think comes down because at this point everybody has maxed out how good their builds are. It's just down to micro at that point.
I definitely feel like you've touched on something there in the fact that map choice is going to be so important. Not only in this best of 3 where we're seeing this bronze match, but in the grand final, because the map pool is going to be very, very, very diluted because each player is not only going to get 2 map picks, but also 2 map bans.
True. Oh god,
so there's going to be 4 maps completely out of the rotation. So we're probably going to be seeing some maps that haven't been played all tournament, and it's going to be just down to the pure skill, how well they know their build, how well they understand the mechanics of the terrain, how well they must understand the mechanics of the matchup. And also, in the best of 3, it means we're going to go further up in the bands as well. Technically, I think we're going to be going with more... If we get to map 4 and 5, we're going higher in the bands than the band system in the mod can physically take. We're gonna
But
have
then
to.
we're gonna have to remember a lot, right?
We're gonna have to run this pen and paper style. We are gonna have to start writing things down and just go Scout's honor, swear to not pick those because it's gonna be really intense. There's 12 factions on each side, and we're gonna be removing 5, just under half from all of the pool. We're gonna see some weird builds if we go to a map 5.
I really hope so. I really hope
so. I hope so too. Yeah.
There's so many different factions that we have not seen yet during the entire tournament, really, and like any match that I watched. I just hope that we get to see as many matches as possible, so they actually have to somehow find new ways to play these factions, and maybe, then win with those too. Yeah. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So just as a reminder of where we are, how we got here to this grand final day, later on we will be seeing Nayf, who beat through Player and Zad to be in the grand final, versus Silas, who went all the way through M7, the current world champion, going out in that quarterfinal. Beat Jarko as well in the semi-final, and he'll be going up against Nayf in the grand final. But right now we have the bronze match of Zad versus Jarko in a best of 3. So 1 best of 3 followed by 1 best of 5 today before we crown that €5,000 prize winner. Now, before we also get in today's bronze match, I just need to say thank you so much to Paradox Interactive for letting us host this tournament on their channels, and also helping us get all the groups together, allowing us to run it through their Frontlines program, and supporting us. If you want to check out Hearts of Iron 4, go to Seemops, I need you to fill in with the German word.
Götterdämmerung.
There you go, Götterdämmerung. Oh, I almost did it then, I think. Kind of,
yeah,
maybe.
You did really good. Like, it's getting better and better.
Getting better than saying Gotterdammerang, like I've been saying.
Gotterdammerang.
Gotterdammerang. Okay, yeah. Hearts of Iron 4's latest expansion is coming next week, next Thursday that this is releasing. But they've also released a new expansion pass where you can get a discount on Gotterdammerang. You can get a discount on Graveyard of Empires, which is coming next year. You get a cosmetic DLC in that pack, as well as some day 1 downloadable content, including the new version of Flight of the Valkyries, or Ride of the Valkyries, from the Wagner opera of the same name, right away. You can get those, and I think it's overall, it's about a 20% discount on all of those products if you get the bundle together. So it is worth it. It really is. But either way, there's so many other ways to get GDR as it comes out. It's going to be part of the subscription service as always, so if you're a subscriber there, if you can buy the DLC as a standalone, you can pick up it through any of Paradox's official key retailer sites, and you can find out more on the various Paradox platforms. All right, shall we get into our first matchup of today? Should we get into the beginning of this bronze match and meet our players?
Yes, please.
All right. Zad, Jarko, hello. How are you guys doing? How are we feeling? Are you ready for tonight, Zad? How are you doing? Zad, are you there?
Honestly,
oh, yeah.
Oh.
Hello, Zad. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Okay, ask again.
How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm feeling much better than yesterday. I actually got some practice games in, and I'm feeling really good for my chances right now.
Okay. And Jarko, how are you feeling? Do you think you've got what it takes to become the 3rd place player tonight? Are you gonna beat Zad?
I think that is very probably, but I feel kinda insecure after yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see who will win today.
Okay. Well, without further ado, let us get into tonight's first map ban phase. So, Zad, you are player 1. Jarko, you are player 2. Zad, I need you to pick the first map you want removed from the map pool.
I want to remove Sun and Bloom.
Okay, Sun and Bloom is gone. Jarko, I need your first map ban. Jewel. Okay. Jarko, I now need to ask you for your first map pick.
Across the Rhine.
Across the Rhine, a classic, going for the OG Season 2 edition map. Zad, what faction would you like on Across the Rhine?
I would like Axis.
Axis on Across the Rhine. Zad, what map would you like to play?
I want to play Powder Keg. Powder Keg.
Powder
Ooh,
Keg.
Let's go.
Okay, Jarko, what faction would you like on Powder Keg?
I think allies.
Allies. Okay. Well, get back to your rooms. We'll come to you with the host, and once we have the faction bans, to do the faction bans. But for now, good luck. Start your planning.
Let's go. We're getting Powder Keg.
We're getting a Powder Keg map, guys.
We're getting
finally.
a powder keg, and they're going to be playing the same factions the first 2 maps.
Yeah.
So that is going to be interesting to see. I was expecting Jarko to pick Axis on Powder Keg, considering Zad is a very comfortable Axis player, whereas he has shown some flaws on the allied factions, considering those were his losses.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I find this very interesting that we're getting a Powder Keg this late in the game. I like the fact that Zad said, I've done some practice games, and now we're seeing a Powder Keg pick. I feel like this is a really, really good way of breaking down the established meta. Something that I've talked about quite a lot throughout this competition is really try to damage the player base just by picking the maps that are essentially off meta. I think this could be an excellent choice here. But then again, Jarko has been able to pull out some very, very, very good builds. But Across the Rhine, we're starting with a classic. Seemops, what can we expect here? What do you think we're going to see?
I mean, I think we're gonna see at least one guy try. I mean, the ex-player tried the Finland faction. You know, that was so strong yesterday on that map, in general, on every map that had Valley Forest on it, and maybe also some mass mob. I don't know, but we're probably gonna see one of these tank mix words that we had a lot the last days.
Yeah.
I believe Zad, he never did Finland. It was Nayf who did Finland against him. So I'm not sure if he's gonna copy a bit of Nayf's build, perhaps, on Ryan, doing Axis, because Finland, would be a good choice here, probably. Axis side already owns the forest tiles mostly, and you're mostly fighting into plains and cities, but it could still be a good pick, considering how many forest tiles there are. But we'll see.
So finally, we have Baltic Blitz, Desperado, Allegiance, At the Gates, Marco Polo, and Nordwind all available for that third map wildcard as well. Across the Rhine, Powder Keg, 2 kind of micro-y maps. What do you think would be an interesting final map if it goes to a map 3 out of this remaining pool?
At the Gates.
At the Gates is up
3
there.
micro maps would make them drained.
Yeah.
And you would see so many
I really
mistakes.
hope for Integrates. I really hope.
Seemops,
I also hope that it won't get banned next match, man. Like yesterday when they banned it, I was so sad. Like it's the best map, it's the funniest map, and then they just ban it like that.
I feel like I
Unbelievable.
need to get you a t-shirt that just says At the Gates, like,
Yeah.
like on it, because it's clearly your
At the
favorite
Gates
map.
fan club here.
At the Gates fan club. Yeah, absolutely. We're just getting some things hosted. What should we be looking out for in this first map? Like, this is obviously Jarko's choice as well, if I'm not mistaken. I'm intrigued at the fact that he's picked Across the Rhine of all maps as well.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen him be a player that picks the likes of Sonnenblume, that picks the likes of Nordwind, the more technically macro-heavy maps. So to go for the classic micro map is interesting.
Maybe it's to throw Zad off here, because if Zad has looked at Jarko's prep, he will see that, he will go for some naval map where you have to actually do navy, and he's probably done some practice. Because when you practice and you know this is your final opponent, this is the bronze match, you practice for what they usually do. So if he has practiced against what Jarko usually does, and Jarko has practiced something else, we will then see a very interesting playstyle here, I think, from Jarko. Considering he's not going to be doing what he usually does.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Well, the map's hosted. You guys get up and connected.
Oh, sorry. I didn't notice.
No, it's fine. I've only just done it.
Okay,
I've only just done it. Yeah. I'm also intrigued to see what map bans we get. The faction bans we get in this coming first pick, because with the maps
Oh,
that are
no.
down the
It
line.
says, did the mod get updated? No, right?
Yes, it did
Oh,
today.
it did. Okay, then
It
I
did
have to really
today.
quickly update it.
Yes,
I
there was a
didn't know
small
that.
hotfix for some localization stuff.
Okay, then I will update it
I'll
really
quickly
quick.
go grab something.
Okay. What was he doing? He's grabbing. What's he grabbing? Oh, I'm intrigued. But yeah, I'm really interested to see the actual map picks. Sorry, the faction bans for these map picks. Them
But
being
that also has to update. That's good.
yeah, no, we're panning for time. It's fine. Literally, all that's been added is one extra tooltip, so I don't have to count certain things. Basically, what we added today was a tooltip that allows you to hover over the VP points remaining and tell you how much before that hits 0, how many days before that hits 0, which is a really
what would
useful
be also a
tool.
good one that they could add. It's like below each tree they put like a single focus that you can't pick that has all of the bonuses that this tree contains in a line, so you can just read it down there, so you don't have to check every single focus.
That's
Some
true.
mods have that, in like for the doctrines, for example, where you hover over one part of the doctrine and you can see all of the bonuses you get in total, and then it's easier to compare.
Interesting.
So it will also be easier for you to showcase it.
I also think that's something we could look into with the new like there's the new filters system coming in with next week's DLC, like where they've got like the historical banners and all those sorts of things. There's a way of like closing down the Germany tree. Anyway, yeah, so I'm gonna be intrigued as these are two naturally kind of smaller front maps. I wonder if we'll see as much mass assault. I feel like we're going to see a few more superior firepower picks unless the bans go against that. Unless we get a 12th army ban, unless we get maybe even a Norway ban because of that sleeper pick. I'm going to be very, very intrigued how that's going. But yeah, basically there was an update yesterday because I can't count and I can't do math live. So we added a tooltip to help me cast. Basically, I can even read you what Leonard initially put as the tooltip description. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the initial tooltip description. It doesn't say this anymore, although it was quite funny. Axis will win in 304 days. This tooltip was added because of the fake news spread by people with inferior math skills. We want this mod to be inclusive for everyone, including Midgeman. So, yeah, some shades.
Doesn't the tick down speed change?
It does, and that's where I got my calculations confused.
Because I also don't know that out of my head there.
No, nor do I. Yeah, so Dankus, if you were playing right now, what factions would you want banned away from across the run?
Well, you've seen what Zad's very good with. He was the one who always went for heavy tanks.
Mm-hmm.
So probably ban off, because he played Hungary's first game, but what was banned? Nayf banned Luftwaffe, I believe.
Yeah.
Whereas I think he should have banned Hungary. I think we'll see a Jarko ban of Hungary here. Okay. Considering what happened yesterday, but we'll see. Maybe then he picks Luftwaffe and then it's a really strong faction because everybody bans it. We've never seen it actually. I mean, I haven't actually.
Yeah.
It's just so strong apparently that nobody gets to play it. So, yeah.
Anyway, we're going to grab the guys up and we're going to get into the game now for the first faction bans. Welcome back, players. Welcome back. We are just getting in game for the first faction bans. So, here we go. Across the Rhine. The first faction bans are coming on in. We will be starting with you, Zad, for your ban.
I will be banning US 12.
US 12 Army. Okay, Jarko. Who are you banning?
I think I ban
Army of the Isthmus. Okay. Thank you very much. Go back to your rooms. Remember that there is a limit of 5 minutes now on this pause timer. If you don't complete by the pause timer, I will be unpausing anyway. But please ready up on Discord when you're ready. Okay, so here we are, across the Rhine. For the first...
I'm calling it. It's a Hungary pick for Zad right now. That was beautifully played into his hands. I know Seemops mentioned that he might go Finland, but... Hungary he was so strong on. He was so strong on Hungary. He beat Nayf with Hungary. Yeah, like one of the grand finalists was beat using his Hungary strategy. I think that's what we're gonna be ending up seeing here. We'll see though.
I kind of agree. Hungary has been a very, very, very prevalent pick throughout the entirety of all the group stages. Out of the 8 group stages, I think I saw Hungary picked the most. I don't have a direct stat for you of just how much it was picked. In future, pick and ban rates will be something that I definitely want to look into more heavily when we have a longer form competition ahead of us. But yeah, I think Hungary is so strong right now. But anyway, I think we're getting slightly ahead of ourselves. Hello, everybody, and welcome to map 1 of this bronze match final. Zad versus Jarko. This is HOI Commanders, the total overhaul mod that brings Hearts of Iron 4 into a competitive scenario. It has multiple maps, and it has up to 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 scenarios. The aim of the game is simple. Either capitulate your enemy, force them into a surrender, or bring down their life points directly by the end timer. Now, I'm slightly concerned by the point total at the top of the screen being incorrect right now. This should be 500 next to 500, and I hope that this isn't an error that Leonard has made in the code right before we're to go live. If not, we will be taking a small tech pause for us to sort some stuff here. But essentially,
maybe it ticks up now.
Maybe
the first person to reach 500.
Maybe. It does say it's too early for a prediction right now on the score, so it could be the fact that we're unpaused. On pause and we haven't hit day 1 yet. However, if someone could quickly ping Leonard, bro, just in case.
I'll text him.
Yeah, exactly, just in case. Yeah, he's your friend. You text him. But either way, this should say 500 to 500, and basically the aim of the game is you have a score that if you hold the majority of the victory points, you burn that score down. On this map, the VPs are Amsterdam, Cologne, and Frankfurt. If you own a majority, you'll start ticking your opponent's score down directly. Yeah. That's the name of the game here. If not, I will also quickly ping the other modders if this doesn't work out, and we'll see what happens here.
I mean, you are the one that can push the update, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So
okay,
if some
technically you could revert it if you have still have the old.
Yeah, exactly. I can revert an update just from going onto Steam right now. So we'll be able to sort it in like seconds. But we'll see what happens when we unpause the game, because it could just be a new feature that I don't know about. Jarko is ready.
Yep.
Still waiting on Zad.
Taking his sweet time here.
Yep. But we have that 5-minute timer now.
That's true.
Oh, Zad is ready. Let's see what happens when we unpause. It does update. Yay! Okay, we're good. So you can see at the top of the screen, 500 to 500. That score will start to bleed down. Now we have a 275-day build-up period, which our players will start to use to improve their armies, pick their commanders, get their forces ready before an all-out war. The current meta right now is our players will start rapid industrialization on the shared industry tree. They'll then go down all the way to final arms industry before they lock in their commander with about 130 days left. Certain players might go further into their industry, but you're going to be delaying your spawn-ins and other features of your commander trees. There are 12 sub-commanders and 6 factions on each tree. At the ban phase at the beginning of the game, banned off a certain 1 or 2 or 3 of these commanders. In this case, US 12 has been banned off for the Allies and the Army of the Isthmus for the Axis. Guys, are you seeing anything interesting in the opening phases here? Any unusual research or anything?
Well, the research isn't what I'm mostly worried about, per se, so to speak. The Axis player is going air artillery, but seems to be doing a pure inf build when he's a tank enjoyer. He hasn't done his production like this before when doing tanks, which makes me think it's actually an inf rush. Do you remember the game he played versus... I don't remember who he played against, but it was on at the gates where you said he had an impressive amount of infantry.
Yes, it was.
That
was against player.
Right? Were you 170?
Yeah, that was against player. That was the
first
ever match.
For 9th Army Germany then.
Oh, that could be huge.
Because that was the faction he picked on that one. He had like 160 units out or something like that.
Yeah, it could be the case considering what was it? He went for 9th Army.
Yep.
Yeah, and it could definitely be the case here. I'm actually thinking it will be the case. I guess he rushes down for this after the mills
I
and
mean,
then
it's very, very strong.
spawn in inf and such. But
I mean, that's
yeah, it's
also
very
what we
strong.
predicted, right? We said either it's the Finland
He
pick,
cancelled his
the Hungary, or the
conversions.
mass mob.
He cancelled the conversions of civs
Interesting.
Okay.
just now while we were looking.
Did he notice something in the spy agency? Something that might indicate his enemy's doing something different? No, right? No.
No,
There's
he
nothing
can't
to
have.
really
There's
see about
nothing
it.
yet. So, yeah, I'm not sure then. Jarko will be converting.
Maybe he got cold feet and wants to divert from this to another strategy again now.
Maybe. Jarko got his tank now, starting to produce it. And he does one on that line to be able to switch flame tank later, I guess. He's doing a lot of different lines here. Maybe he's gonna convert for resources. That's one way to do it, but it doesn't look like it as of right now. Not sure what these lines are for exactly, to be honest.
I mean, neither. He probably, maybe he will make the one line that only has one factory to a flame tank later.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know, but why would he have
other-
4 lines? That
I
doesn't
don't
make
know. Maybe he prepares it already, so he has it. No,
Also,
he just
you
has to
don't
click on
have
it and just switch
the-
it. Then I don't know.
You don't really have the amount of mills to be able to waste one to switch later, I would say. In that case, you should put it like...
To the
I don't
bottom one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you should just apply a new mill on it. He's concentrated as well. No,
Oh, that's
first.
interesting. Okay,
Never
okay,
mind.
okay. Concentrate would have
So
been interesting.
maybe... maybe. Still don't know why he did the mills like that.
Hmm.
There's no clear reason, so to speak. Yeah, artillery...
Was Jarko the one who always did
Jarko-
like the heavy tanks? The heavy tank?
He used heavy tanks quite a bit, but I don't know.
Then he might go for France then and do the heavy tank Space Marines again or
Perhaps,
something like that.
perhaps.
Because that worked very well last time I saw him play. I'm not sure if it was on this map or another one, but
Jarko seems to be doing infantry only. He's doing concentrated with the artillery techs, and
Interesting.
yeah, it is.
and if he manages to swarm his enemy early on, he will be able to push it advantage and maybe even overrun him. But
Maybe,
if
yeah.
the other player gets enough stuff out with the mill conversion, it is likely that he has one good unit every tile. He could be stopped and then has to think about something new. But it's not like the 9th Army Germany tree doesn't get strong in the late game too, right?
Yeah, it gets strong. Yeah.
It's very strong early on and also scales very well.
So now Jarko canceled this converts earlier of his mills, and now it's about in 10 days to be an empty construction line. Like usually, you want to prep up your construction lines. You don't have to
Look at that.
waste
Yeah.
any time, so to speak. But
We will
I'm
see what he has
guessing he
planned.
wanted to do full agency, and that's why he didn't start converting early, which is smart in a way. But also, you should then queue up more stuff, because right now, here, 1 day wasted, 2 days wasted, 3 days. I mean, it matters. It matters. Now he just queues one more, and then he starts converting. Okay, there you go. And he's going for rocket artillery rush. Okay. And he went for XP guy into manpower, which is the meta on this map. You need the manpower. Jarko does not. He goes for the industrial company first. He's doing
The
tanks,
factory
so he
output
won't
one?
be using his manpower as fast, but he's already out.
We
You
are
can see that.
Yeah, we are seeing an OKH lock-in, which means we are going to get either the 9th Army Wehrmacht, which is where we're all hinting, or Luftwaffe ground forces. So we can definitely narrow down the axis tree for that. Now we're near the 130-day mark. Anything of interest? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we see a Soviet pick,
We've
but
got
that
a
doesn't
Soviet
make
pick.
much sense right now.
Third shock army then?
Third
Maybe?
Shock
He's
Army.
not doing heavies.
Third Shock Army is the mass assault one with the
Yeah,
rocket
okay.
artillery, though. So I think they're going to go pedal for pedal on rocket artillery mass assault. We're going to see human wave, and it's
Or
going to be
maybe he
really
goes for the left
interesting.
one because the left side is tanks.
Yeah, left side is
he's
tanks. But
building
I was
tanks.
thinking, why would he do a tank build while
Let's see,
doing
wait a second, what is he
third
gonna pick
shock?
now?
Yeah, we see it now.
Oh, oh, hello?
Hello? Yeah, exactly. Hello.
You holding focus for PP? No, he has enough.
Yeah.
On. Okay, 5th guards.
It is
Yeah.
5th Guards Tank Army. Okay, that
That's
is a...
only heavy tank production bonuses.
I mean, it's also minus 25% production cost for medium tanks though.
Where? Oh yeah, down
In the
there.
Stalingrad one.
Yeah, it's
And
stunning.
Yeah,
10% base too, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, but he already has all of his mills.
Yeah, that's also true.
I mean, that's why people like Hungary, because you get the growth on there. So it's a bonus that applies even to all the stuff you have. He will not be gaining that many more mills.
We
yeah,
also,
I guess.
we can confirm as well that it is 9th Army Wehrmacht as well over on the Axis player. So we have our commanders locked in, 9th Army Wehrmacht and the 5th Guards Tank Army. Now, we've seen 5th Guards Tank Army go up against 9th Army Wehrmacht at the gates before, and it was an abject failure.
It didn't end up too well.
No, it
for
did
the
not.
Russians there, yeah.
It really did not. It was more early war that front than late war. Put it that way. The encirclements were not in the Allied favor.
He goes for the anti-tank research, right?
Yeah,
I
I mean, Wehrmacht is also really strong, I would say, against tank builds because you get so much extra anti-tank bonuses and free anti-tank. You get 30% more heart attack, 40% more piercing, 10% less production cost on anti-tank, plus 600 for free. I don't know the type that you get from that focus. It says you get 600 from to your national stockpile. Is it the newest that you have research?
For
because
which
if it is, then you will
focus?
get anti-tank
You
too.
just put 6 on anti-tank.
Lessons of course.
Fighters.
Yes, it's
Oh,
whatever
yes, actually.
it is your most up-to-date tech.
Okay,
for
then he
that.
now has 700 anti-tank too,
Yeah.
which is going to be enough for almost his entire army.
Look at this beautiful focus. Grenadier upgrade package.
And he's also
Additionally,
going for
you should go for Mauser. Yeah, I mean, there's so much good stuff here to get.
Russia's building heavy tanks and mediums now. Mix.
What? Oh, that's why he did the different lines. I get it. So he's gonna do the heavy tanks for armor, and I'm guessing
Is the
this one's gonna
medium
have
a
shitload
soft
of
attack
armor,
tank? Is the medium a soft attack tank? So is he like getting the armor on
Yeah.
the heavy and then the soft attack on the?
No, it's not even a soft attack medium. It's a
Interesting.
normal cannon medium versus infantry, which is terrible for him actually, because you're now wasting 20 heart attack onto nothingness essentially.
Do you
That's
think
why
he's
also
expecting the
soft tank.
Hungry build and he's built to beat the Space Marines, not
Maybe.
expecting the mass assault incoming?
Maybe.
It could be the case. Seemops, would you mind checking Discord for me?
Yeah, I will.
And but yeah, we are now just 30-ish days away from war beginning. 30-ish days from war beginning. It's going to come down very quickly to who grabs what VP. I'm always saying that the Axis need to grab Cologne. It's on the Allied side of the Rhine, yes, but if you hold it, you can get that bleed on much faster. You'll have Frankfurt secure, and it's really easy for you to retake Amsterdam. I always say that I think Cologne should be the priority, but we see a lot of Axis players go for Amsterdam first. That being said, the Allies need to secure Cologne if they want to start a bleed, because for them, holding Amsterdam and Cologne is the easier way of holding the map. And Cologne, this whole region is about, you know, where you get map control from. It's all around that center VP of Cologne. The other places to look for, Utrecht, Dusseldorf, Bonn, and Koblenz. These are all mostly on the Allied side of the Rhine, but if these slip in terms of control, it's going to be where a lot of the combats happen. That will change the map control, and you'll start to see players pivot around these VPs in the center. Frankfurt is the kind of harder to hit VP, but it can also fall just as easily with some well-pronged attacks because it is often out of a player's vision.
What did they pause the game for? Do you already want
It's 3-speed. Yeah.
They're too early on it. Jarko tends to do this. I'm.
Oh, Zad actually.
Oh, really?
Both of them on 3-speed. Yeah.
Well, no, they don't get it till December 1st. It's 30 days before. But anyway.
I just don't think that our X-Play will get enough guns in time, right?
No, I don't think so either. They're so in the hole for guns right now. They've got 128 days of deficit.
That's fine. He gets a spawn-in focus now of a lot of guns and a lot of infantry that he could just instantly delete. So he's gonna be essentially
11,000
fine.
guns there. Damn.
That's just what you get in stockpile.
Yeah,
Right?
I know he gets 14 units there from that one focus.
Yeah, it's a huge focus, but and they have been
And
destroyed.
he
So
deletes them, and
Now it's just...
now it's 93 days.
Okay,
But it's
then
not
it's
even 93 because he's gaining efficiency, etc., etc.
And he's gonna get even more guns from the next focus too.
Yep.
Yeah, like he's gonna be fine. It's about having all of these units trained up essentially, which he actually won't be fully trained up with.
Is the light player gonna be fully trained up though? Yeah, half of his army is fully trained up, but not the important heavy tank ones.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be interesting. If the other player manages to get to a good defensive line and bunker in and not get overrun very early, then I think he might be in a good place here.
Ooh, look at these units here that he's made on the axis. He has way overproduced artillery because he's sitting on a stockpile of 400, so some calculations way off. Because he did in fact put a lot of mills on them. He had 6 on them earlier or something, 4 maybe on the and he had 2 on the first one. So something was way off in terms of the
He's also still
production.
building artillery 1.
Yeah, I don't get it. At this point, you have enough. Like you have a huge stockpile. You need more AT. Just cancel it. He's concentrated though. That's how he's thinking. You know, like I just need
He
to
also
stay
got
on
gun
it.
2 now. It's so interesting to see if he will switch or if he will continue building gun 1 because he's really big.
Yeah, he can't really switch right now. I wouldn't say.
He's also missing trains. I'm not sure if he will get some, but right now he only has 28 out of 55.
Yeah, and also
So once he
remember,
leaves his own country, it will be a bit harder for him to supply.
if he would have researched gun 2 before he got Ostlegionen, that would have been almost 12,000 gun 2s for free.
Yeah.
Now it was all gun 1. So a bit iffy that he went for that focus first when he could have gotten the gun 2 and then that focus, in my opinion. But
He managed to train up most of his units though, if you look at it now. He even had the advisor that was giving him training speed. I mean, he still has it. He's also still training them, even though the war will start in 2 days, but I guess every single percentage counts here.
Yep.
And now he's just stopped. He switched to the army speed advisor. His infantry attack advisor in there.
oh, and he doesn't have any cav units this time. He did spawn in those rocket artillery.
He has rocket artillery ones.
Yeah,
Sure.
but war
He only
is
selected
is
2 of
declared,
them,
and
though.
the
There's a
Allies
third
are
one, so
much
like-
faster off the line. Look at this. They're going to get to Amsterdam.
Yeah.
They're probably going to get to Cologne first, although they have been slowed
Ooh.
down by supply slightly.
The river is
Cologne
a
has
big
fallen.
issue for Zad here. Okay, never
No,
mind.
he made it to
Oh,
No,
Utrecht.
he's force attacking us.
That's
Oh,
not good.
that's very bad. In fact,
If I
He's
want
gonna
the
be out
other
of
player, I would just
fuel,
counterattack him
action.
immediately when he stops fast
Yeah,
attacking it.
yeah. So we're seeing an initial combat around Utrecht. This Katusha division, one of the key pieces. It's a Panzerwerfer division. It's the Axis. These are very high in soft attack, but kind of low org. So if this deorgs because of this force attack, the counter attack into that Utrecht pocket could spell disaster early on. Also,
Yeah, he
both
already lost 20% of the division there.
2
Just one
VPs
attack.
falling to the Allies, meaning the VP bleed has begun on the Axis. You can see that at the top of the screen.
The other player is holding the entire front line.
Yep.
One thing he needs to do is take the Hague, so all of these other units get freed up and move to the front line, but right now it's looking really good for him. Because that's what we talked about earlier. He needs to secure this the defensive line early and not get overwhelmed and have gaps in his line and get overrun. And then he should be in a winning position from here on out. Though these Katusha divisions will be very dangerous. You know, they still have 400 soft attack each. And he has really good ranger generals, which as you can see on the map.
Vocal now to be able to motorize his supply. Actually, he already has motorized the supply, and he's kind of fine. All he's missing is trains, so I guess he's going for the focus after it, which is division attack 5% and some XP. I guess the doctrine's good to get as well, because right now, how far down is he? That special forces doctrine. He's mobile warfare is the axis. Is it a mobile warfare side?
I think so.
I don't
It's
think so.
not.
It's not
No,
mass. It's mass
but,
assault.
there is
It's
one.
mass assault, and he has.
It's a
He's
mass
mass
assault
assault.
doctrine.
How
sorry.
was I seeing a different doctrine? I guess that I was seeing the ally doctrine.
Yeah,
Well,
you
Maybe
must
it
have-
didn't update when you tagged over.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the players on or mobile warfare.
yeah, I don't know. That was a bit weird. How I was seeing the wrong.
You saw through the Matrix. You saw a glitch. You-
Um,
an alternative future there from Dankus. But no, we are seeing a solid hold now coming in. The battle line's being drawn. Both players are going to take the time now to restructure their industry to try and make an offensive or a defensive. And Allies trying to solidify this hold throughout the rest of the game. It's now in the ball is in the Axis court to make a move. And I think the areas we're going to be looking around: Utrecht, Dusseldorf, and Cologne.
One thing I see about the other player that's dangerous, I would say, is that he doesn't have any combo rating going on. Plus, he doesn't have any port garrisons. And while his enemy has the supremacy, he would be able to land. That's very
Yeah.
dangerous.
Yeah, he's not gonna do it though. Luckily for him, he has nothing prepped for it at least.
yeah, the Katyusha divisions can pierce the tanks. Though I don't think they're gonna get across that part of the river anytime soon. Maybe with the castle he's been building, he only has 20 planes right now, but he's gonna get more and more.
Agent
yeah,
captured
maybe
for the
yes.
Allies. That's going to slow any assault from the Axis, at least for the next 30 days.
No, the other way around. Other way around.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Scratch what I said. I read that incorrectly.
I'm wondering what Zad's plan is here, because it didn't look like a very prepped assault.
No.
I mean, this is Jarko's map pick. He has prepped for this, right? That's what we gotta consider here, but I'm uncertain how 75 on gas being applied right now is the play. I mean, he's not actually gonna go 75 on CAS, but he has 75 queued up on CAS, which is a bit of a delusional amount, if I have to say myself.
So, one of the things to be noted about this 9th Army Wehrmacht tree, you do get bonuses to light infantry, the ranger divisions, on your commander pick under the wolf. So, you get bonuses to attack and defense on those. So, taking for light infantry here, especially on Across the Rhine, where it's a map with so much forest, could be, honestly, one of the keys of breaking this stalemate.
Okay, he's now bashing into the south, which is not working whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, one thing our X-Player needs to do, which he's not doing at all right now, is research engineers. Engineer 2s unlock flame tanks. Flame tanks give you extra river crossing bonuses, and also Engineer 3s give you 10% extra attack across rivers. On top of that, he could try and get some Navy XP to get the first Marine Doctrine and unlock Pioneers, which would also give you a lot of river crossing bonuses. Yeah, those things you need to go for if you want to cross rivers, and also maybe Marines themselves, yeah.
Yeah, he has 48 armor on his divisions, the ones that are across the river. He does not have the piercing with anti-tank 2 for that.
Yeah. But
unless he goes with upgrades, I guess, but he hasn't even started attacking the upgrades.
Yeah. Our L-Player doesn't have that much anti-air yet. He's only has it in one of his divisions, and there he just started building it for, so...
Hang on. We're watching at Zad's point of view right now. He plays with the day-night cycle on.
Yeah, he's a lunatic and deserves to lose. That's all I have to say.
How? To be fair, I play with the day-night cycle on when I'm grabbing screenshots for Hearts of Iron. That's or like nice-looking footage. In the game state when it's at 3-speed or even higher, my brain.
That's just crazy, man. I have like damn. I don't think I've seen it yet. Somebody doing that. Wow.
Jarko looking kind of solid, just checking the air right now. Going through, making sure that, look at this adjustment on the spy networks. I love to see that actual players make note of their spies post the early game, because a lot of players will just leave and forget their spies, but it's really good to keep them active in war. I will say, though, Axis logistics fulfillment right now is terrible. I don't know if you guys are seeing this. They got 46% logistics fulfillment.
Yeah, the trains.
He had 79% earlier, but now that he got more units out, it's getting worse and worse. Yeah, I mean, did he start building trains? He did, but one factory that's building 2 a month is not going to be enough to fix that for quite a while.
And we actually see Jarko doing, I mean, a late but good counter. He's going air. He's researching it now, at least. This feels pretty secure. He doesn't have a lot of CAS yet, and by the time he has a lot of CAS, Jarko will have air production.
Yep.
So I'm not really sure how that's gonna play out exactly. He's still getting deorged here, even while he's not getting pierced. Wait, he is getting pierced.
I mean,
actually no, the 80%. They can't fully pierce. Like 82 gives 40 piercing. He has a division with 48 armor. I think he should be fine if he just cycles the tiles that are getting, pushed, so to speak. Yeah.
Also, by the way, guys, since we have the new cool timer now, we can see that the Allies will win in 263 days. So that's time that Axis has to at least capture one of the VPs. And one thing I can already see is a cool naval invasion he's been planning here, with a lot of very small cavalry divisions all along the coastline. And as we know that the other player doesn't have many garrisons everywhere, this might actually be able to disrupt the other player a bit, and then, well, it can work he can work through a breakthrough somewhere, maybe. I don't know.
Axis have also decrypted the Allied cipher, which might also help getting that intel advantage. If that comes out right at the right time with an attack. It could be.
He can pop it.
Yeah, exactly. That would be
He has
really
made
well
his
timed.
Intel network active to deny the planning of the allied player as well.
Allied player, do you have? You do. Okay, the allied player does have some infantry
divisions
divisions in
to
production
deploy.
that they could deploy.
And he's
and
getting 25 subs right now. Poor timing for the
Yeah.
for the Axis player here.
Well, if the player puts them out, that's his.
yeah,
That
that's
is the
also true.
question.
How big are these cavalry divisions? They have 8 Commonwealth.
Yeah, they're the
My
main
God, he's
cover.
planning with like 10 different generals, so he doesn't have to wait that long. Yeah.
Seeing green bubbles though near Eindhoven.
Yeah, the other player is trying to fill up the Commonwealth. In many battles that you can see there, it's like 42 Commonwealth to 70 from the Axis.
Also,
That's
the general over on the 8th Army, the Max Lehman here with he's got the infantry leader, he's got urban assault specialist and adaptable already, which is going to be really, really potent, especially if it gets anywhere near those tiles. I know the naval invasion is going. We are seeing it. The cavalry is.
If he went 1 second later, Rotterdam would have been empty.
Yeah.
That is very unlucky.
Yeah.
1 second later and he would have gotten Rotterdam, which would have been very bad for the allied player. That would have made his supply in Amsterdam come from overseas, which the Axis is probably raiding, I'm
Oh
guessing.
wow, this is actually a huge investment of cavalry coming in. They're landing all along the line. This might draw some focus from our Axis from our allied player, and those horses are already cutting supply. I don't think it's going to matter if he's going to cut off Paris almost entirely here if he's not careful. And that's going to make the line easier to push as the supply begins to
Connected
tick
by
out.
the south, but barely.
Yeah. But the horses are still going as
One
well.
tank division to deal with it, and it's working.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna be fine there.
It's scary still.
Yeah.
And
He
he's
keeps-
unable
he
to
keeps
make a
looking like he's
breakthrough
gonna be
anywhere
fine.
else.
Yeah, there's not enough pressure on the front line. He can't actually get the breakthrough. Might have played this hand ever so slightly too early or too late.
Rotterdam thing alone is a huge, unlucky thing for him.
But also now the allied player going to be...
guys, but the naval battle doesn't really matter that much anyway.
Allies are losing their destroyers there.
Casualties so far 31,000 to 100,000. So the X player taking 2.5 times more casualties. I mean, it's going to be even more now.
It's a bet, all these cavalry divisions are getting finished off. What do you think? Do you reckon the Axis player can get away with doing that again, or is this going to cause the allied player to be hyper aware of this now?
I think the allied player will make sure his ports are garrisoned now, and if he wants to invade again, he will have to invade with actually good units and not with trash that will get killed instantly.
Yeah.
But nice try, nonetheless. You could see how far he got there. If he would have paired that with some marines with flame tanks and good engineer research, he could have actually crossed the river somewhere, and then it could have been dangerous for the other player. But this way it was a bit of a waste, unfortunately.
It looks like he wasn't planning on having to push. It looks like he was planning on having the VPs because he doesn't have any pushing power yet. He really doesn't. I don't know. It just makes me feel like he did not plan for this at all. And he hasn't also. Like, one of the best focuses on 9th Army Wehrmacht is the Mauser. 10% gun cost off. And he hasn't gone for it. Like, you're doing a mass assault build, which is completely reliant on how many guns you build. Like, he's still not equipped, you know? And I don't know. I feel like he could have used that focus more right now than the Wolf, and then he could have gone for the Wolf. Because, yeah, I don't know.
True. The Wolf is only kind of useful if you've teched for those rangers, for that light infantry. And I don't... Can we confirm if
he's going for it
He's
now.
He's doing it now.
Yeah, so
that's what I'm saying. He could have had the Mauser like early on and then gone for it.
Exactly, yeah. The timing would have been better as well.
He also has so much PP now that he's not spending on anything. He could have went war economy. He could have picked more advisors to boost his economy, and maybe he'll try to outscale his enemy somewhere else, or at least pick an army advisor, or maybe an air advisor, so he can pick more doctrine, for the cast and everything.
Yeah, Jarko's also going air now. 2 on air already. He's 13 on CAS, which is not the greatest here. He'll have to start producing fighters, for sure. He is gonna get countered.
There's just so much in this combat width, and also... Yeah,
I mean, the two best points to cross the river, I would say, was below Frankfurt and then Düsseldorf.
Yep.
Because it's like the plain tiles that you can attack from the 3 or more directions. Though that's where also the most reinforcements of the allied player are. But yeah, these assaults across the rivers, man, they're going to cost them
They're
dearly.
not
Not just
working.
manpower, but also equipment.
150,000 men lost to 42,000.
Oh.
Constantly sitting without equipment, so he can't get the full stats. Like, yeah, the Mouser focus would have been helpful. For
But
sure.
you can see the cast damage get more and more though. And he's really high on cast now, 13 on it, and he's continuing to go up on it.
We only
Yeah,
have
Like, this actually
190.
work out for him.
There's only
His enemy now has
195 days
anti-air.
though.
Yeah, his enemy now has anti-air in all of his divisions, essentially, like in all the divisions that matter. Plus, he's building
Look at the
fighters.
cast damage in Koblenz, for example, really quick.
Plus, he's
Better
building
just start.
fighters. It's all gonna be countered in one day once those fighters goes up, because he's
That's
not
true.
seeing it, he's not countering it. He sees that his, I mean, he's
Last
obviously
stand
not
going
seeing
in.
that his enemy is doing air, but like his enemy is doing air now, and he's not countering it.
Nope.
So when that air goes up, he'll have issues.
There is a last stand fired there in Koblenz.
He
and
might be
we-
crossing at Strasbourg here. Never mind, he just went in there.
Allies might be
moving-
misplaying this a bit. We
Tile
might,
of Frankfurt, there, yeah.
Strasbourg, Hagenau, all might be firing. Yeah, that's we're
Oh.
actually Axis are making their way across the Rhine here. Name drop of the map. Just because of this the air control now flipping in their favor, giving them enough damage to get across. And now they have a bridgehead. This is going to get dangerous here for the Allied player, and this could be an encirclement coming in near Saarbrücken.
Yeah, most of these units down here don't have anti-air in them.
Small,
The
if
normal
anything,
infantry
and
doesn't have any anti-air.
Already out.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Is he?
Yeah, I mean, he's out of that. I'm not sure why he's not retreating out of the next pocket.
But yeah, the big problem for the air players is
Like
that
the
not his
pocket here,
entire
yeah,
army.
well,
His entire army doesn't have anti-air. It's just like the good units. And in the south, you only have bad units. So
Stop!
And
No,
then-
that's an
That's a
encirclement. There was a
big pocket.
that was a confirmed
how did he let
encirclement.
that happen? There's
Sev-
nothing else happening on the map. What is he
7
doing?
divisions. I don't know. There was a decryption of ciphers came in. I'm wondering if a menu
Yeah.
was just opened quite at the wrong time. Just didn't quite get the day tick on that pocket close. 5 divisions now encircled. They're trying to break them out from the mountain tile where the airport is, but that's also going to fall. Colmar has also fallen. Mulhouse is the
Here?
only minor VP on the line now.
Ooh.
This
I mean, I'm
is
not really sure what's
dangerous
happening
here.
here.
I mean, the expert needs to make sure that he doesn't overextend now and maybe move some reinforcements from the northern river line down to the south where he crossed the river, which he's actually doing right now. And then he can just, abuse his superior numbers right now.
Yeah, exactly. This is perfect.
And until the allied player doesn't add anti-air into his normal infantry units, which are manning most of the front line, he will constantly get pushed back and encircled.
Yeah.
Because the cast is just doing so much damage.
Yeah, with that cast damage and now extending the front line, this is exactly what the Axis player need. He's got the numbers. He's a mass assault tree. Now he can fill the line in places that the Allies can't. Continue this push, slowly taking a few airfields. And now Cologne is going to be at risk here. 286 VPs, though, remain. They've got a limited time. So if the Allies can hold this, it is possible. But it's a 167-day hold. And there goes the Rangers, and there goes the closing of that pocket.
Yeah, what the X-Men now needs to do is he needs to push below Cologne towards Paris and split the enemy front line in two. And also, very important for him is to move his cast to the air zones that he's actually fighting in. Because as you can see, the tiles where he's trying to attack in towards the French territory here, there's no air there. So it's taking him ages to just deal one normal infantry division.
He actually pierces the allied player now as well. He just started piercing him. He did
And there's the Katyusha divisions also with several soft attack.
Those Panzerwerfers absolutely begin bellowing cows living up to their name. That's going to be really key to taking Cologne, continuing this advance, especially with the plains tiles now that you get into the low countries towards the Benelux, away from the Rhine. And this looks like Jarko might be falling apart a little bit.
Yeah, he's trying to do a counter push here around like the Maginot, but I'm not sure if that's going to work.
Another encirclement coming in of Cologne, and that's a throw
There
in
you
the
go.
towel. We just
GG.
watched him live GG that in front of our eyes. That is map 1 going to Zad. But guys, break it down at the end there. What was the real turning point? Did it just come down to misclicking and not having air out?
I think the big problem was not having anti-air new divisions, because the only reason our X-Player managed to cross the river was because of CAS. And all you need to do is put 2 factories on anti-air or 1 factory on anti-air day 1, just so you have enough for your entire army, and then you would not cross like that.
Yeah, but also what I was seeing there was he just had 9 divisions in a tile, didn't move them, and there was no combat anywhere else, and then those 9 are dead, and then he's dead. I don't get what he was doing at that point. that was more important than the push, because he had acknowledged the push was happening and that he was getting encircled, and then chooses not to move out while moving nothing in to stop the encirclement. I don't know. There was just no micro, no inputs there. I'm really not sure what happened.
The worst thing I think for that scenario is that was Jarko's map. He just lost his own map pick, and now we're going into Powder Keg, a map that hasn't been seen much at all in this entire competition. One that Zad has picked as well, and they're remaining on the same factions. You got to be thinking with Jarko now, he's got to ban that 9th Army Wehrmacht. He's got to, because it is so strong. It is one of the most powerful in the build right now. It is the permaban champion, shall we say, but it was let through for that first game, and I think systematically, even though Zad didn't play it perfectly, as you were saying with the Mauser, dropping Mauser and going for the wrong timings really with that tree, it still showed its potency. If it gets played right on this map, we might see a swift bronze match here.
I mean, we knew, like, and they probably also knew how strong 9th Army is. There's a reason why it got banned in almost every single matchup we had until now, and this just showed again how strong it can be, even while being not very executed very well. We constantly did mistakes by not having enough equipment in his army, doing weird stuff a bit, also failing a big naval invasion there, and he still managed to just win it like that.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there was no reason for him not to go for the gun cheapening gun cost focus, because not at one point was he positive on guns. Not at one singular point. Additionally to that, he never even used the Rangers tech. He never even used it. He spent
all that time investing. Yeah, he spent so much time investing in it. He spent
7 focuses to get the Ranger tech, to then not use it. I mean, it wasn't needed in the end, as you could see, but I think it would have been way, way better for him to first go for the gun cost, because 10% cheaper guns does a lot for you with full efficiency, and it would have helped him a lot. But at least it worked for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Can somebody just ping Zad to say that that the ID is up? Sometimes he doesn't realize he's won a game, so he might still be in the previous one. Seemops went down.
I went on.
Yeah, still a really interesting thing. Now, we think that the Allies need to ban 9th Army Wehrmacht. That leaves a lot of axis trees open still. What do you think that that Zad needs to ban to get this map 2 under wraps?
9th Army.
No. Allies. What do they need to ban from the Allies to make sure that even if they lose 9th Army, they can continue and win this in 2-0?
Maybe France, because we saw that Jarko really liked these
heavies.
He really likes doing like these Space Marines, and France is it's like basically the Hungary equivalent for the Allies.
Yeah.
So I would say maybe that one.
All right, let's get everybody in here. Zad is not quite ready yet. Is he gonna pick his faction so I can let us into the game? That would be nice.
Maybe I can go down there again and tell him, but I think it would be a bit too much.
Yeah, no, we'll give it for a moment. Oh, he disconnected. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's why.
That will be why. So we'll pad for a little bit longer. In fact, right now, I'm just going to quickly send us very shortly to an ad break, and then we'll come back with the ban phase.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
So, let us get the players back and let's get into the game here. Hello, 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 GG's, GG's.
GG.
Will we just, as we load into the game here, let us do the ban phase, part 2. So, 12th US are out. Army of the Isthmus is out. Jarko, who are you banning?
Nayf Army Wehrmacht.
9th Army Wehrmacht. Okay, Zad, who are you banning?
I'll be banning 5th Guards Tank Army.
5th Guards Tank Army. Okay, good luck, have fun. We'll see you on the other side in just a moment. I'll put them in the wrong rooms, but it's fine. So, interesting bans.
I mean, 5th Gun Tank Army can basically do the same thing France can. Just France, I would say, is a bit better than that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of reliance, I think, on 5th Guards Tank Army. A lot of players fear it for that heavy tank. Yes, it's probably one of the strongest tank factions, but tank factions aren't being played in a normal way. So it feels like a wasted ban. I feel like it's counterable far more than some of the other choices that could have been banned off. Anyway, friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to HOI Commanders. We are in the second map of this bronze match, the bronze final, working out who will be 3rd place in this, our World Championship 2024. Commanders is a total overhaul mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings it into a competitive space. This is a 1v1 tournament. We have Jarko versus Zad. Zad is match point. He's 1 map up. Jarko needs to win this map if he wants to stay in the competition and be within a chance of getting that 3rd place prize. Now, the name of the game is simple. In front of you, you have a map. The way you win is either you capitulate your enemy, you force them into a surrender like you saw last time, or you bleed their VP points directly. You can't see at the top of the screen really at the moment, but normally that'll say 500 to 500. TLDR, how that works is there is some key VPs on each map. On this map, there are 5, signified by those 5 dots. Control the majority of those VPs, and you will start to bleed your opponent's score. The more VPs you own, the faster that bleeds, and the longer you own them for, the faster that bleeds, giving you a limited time to act. If it hits 0, it's game over. The other thing to be of note, there is a 275-day build-up period, as well as a 5-minute pause period at the beginning of the game for our players to get things sorted. However, the players don't tend to take the full 5 minutes in this regard. I feel like the Axis ban was the correct ban, though. Removing 9th Army Wehrmacht with how dominant it's been, Jarko needed to do that if he's going to be within a chance of surviving in this competition now, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, why I think it was a great ban is because he still has France as a faction to play on this map, that he can do the same build, literally the same build. You get the base efficiency, you get the armor costs off, so I mean, you can do essentially the same build here in Jarko's shoes, but you're not facing the faction that gets a bunch of anti-tank for free, that gets better anti-tank. The only reason Jarko was actually able to pierce was because of 9th Army. If we look at 9th Army spirits, quickly on my screen, yes, 9th Army Wehrmacht. So, you get here, was it 40% extra piercing on your anti-tank? No other faction on the Axis gets this. Actually, the faction that does get it is Finland,
was also banned.
which is also banned.
Yep.
So, he has now banned the 2 factions that can pierce heavy tanks with infantry, which forces Zad into doing tanks or he won't pierce. Additionally, he also gets this here, under twice the base piercing on infantry battalions. So that's what made him have just enough piercing to pierce. So you don't need to fully pierce per se to win a game, but it's very, very helpful if you do, especially if it's from spirits that are free to you to click. So I would say here, great ban from Jarko at least, and I probably think he'll do the same build again, if I have to guess.
Yeah, I mean, what I would like to see from Zed would maybe be a Romania, because it's like one of the last remaining really good anti-tank factions in the Axis. That could counter potential France build, or I would say, but it's not 100% certain that he goes for it. That his enemy goes for a tank build, maybe. Then maybe Romania won't be looking too good there.
Well, Romania does have good mountainous stats and such. They are very good for the terrain here. I mean, part of the map is in Romania, in fact, on the Allied side. So, I mean, we could be seeing it. I just think he'll go for something a bit more meta. I think we're going to be seeing tanks here on Zad. Maybe, okay, we can already see what he's going to be doing. In fact, he's going to be doing Army of the Po, I believe, considering he has going up on 50 on the motorized.
Yeah, no, that's a really early tell for Army of the Po, I think. It would be
Armata del Po, I guess.
Armata del Po, Army of the Po. The Italian, hilariously, actually, the Po Valley is on this map, so it's kind of makes sense. It's a really good tree. It's a really fast tree, and on a map where you don't need a mass assault build, with it being quite a combined arena, should we say? I think that's a decent choice, honestly.
Yeah. No, I mean, on this map, it's a pretty large one, so to speak, in width. Like your starting front line isn't as big even as the middle front line where there'll be all this fighting. So doing motorized divisions, he'll definitely get to the VPs first, and maybe that's his plan. I'll rush for all of the VPs. I know Zad's gonna I know Jarko's gonna do some kind of a heavy tank build where he'll be slow to the VPs at first, so I can probably end up getting all of them and maybe bleeding him out before he gets enough heavies to kill me.
Yeah.
That could all be another option here.
Now, this is a map that we haven't really seen before, so I'll go through some of the key features. The VPs on this map: Budapest, Oradea, Belgrade, Sarajevo, and Dubrovnik. Now, the real key features of this map are each side of this map is flanked by mountains. There's mountains pocketing before the Axis, before the Allied lines, none so much on the Axis side of things, but their home area heavily defended by mountains. There's a lot of rivers through Hungary and this whole powder keg region. It's going to be I think you have to invest in special forces in some way, at least if this goes to the late game, purely to get all the modifiers across the various defensive points. There's so many defendable locations around the various VPs, but I don't have enough map knowledge really to know where the pivot points are going to be. Of course, we can use the supply network to try and work out where they're going to be, but the supply again feels a little Allied sided here, but they have further to go for a lot of these VPs.
I was just gonna say, like, for example, the Axis could naval invade on their part to get a VP, whereas the Allies have to go like twice as far. They have to go around Greece. I would say the bottom two VPs are definitely Axis favored. You should always make it there first. Essentially, you have so much more terrain to go through as the Allied side here. I would say definitely Axis favored for those two. The north is a bit iffy. You'll definitely get to Oradea first as the Allies, and then there's this huge amount of plains here in the middle to fight for. And I'm interested if either player is even gonna try. I mean, I would imagine Zad does, if he's gonna do a very fast build, that he's gonna try to go for all of these VPs in the north as well.
I guarantee, considering that we're seeing an Army of the Po, most likely, we're going to see them try. We're going to see Zad try to push all the way to Belgrade and Oradea. I think they want to try and go for a 5 VP hold and start a really early bleed, because even if they lose ground, they've got that bleed started. They've bought themselves more time. Seemops, are you seeing anything interesting? You're muted.
Sorry, I think that the X-Ray might even be able to make it to the Belgrade first.
Really?
Because he has like a really nice line of like 6 plane tides right next to each other, and then he only has to cross a small river, while the other player has to drive through a bunch of forests and cross a river.
It's a large river.
So...
But yeah.
I think he might even be able to make it first. But yeah, as you said, nothing special. We see paratroopers from the allied player though. These transport planes, so probably paratroopers later.
Yeah, I saw
Rather
heavy
than building
MG.
medium tanks again. And also air, yeah. But the problem with that is that he's going to try and build air and paratroopers. That will mean he will have way less ground forces. Against in Italy with all of these trucks, on a wide front line like this, you know, it's going to be very, very lethal because he can just drive around you if you don't have enough to fill up the front line properly.
That being said, trucks do not really do well in mountains, so if you can paratroop into, say, Sarajevo and Dubrovnik and hold this mountainous region before the Axis can get there, maybe hold the mountains near Odera, yeah, it's going to open a lot of the middle of the map, but if you can use the terrain types here with the mountains, using them as and the hills to slow the truck advance, sure, you might lose on Budapest, you might even lose Belgrade, but if you can hold a bit, you'd have to hold such a massive front line, but if you can hold in those mountains, don't, as long as there's supply connected and you don't open the lines too much, I don't know that the trucks are going to be that all advantageous there.
I was just saying though that both the VPs are hill tiles and they can be attacked around from hill tiles and plain tiles. Like you can't hold mountains only and hold the VPs. You need to have good divisions for the VPs as well. So he could do quality paratroopers to hold early because he'll definitely not make it up there with his front line by the time the Axis player has made it there. So he needs to hold with the paratroopers on their own at the start at least. Oh, light tanks coming in on the Axis as well now. So we're going to see motorized divisions with light tanks in them.
Interesting. Are those anti-tank light tanks?
Yeah,
Yes.
those are for... I believe he's going to put armor on them as well later. But yeah, they are anti-tank light tanks, so to speak.
Yeah, you can see that he will have them as a line because they're 10.5 kilometers an hour.
No, it's support.
Okay.
In vanilla, it slows you down.
Okay, I didn't know that then. That's good.
I believe. Let me see here. I mean, if you have a cavalry division, no, that doesn't get slowed down by anything, I think. I could create a new template to check it out. So motorized, if I would then put a... Yeah, it does slow it down. It does slow it down. He will still be slowed down by the light tank recon. So that is interesting.
So that's the reason why he's doing it. They will cap the speed of his the truck divisions to like 10.5 kilometers an hour though, instead of 13 or 12 what it would be otherwise.
Yeah, he couldn't make them faster though. He literally could not make these light tanks any faster. At least not as of right now. I believe he could do, I guess, armor the advanced engine and get maybe enough speed later, and just convert them. You know, that would probably be pretty cheap.
Will also make the tanks go quicker, right? 10% quicker if you would go for the delay doctrine in the mobile warfare.
Yeah, that's just base speed. That's gonna be on the base speed of the division. It's not gonna be on the equipment.
Sure, because there's division speed and there's max speed for tanks and armor variants.
Oh, you mean like that? So mobile warfare here, division speed.
The second one. Yeah. The second one gives you max speed for armor.
Yeah, 10%. Wait.
So,
whoa, that's an interesting faction pick coming in here for the Allies.
Oh.
Commonwealth 8th Army.
Okay.
Oh. Commonwealth 8th? Okay, I did not expect this. And he's doing tanks with it as well?
You get Gurkhas, which are good in forests. You get air, you get anti-tank, but anti-tank doesn't really help you against motorized divisions.
Army of the Poet is also
won't really help you
confirmed.
that much either. The Navy, I don't know. I don't know about that.
This is what I would like to call a dispersed build. He has the starting mills being kind of normal for the map. Then the rest of the mills are going into anti-tanks, tanks, CAS. I mean, this is very all around, so to speak, I guess. Not really what I would expect here in such an important map. You wouldn't want to do so many different things because you need to focus on something, at least, I feel like.
It'd be interesting to see what he will drop.
Coming in.
Because that's gonna shape the front line a bit, you know. If he manages to paradrop Dubrovnik in Sarajevo or maybe Budapest and try to hold somehow the north or something, it's gonna be interesting to see how that will go. But these motorized divisions will be so quick, and he will have quite a lot of them, and they will be really decent.
He won't have enough for all of these divisions, from the looks of it. I mean, is it cheaper? If he would switch this to motorized, no, he required the same amount of guns, and he won't have the guns. So I'm just interested in the plan here. He's 200 days away from full guns.
What AT tech is the Allies on? What AT tech do the Allies have right now? They're
anti-tank
one. They've got anti-tank too. So the Commonwealth tree does have tank hunters, which is being teched right now. So he's going to get an extra 500 units of stockpile of anti-tank 2.
Yeah, it should be enough for his entire army, essentially.
Exactly,
With as much
But he doesn't really need it, right?
Yeah, he doesn't need it at all.
I
He doesn't need it at all.
thought AT worked against motorized, or does it not have much of an effect?
No, because it
motorized
gives you
doesn't have armor.
piercing. Piercing, there's no motorized
you
armor,
go.
yeah. And also it gives you hard attack, and motorized is 100% soft. So, I mean, it's absolutely useless production right now.
Thank you for clarifying my
He
smooth
will
breakdown.
have some hardness now because he's going for the mechanized research, will give him 100% more hardness on motorized. But that is also like the division will have 6% hardness or something later, which is like nothing.
He doesn't have the intel to see that it's light tanks. He just saw tanks, I guess, and
Oh, yeah,
decided,
true.
hey, we're going anti-tank now.
Yeah.
But
Because
it's
he
a big
knows
investment
Zad's
for him,
previous builds. But if he's seen Zad's previous builds, he knows that the first time he played in the quarterfinals, that Zad actually went for these light tank recon.
Our X-Player also building 54 trucks a day now with only 16 factories on it, though that won't be enough.
Yeah, the allied player can also
it's not for the
definitely
front
see
yet,
that it is an army of the Poe build as well. You can see the Alfa Romeo and the fast core down.
Yeah.
And we do have now the last 30 days before war.
The macro's
gonna-
kind of
it's gonna be
fine
so
on the
much
X,
speed, though.
actually. He's gonna have all the equipments at the same time. I can appreciate that from a player. How they have calculated, okay, I will have enough of all equipments at the same time, except for artillery, which is yet again overproducing. Zad loves to overproduce artillery for some reason. He has hundreds in stockpile usually, while having negative thousands guns. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know, like the X-Player doesn't look like he has a lot of divisions. They won't be ready on when the day was done. So, but the longer the game was, they will be even better. But right now, if you check through the strength of him, like the average strength of his army is 61%.
Yeah.
61%. That's like not very much. While the other player with, let me see really quick, the almost exact same number of men in the field has 76% of his units equipped.
This is interesting as well.
While he's building air on top of that.
Zad has gone for the air advisor, but doesn't have any mills to put on air.
Yeah. He
Hasn't
also
put
doesn't
any
have any
mills on
army
air.
advisors.
Yeah, and won't get the army advisors because he picked the air guy when that was kind of useless at this point, I would say.
He also didn't pick Doctrine yet. Not sure if he's doing it on purpose or forgot about it, but
He needs
would
the
be
army
really
advisor
helpful.
first for mobile warfare.
oh yeah, you're right about that
They
one.
won't even have an attack advisor by war.
I'm getting the impression that Zad is actually slightly less confident in this build. It's something that's slightly less
Yeah.
practiced. It doesn't feel as rehearsed.
This is not practiced.
Yeah,
He doesn't have the speed advisor, he doesn't have Doctrine picked. He's probably not going to pick the Doctrine until he gets the theorist there that makes the cost go down, and that will mean that he will lack a lot of speed on day one of the war and maybe not make it to the VPs in time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll see paratroopers, right, from the allied player.
Yep, they're already prepped. Of course, paratroopers have the day one delay, so contested air can go up. But if there's no air in sight, that's not going to matter.
What am I seeing here?
Where?
The paratrooper's not going to the VP.
No,
It's going to the tile in front of it.
it's going to the tile in front of it to stop the advance and allow other
But
troops to
why
get
not
to the
go? Why not go to the tile in front of that? That has a port at least. He's just going to be
range, I
encircled
think?
without support.
VP. Perhaps range? No, he's in range.
Okay, aggressive.
He has range to go to the Axis front line almost.
Yeah, no, I just checked that. Yeah, that is a bit of an interesting point. Maybe is that tile
Misclick,
count
I would
as
say. 'cause
misclick,
I
or
was
does that one count as?
guessing he wanted to go for,
No.
because if the Axis player is invading the VP, for example, he has nothing stopping it.
Ah,
He-
the,
then
the
the
tile
Axis
in
player
front
will
is
even get it.
planes, so it could be that. The port of Spiss
Yeah.
counts as planes, and here we go. War has been declared. Axis
We make
are
it to
pretty
the VP
fast off the
orders.
mark, but Sarajevo
Oh,
paratrooper landing, and also
he's the last standos, but he doesn't even have a general on the. Oh, there you go.
the Axis
And it's
ran
a
out of
Hellfighter,
supply as
actually.
well.
He's force attacking his army now.
X made it to
He got to Belgrade and Oreda in the north first, and look, he's
But he only got
encircling him.
encircled there.
He's encircled.
I mean, yeah, they're both
Counter
encircled.
encirclement. He could kill him now
Counter-encirclement.
if he goes and attacks him.
The Axis have started a VP point bleed as well, because they've got three of them. They've got Budapest, they've got Odera,
Yeah, he's
and
gonna
they've
get
got
all the
Belgrade.
VPs
And
from
also
what's there.
Sarajevo is looking risky. Last time going in on those paratroopers. The Allied forces just a little too slow off the mark. Some of the troops are still training back there because they're not ready for the attack.
He could just drive around the unit on the coast, by the way, and just drive into Dubrovnik here. I
That's
think it
one
would be quicker than the
more.
Allies.
Yeah.
Yeah, these motorized divisions are really fast. They just lack supply right now because it has not converted yet. But again, Dubrovnik or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I mean, it's...
Encirclement of Sarajevo now.
Dubrovnik will be also taken. There's nothing the other player can do about it.
Dubrovnik will be taken, I think, by the Axis player here. He just has to click it.
Unironically, I feel like the Allies should have gone Norway on this map for the amount of mountaineers you get, and that soft attack, because the soft attack it's a what's it called? It's a superior firepower build. We saw a huge amount of artillery, and there goes Sarajevo. This is a 5 VP hold.
5 VPs.
Okay, let me see. 186 days until the allied player will lose. So only half a year for him to somehow, tip the scales back a bit here.
That just shows you how dominant a 5 VP bleed is in this game mode. 184 days already. That's like half
when he's
the
getting
amount of
the
game
mountain tile VP, like coastline. Oh my god. Zad is doing great here. He got the mountain tile next to Dubrovnik as well.
Yep.
And holding in mountains, you don't have a debuff with motorized. You have no debuff.
Nope.
So he's just gonna be sitting there with full stats. And he's trying to push the allied player across the river here next to Belgrade, because that is a bit scary that he's right there. He's also lacking so much equipment right now with these motorized divisions.
5,000 motorized and 8,000 guns in the hole here.
Supply is looking a little rough, though, actually, as well in the south here for the Axis. If the Allied supply can catch up to the advance, they might not hold these VPs for too long, especially now we're already seeing an attack on Belgrade. Yes, it's not going to fall right now, but it's not the best. It's not the best.
The longer this goes, I think the better it will be for the air player, because right now, if you look at the air mode, the air player is getting more and more chaos, while the X player has 0 anti-air, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is going to be terrible for him. And oh god.
I mean, he might be able to have generals that... No, he doesn't know. Does he have generals that can get that trait against chaos? I mean, he could skip it to them, but...
Yeah.
You can give one through the
Yeah, but that's enough for one general, so to speak. Yeah. So you would need it on. Yeah, this is a bit iffy, I would say, for the Axis player. He's so far away from being full on equipment, and he's gonna get cast to death eventually now. Yeah, you can see it actually already in the south that the Allied player is starting to casting him.
No anti-air.
I still unironically think that Norway is probably the best pick for this map now that I'm looking at it, especially if you're against an army of the Poe pick, because like I was saying, it's superior firepower. You get a lot of artillery, which means you get... We saw Seemops. We saw yesterday just how much soft attack that build had.
Crazy.
That would be the direct counter to these trucks right now. You'd also have a lot of mountaineers to be able to push the mountain tiles with a bonus rather than a deficit, because I believe in the Norway tree there's also a bonus, I think it's mountain guns, where artillery does more damage in mountains as well.
I think it gets movement speed.
Yeah, but it's only for line artillery, which no one has done, I think.
We saw it yesterday. It was insane. It was insane.
With Norway, you can do line artillery because it's just so cheap and you get so much extra stats from it. Not only from the bonus in the focus tree, but also from the superior firepower doctrine.
We saw frontline infantry putting out 600 soft attack. It was wild.
I believe you.
Yeah, the other player is just going to push him back slowly now, and there's nothing the other player, X-Player can redo about it unless the other player overextends himself here. Because he's lacking guns everywhere, he doesn't have anti-air, his enemy's getting more and more chaos and more units.
This is the thing though, what I don't like about Zad's build here, Jarko's build here, he's still 5 on anti-tank when he could be 5 more on cast, which is not countering. Like 1 second going in on looking at the macro here, and he will see that, okay, I'm producing anti-tank against a 0 tank build with 5 factories. 5 factories more on cast would be devastating. Devastating for Zad here. I mean, he's already getting pushed, but he would be getting way more pushed if those 5 were on cast. Like, that would have been super, super bad for him. So he's a bit lucky here that Jarko seems a bit overwhelmed with the stress of being down 5 victory points. But yeah.
Man, just look at the cast damage in the battle for Belgrade here. It was went on for less than a day and it was 70 cast damage. It's crazy how much the cast can do here already against no anti-air.
And look, Zad's not piercing his tank divisions. He has these 4 divisions that are literally just made to be 4 quality divisions to push with. And they're working great for him.
Big encirclement opportunity in the far north here if the other player actually walks into the empty tile.
He's
Yeah,
So
gonna
the
well,
lose
X-Players
for
are pulling
now.
back either.
Jarko's come alive a little bit. He's got that encirclement opportunity in the north. He's making
Yeah,
some
he's
good
not doing
pressure
it,
to the
though.
airbase next to Belgrade. If he takes this and gets his planes in there once it's connected to
here.
supply, this is going to be an absolute rout on Zad's behalf.
Also, the bleed has been stalled a bit. Now it's still
Yep.
half a year now.
He's
Basically,
gained
they're
himself
taking
an
back
extra
Oreda.
20 days there. It was down to 147. It's now up to 176. That's at a glance. So he's every taking of the VP is buying him a little bit more time. He's still on the back foot though, 4 VPs to 1.
Yeah, I mean, Belgrade is up for the taking here. He can attack it from 4 different directions. It's going to be very hard for the X-Player to reinforce that one because he has to go across the river and can get pinned there. And also in the north, Budapest, as we could see before, like the plane ties between Budapest and Oreda were easily able to be pushed. So if he just goes in and attacks it now, I think he will be able to take it.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to wait for something, which he can't really afford to though.
There could be a moment of reprieve, though, if Zad does get pushed back towards Belgrade, where these plane tiles start to work in his favor. He has the faster movement. He can get around. So if there is a chance he can get a counter encirclement if the allies start to push through. Just because he'll be much faster. Yes.
Is that the allied player is Grand Battle Plan, but he doesn't have any planning bonus anywhere
No, he
because he
doesn't.
forgot to make a line. Attack arrow.
Yeah.
That is a bit problematic because that's 50% stats that he's missing out of when he goes into offensive.
Battle for
That's
Belgrade
pretty-
begins.
Yeah, just look at the cast damage here, guys. You know, it's like 2 ticks of cast. Like it's crazy how much damage it is. If he would attack from more than one direction, he could also get more cast into the battle because the amount of cast that flies into one battle depends on the combat width you have.
I think he's trying to bait more troops
it's
into there to
still worse.
encircle it. I think just why he's not attacking
He's
this
taking
tile
it.
here.
He's taking it.
It's just crazy.
Definitely.
Look at the damage.
The
That's
Monarchs-
120 damage now on this cast hit.
200 if you combine the Orc and the strength
Yeah.
damage. It's just crazy.
Is this
the
the
X-Player
same
building
motorized
anti-air now.
divisions?
Axis operative captured as well.
Okay, the Axis player is building fighters, but no anti-air. He was 20 right now. Problem for him is though that the others start with 150, and yeah.
Allies
now
gained
the Bleed is
themselves. Allies gave themselves Belgrade, which now puts them at a 218-day deficit
That's
before they
50
lose.
more days to get a third VP now. For
Yeah,
him.
50 more days.
He's pushing. Like, this is gonna be fine for him, I think. I'm not really sure what Zan's build was here. I mean, yes, you got the 5 VPs first just to lose them all. Just as fast, kind of, you know?
Yeah. Also, he's still not building anti-air, man. That's yeah. He's
Still
trying
not
to
being
build some
anti-air,
fighters now,
yeah.
but that's not gonna work out for him very well. Unless, I mean, the other player forgets.
I just looked
Oh,
over.
he's now put fighter production.
I just looked over at chat, and obviously because of the delay, they're only just seeing like the initial play, and I've just seen
What is Jarko doing?
it
He's
just says
asleep?
"Holy Allied Sleeper Build." Oh, but no, the Allies are pulling this back and pulling it
I
back
mean,
really
he's also gonna
handily.
paradrop into the VPs, which are empty. This
Oh,
is huge
God,
play
this-
here.
yeah, this would
That's
be
gonna cut off
massive.
all the supply as well. Like, if you went for Novi Sad and Budapest at the same time, that would be all the supply gone
Look
for
at
him.
the
and he
Evermode
can
though,
just
guys. Really
bash
quick.
through.
Take the airbase as well. Land the one in
Players to
Transnu.
move out here. But the allied planes are very bad. They will get shot down, even by a very, very like inferior numbers from the allied X player here. If
Yeah,
he keeps
they are.
like going like this, he will lose his air supremacy soon.
Yeah,
and
this
then the
is.
cast will be
Oh,
useless.
Jarko has just put 10 on fighters. And what fighters are they? They're the same as the Axis one. So he is replenishing his fighter
Okay,
stockpile.
then he
He's
should be
gone down to
fine.
1 on Cass, which is, I guess, fine. He already
it's-
has over 100.
Yeah, I think that's smart
Fine.
right now. He doesn't need it. He's not being. He just needs to keep up
Yeah.
the air supremacy, especially if he lands these this sneaky paratrooper drop. I actually think hitting the airbase as well, just to the west of Budapest, near in Transnubia. If he hits that, all air coverage goes because that's the only airbase in that northern region left for the Axis to even use. Outside of all the way up here in what's this, Western Slovakia.
Yeah, we just can see
And there we go, the
Charger wants
paratrooper's
to-
going in. Budapest has fallen. The bleed has stopped.
God.
And now a bleed
How
begins.
big is the paratrooper though? It's
It
only
is.
8 width. He will die pretty quickly, but if he last stands it, he might be able to.
He has
buy
last
him
standed it.
65.
Last stand does come in, and there is now pressure across the
Reach
line.
the Cass, right? I mean, the
Yeah.
Cass is in other battles, sadly.
Yeah, there's not enough cats for all of the battles there right
Yeah.
now, unfortunately. Fun.
Zad's actually trying to counter push here, and he's starting to get more and
No,
more
but look at the
stats.
snake in the north.
Yeah, I
I
see.
mean, if he manages to make a breakthrough, he could actually try and dash to the
Oh.
neutral
It has
tank.
fallen, but it did cut off
Yeah,
supply.
look at this. There it is.
Counter
Contact.
encirclement might be coming in.
He has the speed on his side.
Yeah,
If he
this is what I was
manages to-
saying about the
God,
planes.
oh
This is what I was
God,
saying
oh
about the
God, Oradia will
planes.
fall again. Oradia's falling again. Yep, Oradia has now fallen.
Keep moving. He's moving
What's that?
around it.
Zad is doing good when he's not pushing the tanks.
Yeah.
Like he needs to just ignore those tanks, go around them.
Oh,
he's not gonna
dead
be doing
division there in
anything
Ordera.
Yeah, but it's remember that supply hub is now no longer connected right now.
This could be a huge
and if he
encirclement,
could
though,
cut it off
actually.
with one tile, he could cut off with one tile. If he goes right, no. If
No.
he goes to the right with one tile,
Yeah,
those tanks are all
into
dead.
into what was that? That's Frankenstein's castle,
Wait.
isn't it?
I mean, to the east here,
Oh, no, it's over
Transylvania
there.
here,
Yeah, Transylvania.
Vampire Nation. Oof.
My vampire homies, rise up.
Yeah, where's my
Okay.
vampires at?
Where are our vampires at in chat?
Nah, but that was a good play. If he would have taken the railway there, all of the north would have been cut off from supply, and those tanks would have actually started to die.
A very reactive play as well from Zad. Really fast on the ball. Saw that this was his opportunity to try and push back in the counter push. Used the plane tiles to his advantage. Sure, he didn't catch anything, but it did secure Budapest again. Bought himself that more time. We're now back down to 178 days before the Allies lose.
They're
Allies
looking
also
stronger and
looking
stronger
pretty good for the
though.
Axis here.
I think the allied play here is very well, like, except for the anti-tank. I don't like that. I mean, obviously, I know why he's doing it. If Zad is doing these light tank thingies, he can convert them in one day to be unpierceable by normal infantry. So I guess the anti-tank should stay in production. I just thought that if he went on air with those, I think it does just as well essentially to push and win these battles versus no anti-air and a losing air war for the Axis. I think it's even better, kind of.
Yeah, looking at the planes lost, the Allies are losing more, but like you say,
It's the old planes.
it's the old planes. They're getting replenished with newer, better, faster, stronger models, and Cypher for the Axis powers is fully decrypted. That's ready for the next assault.
Yeah, the crazy thing about this build for the X player is also that his units get very strong later on. I mean, they're already really strong, but they can get all the way up to 120 orc per division, which is just crazy. Right now they're at 80, but they're gonna be so much higher soon.
Allied player currently scouting out the coast outside of the Dubrovnik VP, which he sees is empty. Additionally, there's just a gap in the line. Actually, no, that's not a gap. There's just an empty tile, I guess. Looked funny, though. But yeah, he's scouting out the coast, moving a paratrooper down there to see what he can do with... if he can just pair drop into the VP, I guess. But if he learned anything, it's that it dies super quickly. So, I mean, if anything, I would say he should, like, do 2 paratroopers and maybe pair up the mountains or something where he could hold for some time. And here comes now Axis. Oh, wait, he actually put a coastal garrison on them on VPs. Wait, what?
Ooh.
And they're guarding the wrong state. That is funny.
I mean,
guess
there's
another
one walking
mismatch.
into Dubrovnik now. There's one walking into Dubrovnik, but it's still taking some time. If he launches it in time, he will get there.
It's
but
gonna walk away from Dubrovnik is the issue. That is a manual click, whereas the
okay.
garrison order is gonna make it walk away again into Mostar.
Oh yeah, you're right about that one. I clicked on that one.
That is
Oh,
funny.
man. Clicked on Bosnia instead of Croatia.
This is
man.
the first time that I've seen Army of the Po properly in the build, and I've realized that we've actually assigned the correct unit model for those divisions that have just arrived in Mostar. I was just like, oh, there's a different unit model there.
Yeah, he's even prepped 7 divisions to go into Dubrovnik, the port. So that could be really, really scary. I guess it's a naval invasion order, if I had to guess. Yes, it is. And he still sees
Oh,
that
he's
it's
also para-dropping it at the same time as well. That's so good.
I mean, the problem is that the LPS still doesn't have any planning bonus, man. Like, I can't. This is. It really
Seemops-
hurts me, man.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing, Seemops, from you, with the amount of frustration you're feeling in these casts, is that next time that there's a tournament, you're going to have to play and show everybody who's boss. Because...
I mean, I could, yeah.
He's gonna go in 1 week when he has the Mediterranean fleet, 6 days now.
But the
And
problem
he
is,
will have
like,
the
it makes me so angry is that this guy's build relies all on planning bonus because he goes for the grand battle plan doctrine, and then he tries to push everywhere. He can't push and doesn't make me think
It's
about hey,
only
why can't I push?
Seemops. He would only have 64% more stats than what you're
That's
seeing
like nothing.
currently. It's nothing.
It's just 64% more attack.
Yeah.
So if you don't have it briefly, I can understand it, but it has been I don't know, half a year now that he didn't have planning bonus. So
Ish.
yeah.
Oh, now he
join.
put a division into it. That's so unlucky timing.
He's
And
should
he's
try
not
to
going to
drop
Sarajevo,
Sarajevo.
although he
Oh.
can't see that it's empty. I have a Fog of War off. That's why I can see it here on my caster POV, but he thinks there's nothing in there, which proves he's not using Fog of War.
No,
least,
we
right?
have their we have their POVs. Like we can go look at Jarko right now, see exactly what he sees.
Yeah, he sees that he can't see it. Yeah.
Problem what we just noticed for the X-Player is that his air getting shot down.
Tanks and engineers, that is super good for his special divisions there.
Yeah.
The air's getting shot down, so he has to pull it down now, which will enable Allied cast to fly freely now, and it also enables him to paradrop, because before that he couldn't, because he didn't have enough strength.
No research on Jarko, actually.
Zad here, prepping more divisions for the front line. I don't know, he's holding really, like I said, this is the allies have got to move. There's 126 days now before the game over, and Zad just needs to build up these defenses. That being said, we've said it before, the allies do outscale, and we are starting to see the allies make a move towards Sarajevo from the land. There's some ranger divisions in there, plus those tank divisions actually coming in. We've seen them click. There was a counter click just the north
And
there.
look at the cast
8
damage,
divisions,
guys.
which is forced away. Yeah, look, the
Wait a
cash damage is
minute.
huge.
Jarko has just moved away from the very defensible hill tile across the river. He just moved off it for some reason. Okay.
Now that the cat is flying again, I can see him maybe able to break through here. Problem is though, he is starting a lot of battles, so the cat is not focusing on a few important ones in the south, but maybe also on the one in the north where it really won't accomplish much. But as you guys can see now, that the other battles ended. The chaos damage in the one battle is still going on in the mountain. We go pretty high.
Yeah.
The Axis got their new fleet at the same time. That's why he wasn't able to. Yeah, he is Italy after all, so he does have a big fleet spawn in, which he went for. Unlucky for the Allied player.
Yeah, only one tiled gain in that entire assault. Losing paratroopers in the meantime, dying on top of Sarajevo. I don't know. This is starting to look more and more Axis favored. This has been a very, very good hold from Zad, but also just a little bit of a sleep from Jarko. Just a little bit.
Oh, I love this about the motorized divisions. They have 30 more org per division.
That's big.
30.
And it's not even the maximum yet. He's gonna get even more orc.
And he has 116 base breakthrough on his divisions.
He has still 2 more doctrines that he could pick that give him more orc again. Like it's just crazy how much he can get there. He's already at 93. It's gonna be at like 110.
I'm just looking at the map here, and I'm wondering if perhaps the Allies should ignore Sarajevo a little bit and push towards further back, try and cut the supply from Sarajevo in some way.
I mean, the planes in north would be suited best for that. Problem is, he tried to push there already, and it didn't really work out.
This is funny. The Axis player is going to go for a naval invasion of the homeland of Jarko because he has naval supremacy now. And yeah, well, he doesn't have any navy out, even with this Mediterranean fleet spawn, and he's not putting it up.
Oh,
and
that feels like a misplay as well.
Yeah, so he's gonna get naval invaded. Right now, it's happening actually as we speak. The naval invasion has gone off, and he can actually see the ping for Eastern Balkans naval invasion right now. So we'll see what he does about it. Nothing with the fleet yet. He's not moving.
He's busy pushing in north right now.
He's pushing in the north.
Yeah, that's unlucky. That's a lot of industry gone, actually, if he lands there.
Naval invasion being caught by submarine? Where
No, it's another raiding.
Oh,
it's a rating of the Allied
it
player,
hasn't come
yes.
up on the Axis, Allied side of things. You can see the naval combat in the Aegean, but
It has.
Oh no,
I guess
it's just come up for Eastern Balkans for me. I was watching through their POV.
So while that naval invasion is happening, he's also pushing towards Budapest. He's now right at the gates of the city, and he also keeps going in the north there.
Yeah, but will he be able to keep pushing if he's gonna get snaked in his home country? We'll see if they start
maybe.
snaking. But
He's got some divisions to spawn in.
a lot of industry on here.
No units moving yet. Okay, now he noticed and it's moving his tanks down even. So that will
Oh, he did move out his main fleet. He did move out his main fleet for a battle, and that was about it. I
Hasn't
guess.
moved his Naval Invasion Force. He's forgotten. He's been APM clicked because of that encirclement in the north. He's trying to go for it. He's trying to get a counter encirclement, and it's made him delay and not get these guys moving, meaning the allies have been able to get troops.
Oh my god. And now he's snaking with his divisions he landed with to cut off supply.
It could have moved so much faster, though. They weren't moving for a long time because of the click in the north. But that's a big encirclement in the north.
Yeah,
Sorry to cut it in.
Units.
That was worth it. That's
massively worth it. That's this could be GG, guys. This could well be GG with Jarko getting 12 divisions encircled, all of which hitting a last stand. There's not enough forces to relocate them. The tanks have been re-diverted. It was when the tanks fell. There's also another division in this northern pocket, and now those motorized are just going for it. They are full sending across these plane tiles.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
We're
huge.
gonna take the next VP again here. By the way, guys, the allied player only has 75 days left now.
Yeah.
Still,
This is not what he needed to happen. That small naval invasion that he made down there brought 10 divisions to it. 10 divisions that were guarding the north, but now
7, 6,
just
5,
back while being
4,
killed,
3, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There they go. Oh, almost got saved. Almost got saved.
That big encirclement actually brought the casualties very even now.
Yep.
Now it's 277, 284,000. Before that, the allied player was 100,000.
I love this from Zad as well. He's gone straight back across the river. He's like, nope, no. I don't need to push this. All I have to do is wait.
Yellow, the allied player has forgotten to put up his additional 100 fighters. Like, this is also why the push happened.
Yeah.
He hasn't put up his air.
Devastating mistakes.
Yeah, and these motorists are just wasting time, literally.
Yep.
What the X-Men needs to do now, though, is push his advantage to the north, while there's like a really big, difference in strength of the forces.
I don't know.
As you can see, that's like.
Can he recover? Can he replenish in just 62 days?
I mean,
He doesn't have a stockpile to replenish those units with.
I mean, all he needs to do is push 2 tiles in the south towards Dubrovnik or towards Sarajevo. That's like, it's very, very close there.
Yeah. Just some focused combat right there, right now. Get his air up. Make a go for it.
He didn't put his air up now, and now he's
by pushing in the north, he will keep him busy.
He has
and
2
maybe
months.
Take the next
He only has 2 months to play with.
Yeah. And he hasn't fully motorized the supply here. Like, he could be double motorizing it right now. And he's only repairing with his construction right now, so no more mills coming in, at least.
I don't know. This feels like the inevitable is just being slowly drawn out at the moment. Jarko, it seems we're seeing a player who has been beaten. They got pushed out. This is in the bronze match. They lost their map pick. The mental's going to be a little devastating as well at this point.
Yeah.
This is Zad's map. I don't know, but it's so unfortunate because Zad was looking so unrehearsed in the beginning of this map, but they've managed to claw it back. And I don't know if it's down to purely Zad's skill. Of course, some of those encirclements have been really well played. Those timings have been really good. But his macro on this map was definitely easily exploitable by Jarko. And Jarko just missing the mark now with just 43 days left. It's looking a little hopeless. We're going to see a desperate play, and some tanks are moving in the north. I don't know if Budapest is the one that you should be aiming for. I think a smaller attack towards Sarajevo would be doing you better right now. But
crazy cast damage though, so
yeah.
Like if he would focus on one tile, or like 2 tiles and advance there.
I think that's the play. He needs to keep a tighter
39
front.
days, just over a month left.
If he stops the bleed in a moment, this is going to be wild.
But how does he do it is the question.
He's now only 2 tiles
He's
away.
1 tile away from Budapest now. He just needs to look that he fills out his front line so he can't get snaked, and then try to keep 1 or 2 battles going at the same time to just let the Cass win the battle.
Yeah, it's the Cass is holding victorious here, and actually,
he has a month to take Budapest, and he will have 3 tiles that he can attack it out from. Like it's gonna be so easy to take it. He just needs to get going now because he doesn't have much time left.
Yeah, I don't know if he's seeing the tiles. I don't know if he's seeing the time left.
Because his units are really strong. He has flame tanks. He probably also has engineer 3s. Let me see really quick.
He's doing so much. There's like
yeah, he's getting injury at
with
3s.
each of these divisions doing 600 soft. He is getting snaked right in the north, but I don't know if that's going to matter if he can just stop that bleed.
He's gonna. Oradia is falling.
Oh yeah, he's going to lose the other
That's
VP.
even harder of a bleed now. 18 days.
18 days. Zad playing that
Wow.
perfectly with that snaking division has just cut the timer down even flow.
If that
even
one
more.
last stands as well,
Yep.
I mean that's.
I don't know if
it's
Zad's going to
really
get the last stand
devastating.
in time though with that battle. It is destroying very, very quickly.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
he's saved it. He's got 15 days. It's going to go up here, I think, now. 22
Yeah,
days. He's got
22.
22 days to take Budapest. 22 days to Budapest is now the title of my indie pop album. Let's go. This is it. This is what it's going to come down to. 20 days now. He's on the doorstep of stopping this bleed, but he's going for a northern tile to stop the snake. Instead, he needs to go for the VP. He needs to go for the VP now. 19 days are
19.
left. Oh, my heart can't take this.
He is taking the tiles around now.
If he
attacking this
secures
call.
the forest tile enough, he can't get
Ooh, that's a good combat. That's a really good combat.
Look at
16
the
days
Axis
now.
of the
16
Allies.
days left. Axis have decrypted the cipher of the Allies. That's going to slow that combat. That's perfectly
Yeah.
timed. 15 days now. 15 days for this battle to end, and I don't know if it's going to. There are going to be some tanks moving to the north to get that sort of encirclement bonus, but with the intel advantage, I think the Axis will hold here. It's going to be real
He
tight.
loses that VP in time. He has enough org to hold alone.
I'm
with
getting
him.
flashbacks to you versus Mohammed on Son and Blue. I'm seeing it here.
Yeah.
Agent captured. Oh, it's all falling apart. This is so... God, this was close. This was so close. I think it's over, Allied Bros, though. I really think it's over with just 13 VPs. That's 8 days left.
Yeah, no. There's no way. He has enough command power to last stand, I believe. Yeah, it's enough command power to last stand the VP to the end of the game, so... Yeah, it's already over. He's
it
also
is.
just
Crazy.
jumping divisions into
Like
Sarajevo.
he could have won it if it wasn't for this big counterattack by the Axis player in the north, which was really well executed.
Yeah.
Getting a paratrooper quickly in the south to try and grab a VP and switch hands, but that's not happening. Everything is
days.
garrisoned. Yeah. 2 days. I don't even think he'll paradrop in time before the game is over. Yeah, there you go.
GG.
GG.
Crazy game, man. I
indeed.
like this map.
GG.
In celebration of the Army of the Po victory, I've just been handed the most giant pizza. Oh,
Amazing.
oh, fantastic. So, there we have it already. We have our bronze match concluded. Zad taking the 3rd place slot over Jarko. Let's go talk to these players. GG. Congratulations, Zad. Commiserations, Jarko. Zad, you'll be walking away with the 3rd place prize and trophy. And Jarko, of course, you're going to be also going away with the 4th place prize. Well played, guys. Really good fun. Jarko, where do you think that went wrong for you, bud?
I think that I wasn't expected from that he will play on the first class Nayf army, and I didn't expect that he will play the Armata del Po on the 2nd map. I think that he'll go for heavy tanks like he did in most of his games.
Zad, you got 3rd place. How are you feeling?
Yeah, don't need to say anything
Yeah,
more.
he's
Yeah.
so happy he could barely speak. All right, well, Zad, thank you very much. Jarko, thank you very much. It's been an honor, and you've both played so well throughout this competition. Of course, I'll be in touch after the competition to talk about your prizes, but well fought. Thank you so much for playing in this Commanders event. Is there anything you guys would like to say to the audience out there and anyone who might be aspiring to be a commander in the future? Jarko, let's start with you.
I think I don't have too much to say. I think that I wish that there will be another commander tournament, but that was really fun. But I think that no one expected that I would go this far, even that I get Sigurd in the first match.
I know you've had an excellent tournament. Either way, just before we let you go, who do you think is going to win today, Silas or Nayf? Who are you putting your money towards? Who if you were a betting person?
I think that Nayf have better micro,
Mm-hmm.
but I think Silas play the most stable games. I think that I saw that Nayf sometimes did very good bad macro on some maps. For example, Bloom. He was forgetting about something, and I think that Silas can really win this.
Well, thank you so much, Jarko. It's been an honor. Zad, are you there? Are you able to speak now?
Okay.
Okay, no. Well, thank you, everybody. We'll be right back with the best of 5 grand final after these messages. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you very, very soon.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Hello. You join us back before we hit the grand final today for our final analyst desk segment here, I think, most likely, of the tournament. I'm rejoined by Sum-Zero. We have the ghost of Dankus past and also Seemops. Welcome on in. Let's break down that bronze match for a moment. Zad coming out with some very victorious plays, but there could have been some easy counters, I feel like. If you were playing the allies in that previous matchup, what would you have done differently to counter that Army of the Poe build?
Okay, well, in the Army of the Poe build, I don't think his build was too wrong. He probably could have done. He probably could have gotten air superiority really, really early on. He did Commonwealth, right? So he got air spawn-ins, and he did an infantry build, so he wasn't as dependent on other stuff, and he had extra factories. So he could have definitely gotten air superiority, which would have helped him a lot. Also, one thing which I find, it's a bit strange and a bit sad we see this, but I believe almost the entire match he didn't have any planning bonus. Like, he didn't set up his field marshal front offensive line. And when you're on the back foot and you have to attack, you do need the planning. Like it's 30, 40, or maybe even 50% more attack. Or I mean, he's GBP, so it's even more. It's up to 60% more attack that he's just not getting. So that's definitely a huge mistake and might have even cost him the match. Also, one thing I do find like strange is I also think he did a lot of AT. I mean, could have maybe argued you'd need it for the light tank recons, but he probably didn't need it as well. Otherwise, I think it's mostly those two things. It's mostly the air and the planning bonus, which hurt him a lot.
Yeah. I know, Seemops, you were shouting the entire match about that planning bonus. Just how impactful do you think that was, or was there something else in the build that really lost it there?
Like two really big mistakes from the other player. One, where that he wasn't guarding his entire front line, because every time he got counterattacked in the circle in the north was when there were gaps of like multiple types in his front line where the enemy could just drive around. Every time he got encircled there, it wasn't because his units got pushed or something like that. It was just empty tiles that the other guy just drove around. Second problem was that he just didn't have the planning bonus, which the doctrine like Grand Battle Plan without the enemy having any spies there would have been 60% extra stats. So I think that's two really big mistakes that cost him, first of all, the two opportunities he had to take Budapest up there, and also just slowed down his progress on the field in general.
Yep, I agree.
Thinking how close he was to actually taking Budapest back there, this could have made a difference.
We also saw a really good set of naval invasions and also just some triggering of the APM from Zad at the correct time, using the advantage but also not pressing too far. His playing, even though like we were saying, for a lot of that build, the macro was really off for Zad despite him winning. It could have been overcome, but no, he played his mechanical playing of his motorized, how he utilized them, how he didn't overextend was really good. Also, right at the end there, snaking around to make sure he grabbed the allied VP to make sure that he had enough time that if Budapest did fall, he'd bought himself some more time to possibly drain them out. It was just a textbook play. Right, let's move on to the coming grand final, the best of 5. We're going to see 4 maps out of this map pool banned. What maps do you think both Nayf and Silas will want gone from the map pool?
That is a great question. I haven't seen Silas, all of Silas's matches, I think, but I definitely know that he has banned. I think he likes to ban Sunbloom and Nordwind, so we might see that again. I think it also depends on how he views his matchup with Nayf, because he might think that he has micro advantage against Nayf. It's a bit hard to tell. I don't know exactly what he's thinking, but if he does think he has a micro advantage, I would easily bet that he is going to ban Sunbloom and Nordwind. And I think Nayf likes to ban, I think it's Baltic Blitz, if I'm not completely wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really know what else he likes to ban, but he might like ban at the gates or something, because I know that's something Silas has picked before.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you think it will lead to Nayf banning at the gates? And I kind of agree. It would be the correct move, I think. I don't know if I've seen how well Nayf plays on at the gates against someone who might on paper be slightly better at micro. So sorry, Seemops, we might not see an at the gates. Which leads me to...
I expected it when I saw the two players line in
It opens up the question there for Seemops. What maps do you think will get chosen?
I mean, that depends on which ones get banned. Probably something like Jewel or Marco Polo, because or Across the Rhine, because those are usually not the ones that get banned.
Yep.
And the players, both of them are really really familiar with those. But yeah, I think it depends a lot on which ones actually get banned. But yeah, one of those 3 at least.
If this goes all the way to 5, we might see maps like Allegiance, like Marco Polo, like Desperado make it into the build. Who do you think is going to have the upper hand, Sub-Zero, on the maps that get played less frequently?
I might even give it to Nayf. It's just because when I saw him in the Desperado match, and I think also the Allegiance one, where he was really confident, he was staying behind, or he might have not won the Desperado one, but at least in the Allegiance one, where he stayed behind for a while, and he just won so decisively. Like, he was very confident in his strategy, and he used this common combo of his with special forces that are usually high level, like veterans, and combine them with tanks. And this has worked really well previously, but it might not work as well now. And he has faced some resistance against this strategy, so it's definitely not certain.
Fair enough. And watching this broadcast throughout this event, what have you made note of that might need to change or be updated in the mod itself? Has there been anything that you've gone, now that this season of pro players happened, that might need rebalancing, that might need changing? Is there anything that's really sticking out to you right now, or do you feel like we're in a really good place?
I mean, I am pretty satisfied with the way it currently is, but I definitely have some thoughts. For example, I definitely want to see more of a line arty builds. We have seen Hahn, the Norway pick, once, but I would also like to see Romania picked. Also, some of the other minor factions like North Finland group and Italy First might maybe see me buffing some of those. Also, I might also do a bit more on tanks, because again, I want to see tanks with motorized or tanks with mechanized see more used.
Yep.
It might just be unrealistic for a mod like this one where you don't have a lot of IC, but it's still something I want to look at, and definitely think it would be more fun if we do see these types of divisions.
Yeah, I agree. Viability for tanks, I think, is something that we've been trying to juggle with since day one. We had a moment where we had some sort of tank viability come into the mod a little bit, but then it fell right off right away as soon as mass assault got changed. And yeah, we've got a lot to work on, but I feel like that's going to be some good things. Seemops, what do you think what would you like to see added to the mod, especially if you're going to come back as a player, because you're getting so frustrated, right? Yeah, if you were a player, what would you like to see added?
One thing I would like to see changed is, as also Sub-Zero said, that tanks are actually viable, like not Space Marines, but actual tank divisions. One way to nerf Space Marines would be maybe lowering the amount of armor one armor battalion gives to the entire division. I don't know, there's like a rate that you can change. Yep. So for example, these, just adding one heavy to a division doesn't give you 50 armor anymore, which will make them, maybe way less viable.
Yeah, I also want to point out that this has been changed slightly. Like in vanilla, it's 0.4, and in this mod, it's 0.3. But I am thinking about reducing it even further to 0.25. I mean, these are just random numbers, but for me, this is like the way you reduce this. So 0.25 is actually what you do see commonly in most competitive mods.
Yeah. And then also, I don't know about making the line artillery viable, maybe also over more than just one faction, would be lowering the amount of artillery you need per battalion. So it's cheaper for every faction, not just for the one that gets the production debuff for it, basically, or production buff for it. And yeah, other than that, I'm hyped for even more factions, but right now we still have already many, and also more maps. So
yeah,
I'm really happy.
Yeah, actually, there is probably one final thing that I'm thinking about is actually I do want to see also naval invasions be a bit stronger.
Yeah.
Currently, there isn't really a way to get any planning, which is probably the major downside or the major issue with naval invasions. So we might change actually the way that works, but we'll have to see exactly, because vanilla doesn't allow this to change very easily. So we'll definitely see on that.
One thing I would also like is maybe lowering the river crossing penalties or some terrain penalties, so the combat overall gets less static and more fluid. So it's a bit better to watch, especially in the tournament. We've seen many sit-offs where it was just people sitting around for quite a while, and then all of a sudden, snap, and the game is over.
That's definitely something. But we have actually reduced this a lot from vanilla. I think you have 25% more attack on infantry over large rivers compared to vanilla. An issue with that actually is that Marines also do get bonuses to cross rivers. So if you do this Marines with Pioneers and medium flame tanks,
We'll end up getting a lot of
you
positive
actually
stats
get,
on
yeah,
it.
you get positive stats. So if we reduce it a lot more, you will see Marines that get like plus maybe even 30% on small rivers, and maybe like plus 20%
We
on
had
large
that
ones.
for a little while. There was,
Yeah.
I think, one of the we saw someone make a Marine tank division that had 3,000 soft attack, if I remember correctly. It was something ridiculous. But either way, I think we've discussed the mod enough. If you are interested in maybe helping with the mod, we might be opening mod team applications after this tournament, so make sure you head over to the Commanders Discord. But also, before we get on to this grand final for the final time, thank you to Paradox Interactive for sponsoring this tournament and helping us put on this wonderful show. Oh my gosh, he's back. I just saw him arrive right before we got into this. Hidden behind the placeholder. There's now the real Dankus. He's back. But Sum0, thank you so much for your analytics. It's been absolutely wonderful to have you here. But I think it is time for us to go into the grand final, where we will be playing Nayf versus Silas in a best of 5. It's finally here. One of these two people will be being crowned our Grand Commander for the rest of the year, at the very least. So, Sum0, thank you so much. Gents, let's get into the map bans for this matchup. Nayf, Silas, welcome back to the show. You're finally here. You are in the grand final. How are you feeling? Starting with you, Nayf, how's things going?
I had to pop a Red Bull. I had to take a cold shower. I did not sleep enough, but I'm ready. We'll see how it goes. It will come down to a skill. I don't think there is going to be any luck involved. So we will see how it goes.
I mean, yeah, there's only going to be like 2 maps left at the end. If you go to map 5, for example, I think.
Yes, and perhaps the player who will win the first 2 games will have an advantage because he picks the faction in what could be later on maps, which may be favored for one side or the other. Yeah. But we shall see.
Speaking of, though, this is how the best of 5 map ban pick will work. Basically, we'll be doing this through 2 rounds, same as how we've done it before. So it'll be 2 bans, 2 picks, 2 bans, 2 picks, and then a wild card. Is that understood by both of you?
Can you explain?
No.
I'm kidding. Let's go to it.
Okay, Nayf, you are player 1, so I will be accepting the first ban from you. What map do you want removed from the map pool?
Jewel.
Jewel is gone from the map pool. Okay, Silas, what map do you want removed from the map pool?
Nordwind.
Nordwind. Silas, as player 2, what would you like to face off on first? What is your first map pick?
Ooh. I did not expect this.
You know what?
This is how it's been working all the time.
Yeah, this is how it works.
Damn.
I mean, yeah.
Surprise.
I think I'm gonna go with Across the Rhine.
Across the Rhine. Okay.
Okay.
Nayf, what side would you like on Across the Rhine?
I didn't expect this actually. Hold on, let me consult my spreadsheet.
Preparation.
He said he did not prep for this.
No, exactly, but he's consulting the spreadsheet. There's a spreadsheet involved, is the thing.
It's a spreadsheet in the room with us right now. When we talk to it.
It is indeed. It is indeed with us. Damn. Damn. I mean, I suppose allies.
Allies, okay. Nayf, what map would you like to be added to the pool? What is your map pick?
How about Stalingrad?
At the gates?
Sorry, across the Don, across the Dnieper, across the
I
Vistula.
think it's called at the gates.
Yes, it's at the gates.
Seemops, your favorite map made it!
I'm so happy, man.
Yeah.
I'm so
Okay,
happy.
Silas,
These
what
are the two
side?
micro-
Silas, what side would you like on At the Gates?
I think I'm gonna pick Axis.
Okay. Then I go to you again, Nayf. As player 1, What map are you removing from the pool?
Let's get rid of.
Could one of my coastcasters also write down which map and side has been taken right now? Because I don't have a pen in front of me.
Across the Rhine and At the Gates are banned, and
Oh, I know which ones are banned. I know which.
Yeah.
I just get those map
Rhine-
signs and stuff. But yes.
Rhine and the Gates is
Yeah.
the maps picked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just get rid of
What did I say? was banned?
Trail of Allegiance. Let's get rid of that. Who wants to see that anyway?
Okay, Allegiance is gone. Silas, what is your map ban?
What's my map ban? Let's just get rid of Marco Polo, I think.
Okay.
Okay, Marco Polo gone. Gone, right? That's the removal. My brain has stopped. Yeah, sorry.
removed. So, yeah.
Yeah. Marco Polo, go away. Go away. Okay. Silas, what map do you want added to the pool? What do you want to play on for sure?
I think I'm gonna pick Baltic Blitz.
Baltic Blitz. Okay. Nayf, what side would you like on Baltic Blitz?
Axis.
Axis. Nayf, what map would you like selected to the pool?
I'll just go Desperado.
Desperado. Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Silas, what side would you like on Desperado?
I think I'm gonna pick Allies.
Allies. Okay. Well, that is the map select phase, leaving Sonnenblume or Powder Keg to possibly be the map 5 grand final scenario. Gents, we're going to let you go back to your rooms and prepare whilst we get the first game hosted. Good luck. We will see you in a moment for the ban phase.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That is not the map. That's not the map pool I thought.
Again?
That's what I was
were the
asking.
factions again on Rhine and Gates? I didn't write them down. You told me afterwards to write them down, but I didn't.
It was. Well, we'll see. We'll see across the Rhine when we're in the lobby, right? That was first, and then
Across the Rhine, At the Gates, Baltic Blitz, Desperado.
Yeah, it's the factions. We want the factions. Either way, I am blown away by the map pool that we've got. I was not expecting half of these maps to make it in. I was a surefire. I thought At the Gates and I thought Baltic Blitz were both going to be banned off. I thought Powder Keg was going to be banned off, but no. I'm honestly shook. I am shocked. Dankus, what do you make of this map pick? Like with this order as well.
It's going to be fun to watch. Very micro-intensive maps on Across the Rhine, At the Gates, and Baltic Blitz, I would say. Baltic Blitz being the least micro-heavy one, while still being a micro-heavy one out of the first three. But yeah, Rhine and Gates will be probably a lot of micro, which is what I want to see in a grand final.
Yeah. Absolutely. Seemops, I know you're happy, but can you explain exactly why you're happy for this map pool?
Because we're going to see, I would say, one of the highest skill level 1v1 tournaments yet. Good thing about the best of 5 is that we get to see a big variety of factions and a big variety of maps. So we will really see who will be the best overall, not just the best one in 1 or 2 cheesy strategies on 1 or 2 maps. We will see the whole thing. And on the top of that, we will see a probably very long matchup, because it's at least 3 games that need to be played on very micro heavy maps, which will drain the energy out of these guys so much that it's going to be so much fun to watch.
Absolutely. My main focus now as well is the ban phase. We're going to have up to 5 factions from each side banned, and each player as well, they're now going to have their cogs turning. Okay, I'm definitely going to get to 3 bans. I might even get to 4 bans, and I might be removing commanders that I need to use later down the line. There's got to be so much tactics just going through not even this phase, but the ban phase now as well. There's going to everyone's going to want the micro-intensive commanders to be remained, which means we're going to end up in some really weird territory where we're going to be starting to see Italian First Army. We might even see like Luftwaffe ground forces. We might see some like IJN followed by an IJA pick, because you're just running out of the ability to use commanders. We're going to end up at possibly 5 bans if we get to the final map. insane.
We'll see some cursed stuff.
We
But I
could-
think the core builds will try to be the same, but they'll have to adapt around the new commander that they'll have to pick, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys know what would have been also funny?
What?
If every nation that gets picked also gets automatically banned. So then you would end up having like 10 bans in total. So
Oh,
like
what-
you really
what?
need to think which one do I pick, because you won't be able to pick that even if it doesn't get banned anymore.
Oh,
That
so
way
once
it's
it
like
gets
a bit of a
played
strategy.
once.
Yeah.
No.
What nation do I take away from my enemy for that, on another
Technically,
map
we
where you
have
have
enough
it?
factions for that.
But that would be
So-
too complicated, but it would be very funny.
Yeah.
It would be very funny.
Do
We,
we have
we
enough
wouldn't be
for
able to
that?
do any more than a
I
best
mean,
of 5.
Dankus, you
would
have
do.
12 per faction, like 12 X's, 12 allies, and you basically need 10 of them.
Yeah.
So there would be 2 left in the end.
Yeah, so there would still be an element of
Because
choice
5
at
get
the end.
banned and 5 get played, so it's 10. And
Yeah.
then there would be 2 left.
Right, you mean like that?
Yeah, because that would be really funny. Because then you could pick a faction away from your enemy, and use it on another map. So he
That's
has
a
worse
next
one
time
left on another
theory.
one.
You're going too deep
would
into
be-
theory
yeah.
crafting. Get out of that hole now. Get out of that hole right now. I'm getting the ID now so we can all begin to ready up. Here
But
we
no,
are.
no. I think you can end up banning every single faction then. Because you also have bans on top of the...
No, because there's
X.
12. That would be 5 and 5. 5 maps played.
No, because, I mean, okay, well, theoretically... Wait, what if... Okay, let's say we start from the left.
Everyone's like,
He
whoa,
bans
whoa,
the
whoa,
left
whoa, whoa.
side of that, then he, after the country has been picked, You know what I mean?
Oh, no,
Or
yeah,
you
no.
mean that do you mean the specialization of the country?
Yeah, the specialization of the commanders,
Right, I
not
was
the
like, that doesn't
overall
work.
country.
Not the whole faction, sorry.
Yeah.
Because you have 12 specializations. And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
5
but
of them
12,
get played, basically 5 of them get banned. That way you force people to try and play worse countries, or try to maybe say, maybe I pick a worse country now and surrender this map basically, so I have a better one and can win another one later.
Yeah.
So we are just waiting for Silas to also resubscribe to the mod because he's on the wrong mod version because of that update that we did stealthily this morning. Oh, I'm so...
I will take the time and get myself another isotonic sports drink. I will be back.
Isotonic sports drink on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, commanders of all ages, we are about to present to you the most micro-intensive, possibly, grand final there has ever been in a HOI 1v1. This is the moment where we go esports correctly. Like, this is it. This is what it's going to be, and it's going to be Nayf versus Silas working for 5,000 euros. One of these players is going to walk away with 5,000 euros at the end of tonight. I'm okay. Let's talk about Silas. Silas is someone who we kind of slept on in previous performances. He has never really gotten out of a quarterfinal before, always lost out to other people, but right now he's performing really, really well. He's really hammered home his micro. What kind of factions do you think, because going on to across the Rhine, he's playing as Axis, what do you think his first ban needs to be to stop Nayf winning this first map?
Nayf is a US lover.
Yeah.
So he will either go USMC or US 12th. I think US 12th is the perfect ban here because that counters Nayf's playstyle kind of exactly. So that is definitely, I think, what Silas should ban here in terms of study your opponent, not what is the best, study your opponent. Because your opponent will definitely try to do that if he's able to.
And what about Nayf? Where do you think Nayf's ban's going to be here? My brain is going, it's got to be the 8th Army Wehrmacht, 9th Army Wehrmacht, right? He's got to try and get rid of that Opal Blitz
Probably.
scary faction.
It is a bit scary to get rushed down, yeah.
Yeah, and it would just give Silas so much more room to micro with. Either way, let's head into the first matchup and let's get that first ban underway. Welcome back, gentlemen. Here we are, the first matchup, and the first ban. I don't know if I definitely turned on the ban phase. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I suppose we'll just have to remember.
Yeah, we'll just do it verbally.
It's the first one.
It's the first
This is
one.
the finals.
we will have later. We will have to do it as well. But
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, we're already going to have to be thinking later. So, I will start with you, Nayf. What is your
9th
faction?
Army Wehrmacht.
Okay, 9th Army Wehrmacht.
Army Wehrmacht. Bam.
Yeah, I'm planning ahead.
Silas,
Yeah.
who are you banning?
I'm going to ban US 12.
US
Damn.
12. Okay, good
Great.
luck, gentlemen. We'll see you on the other side.
Good luck.
I almost dragged Seemops out this room.
Get him out.
Get him out.
him out.
No longer allowed to cast. Okay, we guessed those bans like entirely. 100% guessed those bans. But let's get into it. The first map of this best of 5 grand final. Here we have it. Silas versus Nayf on Across the Rhine. The second map we ever built for this game. What is this game? Hello and welcome to HOI Commanders, the competitive mod for Hearts of Iron 4. It has 1v1, 2v2 and 3v3 scenarios, but this is the 1v1 World Championship. And it is a simple process. All you have to do is either A, capitulate your enemy, force them to surrender, or by the time, my brain is stopped. Yeah, but you lose on time. But time doesn't work in the normal way. No, at the top of the screen you are seeing here, 0 to 0. This will flick up to 500 to 500. What does those 500s mean? Well, those are your VP score. On each map, there are a number of key victory points. There are 3 on this map, pointed out by these white circles right now. On Across the Rhine, they are Amsterdam, Cologne, and Frankfurt. If you hold the majority of those VPs, you will bleed your opponent's score. And basically, the more you hold, the faster it bleeds. And this map is a 3VP map. In this process as well, we have a 275-day build-up period before the war begins. And in this competition scenario, we have a 5-minute timer where we allow our players to build up or until they say ready before we unpause. I'm sorry for stumbling, but I am so excited for this game. I really, really am. Boys, take us through what we should be expecting from both these players.
Well, Nayf loves his USMC, so we might be seeing that. With his starting production, it looks like yesterday in the semifinals. So Nayf is a hard read at the start, at least. But if we look over at Silas, maybe he has something more revealing. And yes, we're going to be seeing a Massimo build here. I would say most definitely, considering he's lined up 30 on guns.
Oh, wow.
Which you only see in Massimo builds. So yeah.
Question, guys, really quick. What factions got banned? I wasn't here.
9th Army and US 12th. So the exact bans we said would happen, probably.
It's interesting, because 12th Army is usually the favorite pick of Silas. So
yeah, but it's also the favorite pick of Nayf, is what I said, and that's why he should ban it. Yeah.
Oh man. I mean, the 2 very strongest factions, I would even say, got banned. 9th Army we saw was very, very dominant, especially on this map here. We've seen it twice already this tournament. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what these guys will choose now.
I would say IGA is what we're gonna see out of Silas maybe here. I think it would be strong if he gets like this. Arisaka focus is super strong, and you also get a ton of manpower, and you get a ton of stats for infantry. Like I would say, yeah, Imperial Japanese Army is a really strong pick on this map.
Well, he goes to Army of the Isthmus. That would also be a good one, but it's not considering his factory location right now.
Yeah, right now it looks like Japan, but it could change. He also is going dispersed, and Nayf is also a dispersed enjoyer.
They're both ready, by the way.
Yeah, they're doing the same research. I love it. Yeah.
Okay, so we unpause for the first time, and I am just removing my camera for a moment because we've got a long day ahead of us, a long set of games, and I need to look after myself and eat. And also, I don't want to eat on camera because some people get freaked out by that. So you're just going to have to listen to my sultry tones from beyond the void instead right now.
Perfect. All right, we have gotten the game started. Seemops, who do you think goes for the crazy play? Because I believe there's going to be a crazy play.
I mean, if somebody goes for a crazy play, then I would say Nayf, since he's the guy who said he didn't prepare that much. So far from Silas, I've not seen him do something crazy or like something that looked off meta once. He's really calm, really collected, and he's also practiced, I would say, the most of all of the players.
Yeah.
So yeah, if somebody goes for a crazy play, I would say it's Nayf. Especially on this map, we said he didn't think about, that would be played. So maybe, yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be crazy to see. I really, really hope we're gonna see some crazy plays though, because that's exactly what this mod is about. Like the variety of the different things you can do, and that just makes the whole thing way more interesting and fun.
We see the first direction taking place here. Silas going for air, Nayf going for engineers.
So the flame
Which is-
tanks and
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
So essentially here, Nayf is going now for the flame tank like he always does essentially. And it's really good to get it early. You need only 1 mil on it basically, I think, to get a full army equipped of it eventually. And whereas Silas chooses the air research here. I'm not sure if just going for survivability studies makes the cut, because heavy MG is usually needed to produce those planes. So I'm not quite sure why he's just going for survivability studies here. But I mean, I see once one of the techs done, I guess.
I mean, air is always a very interesting thing here, especially when it's going to be a big investment. You make yourself very vulnerable to an enemy that might go for an early push strategy, because all the mills you put in air won't be able to defend your territory from enemy troops.
Yeah.
And especially early on, even if you put a lot of factories in air, you won't have that big numbers of cares that will stop enemy assaults, especially in wide frontline and many battles at the same time.
Yeah, we see Nayf here already doing the tank here. Already tank production coming in.
Mediums? Yeah, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Let's check Silas. Is he doing the same? Not yet.
I don't think Silas will be, to be honest. Considering his starting production, it looks very much like a rush.
Yeah. I mean,
But actually, Silas did not switch for artillery too. Maybe he's doing a rocket order rush?
He just switched.
Oh, he did. Okay.
He just took some time there.
Just a few days.
I mean,
you know?
what's the mass mob faction? Faction does he have? The one is banned, right?
And
Just
Japan is the
Japan.
best one here, I would say. Gets a lot of stats for infantry. You get the gun production cost in the first focus, essentially, here. If you look at Arisaka here, after picking IGA with mass assault, you get instantly 10% cheaper guns and 10% soft attack on infantry, which is amazing. And if you go down to warrior spirits, that's 10% org and 10% defense. Those are the two big ones over here. Then you get a bunch of spawn-in stuff, and you get manpower. And down here you get fighter production cost, which is also lining up with him going for air, it looked like. He's also going for, he's doing a rocket artillery rush here. Very interesting. He also, like Nayf loves to do, picks the electronics company. If he goes for the air guy next, it shows that he's going to build air early. I think he's waiting to see if Nayf is going to pick it before he does anything with that PP. Otherwise, I think he saves for the manpower law here, which is very much needed. I would say even more needed than the electronics company. Did Nayf also go for the electronics company? He went for the industrial one. Okay, this is off meta for Nayf here. Nayf usually never does this. So this is a bit surprising here. Nayf is usually the one who loves to go for that.
Maybe that's the crazy thing you talked about earlier. You know, he
researches anti-tank as well to pierce his opponent here.
Even though his opponent's not building any tanks yet. He's afraid that he will do the same thing he's doing right now. Good thing though, what I really like from by Nayf is that he always goes for flame tanks. Like on every map, I think, except for Zondom, he goes for flame tanks. They're just so good, very small investment. If you get them early, you only need to put like 1 or 2 fakers on it for your entire army, and then you end up having more stats everywhere, especially crossing rivers, which is a big thing here.
Yeah, definitely. So he's getting his final 8 mils here, which are all gonna go on tanks. 2 on flame tanks, the rest on normal tanks. And the design he has chosen is again the soft attack cannon. I would presume I'm looking at the wrong stuff. Yes, he went for the soft attack cannon once again, and he's only going to produce anti-tank. He researches this so he can, but he doesn't have to, because there's nothing on tanks on his opponent's side. Which is actually not assigning his mills I saw there in the intel ledger.
Yeah, he's
okay.
Still them.
So is he waiting for something? Oh, he's gonna, I guess, wait for rocket arty, but this is so much IC wasted, surely not. And he's producing anti-tank 1. Which should be fine since Nayf didn't go for armor.
Yeah, he just saw that he is doing tanks. That's probably why he just panicked a bit to put him on there.
Yeah, this is interesting production.
Why is he not assigning his mills though?
This is
he also has
9 military factories in a grand final being unassigned for about a month now.
He just tech switched. Sorry, tech switch. He's just tech switched, not tag switched.
Yeah, but
so
that's 9 mils
5 days.
1 month not being assigned.
You're right about that one, though.
And now
she's going for German tank army?
Oh?
Or wait, so maybe Germany right side?
No, Germany right side is banned.
Oh yeah, okay. Does he
so
know?
Luftwaffe ground forces is
He knows,
still there.
okay. I mean, Luftwaffe was also really strong though. Not massive though, but you still get 50% attack for infantry, cheaper fighters,
It's good.
strat bombers, and you scale pretty good, I would say. You get 20% planning bonus factor, and your last focus, you get Nifo builds, cheaper infantry equipment, so a lot of good things here.
Oh yeah, true. You do get the Mouser if you go down for it. But yeah, it's a good faction for this map. I would say the generals you get as well are pretty good. I'm interested in seeing what Nayf is. Oh, Common Wall 8th. Okay. So he even has free anti-tank, so he won't actually have to even research. I see why you did the anti-tank too as well then, because you get a lot of anti-tank for free.
Yeah, 600, 600.
500. But close enough.
That's crazy though. One thing I don't like from the expert though is that he was waiting for the rocket army so long, but now he researched and everything, he stopped building it.
Yeah,
that's a bit weird here. But it's basically like a mirror of factions, right? Both are strong infantry.
Love that intel play from Nayf. Looking at the intel, everything he can see.
Oh yeah.
Love that intel play. He's a bit stressed out, as you can see, with his clicks being a bit, how do you call it, shaky?
Yeah.
But
it's probably the energy drink that's kicking in right now.
Yeah,
you will get a huge drop in dopamine soon in like an hour.
Yeah. No, but I think that good APM still. It's a bit of shaky APM, but nobody remembers if it's shaky or not if you win, right?
Exactly.
So yeah. We'll see here. Now Silas goes up on rocket artillery, which is interesting. Did he not have it? Yeah, he had it 15 days ago. All right. So Silas also making a bunch of small mistakes here and there, you could say, right? It is a very stressful scenario. I'll play this myself. It's very stressful in some of these situations.
Also now building anti-tank 2, while he's building anti-tank 1, he doesn't want to switch away from it because he would kill the efficiency that way. Also building rocket artillery now with 5 factories. So he's going to have infantry with rocket RT, and anti-tank on it. And that's basically
fighter production line coming in as well.
Oh yeah. Good.
He now puts 8 mils on it. Oh, he killed the gun line to do that. I'm not sure I like this. I know he's dispersed, but switching the production 1 month before war, essentially. Yeah, there we go. The 3 speed has been put on, so we can probably unpause.
I'm waiting for a moment. I need Silas to do something.
Oh, his screen sharing. Yeah.
Yep. I've lost his screen sharing, so I'm just gonna quickly ask him.
Or Seemops could move down there. And
move down.
All right. So, I mean, what we're seeing here, very random play. Also 4 on motorized all of a sudden. Like, this is very random, I would say. How he switches the production this much this late. Is he gonna go for something different is the question? Or why is he going for this? He's going for the paratroopers, where he also gets 100 transport planes, so he'll be able to paradrop. That's gonna come out very late, but just in time.
Days to plan that. Sorry?
Unpausing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you have 4 days to do that. Then I don't know. If
that's very shy on time at least. I mean, yeah. So he just a month before war goes 8 on fighters.
Yeah. One thing that's also very interesting, Silas picked the army advisor that gives him more experience, while Nayf went for the one that gives him more training speed. So all of Nayf's divisions will be on the regular training level, which means 25%.
But he did it later. Wait, did he do it day 1? I like that.
I'm not sure if he did it day 1, but like his entire
211 XP to. Wait, now I gotta do some calculations.
He also converted the Gurkhas to light infantry, medium tank space marines. So these guys are going to be very strong. Basically like the Finnish divisions that we saw yet the last days. Just not, that strong because of the experience level, but still really good.
So obviously Silas should have more XP then, but I mean, his divisions are also fully experienced. Almost, not even actually. I like that play from Nayf. Silas is fielding 539,000 men, whereas Nayf is fielding 470,000. So there's no huge numerical advantage here, and Nayf has quality stuff. He has tanks, whereas Silas is not fielding any tanks.
Well,
he's fielding.
Check the numbers in the field really
quality inf.
500,000 for the Axis and 460,000. So Axis has 80,000 more manpower in the field, but therefore the allies have way more quality.
Yeah. Nayf now starting for some air research here. He already did the survivability studies and is now going for the heavy MG, so he is showing that he's gonna go for air later. But is he gonna be able to catch up? I mean, he is Commonwealth 8th, so that does get a lot of air spawned in, 150 fighters to be exact.
Here's the
but
paratroopers now, let's see. Is he gonna be quick enough to plan in the paratroopers? Looks like he is.
He's doing it, yeah, because he knew where they're gonna spawn. And the range is there.
Okay, that is.
Yeah, I would say he does it. Yep.
Damn, he actually wants to go for all 3 here. He wants to focus on.
Yeah, he needs to stop training his army right now, though.
Just 3 days now to the war.
He won't be orged up to move fast enough.
Training the army. Unfortunately for him, though, he doesn't have that many motorized divisions. He only has 1.
Yeah, but he's gonna do it to connect with the Amsterdam, so he just needs Utrecht with a motorized division, which should be very doable.
The thing is also that these paratrooper divisions are actually pretty strong. They are like, what show was that?
Level 3 with 92 soft attack. Okay, and they have good organ defense and such as well, so they could be last-ended pretty easily. But are they gonna be able to airdrop? I don't think so.
There's contest, 50-50.
Yeah, so that is not a paradrap.
Let's see if we will get the other one first. Oh, he's even stopped. He's not gonna get to
Oh, Nayf has landed. Oh my god, and he did a misclick on the motorized. He's at least gonna get into Utrecht, but he's okay. Is he force attacking? He's not.
Oh, Nayf landed in Hamburg as well.
No, he's landing all along the coast.
Oh, that's annoying. But it doesn't control the state, but it is annoying. And he's even going for Hamburg, I believe.
Yeah. He's got a second naval invasion. It has been caught though by the battleship.
And another actually in Kiel. Ooh.
Oh, this could be brutal. There goes Hamburg, almost entirely there. Also, the Allies taking Cologne and Amsterdam, meaning the VP bleed has begun on the Axis.
The air player also not really reacting to it yet. No units on the way.
Yeah, I think if the Axis player would have split his navy up, he couldn't have gotten through with all these naval invasions. But that's not even what took Amsterdam. It's that the cavalry snaked up in time. So, I mean, wouldn't have mattered really either if you're going to look back at it.
Allies aren't stopping. They're in Essen. They're going for Dortmund. Dortmund's been grabbed as well.
Oh, the tank divisions.
Tank divisions pushing their way through the line here, grabbing the big supply hubs as well.
Yeah, that will actually be terrible for Silas here because, yeah, those are the great supply hubs here.
Düsseldorf there.
And he's securing up so that doesn't get like attacked in Köln. Like he's securing up on the other side of the river here, which is good. Then he has to push that before there's even a risk of those tiles getting pushed. So he's gonna push now the invasion out, or at least try. Wow, that's annoying. If I'm in Silas' shoes here, I'm very annoyed right now because that's a lot of mills gone actually. What was that? 4 mills in Hamburg, I believe. Yeah, 4 mills in Hamburg should be.
Definitely worth the trade of the few infantry divisions that have been put up there, especially if they get the last standoff up there. Both players now taking positions across the Rhine on each other's side. Hey, got it in there.
Yeah.
But like, both of them having a spearhead on either side, they've got to play this so carefully. But speaking of carefully,
here, actually. Oh, but it's not risky if it goes into Arnhem in here. He has a pocket.
Yep.
But Silas sees it.
He's gonna
naval pin. Oh my god! And he pins at a perfect moment.
This is huge.
This is a pocket.
This is a huge pocket, actually. Around Utrecht. He's done a counter encirclement on the normal Utrecht pocket that the Axis use to capture Allied forces. The Allies are now expertly using to clean up 10 divisions there, Utrecht.
That's
Axis at the same time trying to push in the south. Look at Nayf. He's microing it. He's microing it. Wow. I love that from Nayf. He's actually still microing in the south while he's killing a pocket in the north. That is beautiful.
Force attack coming in that pocket as well.
Essen is about to fall, and so is Dortmund, because the Axis units are not to be messed around with. They are still good divisions.
Yeah,
so wherever the tank is not, he will actually struggle. And he is right now. He's last standing in Essen, but is still gonna fall. By the looks of it. Well, he stopped attacking, but
slowly
now he's
but surely. In fact, the Allies are managed to keep that pocket open, and keeping those Ranger divisions, those Ranger tanks being used to block the ability to open up that Utrecht pocket again. Those 10 divisions look like they might be gone as the retreats have begun into each other's pocket. The circle is going to tighten. Utrecht's local supply has run out.
Right now.
Yeah, there we go. Here it goes. That's a lot of divisions now at threat. Still those 10 divisions in there.
Yeah, I mean, those are not getting out. Nayf has his tanks around it, and that's the thing. Wherever Nayf has his tanks, he's going to be winning. Wherever he doesn't have his tanks, though, he's going to be losing. As you can see here with the pushback in Dortmund and the Forest Hall there. So it's a good recovery from
a huge
Silas
amount
there.
of guns already. Missing like 10,000 guns, and then also
Yeah.
losing 10 divisions is not going to be too good for him here.
Yeah, down to just 6 in that pocket now.
And there's a cavalry stake in the north now.
The Axis has in fact lost 10,000 guns.
Yep, and
So
look,
that's where those
there's a
guns are.
Leeuwarden, Groningen, Wilhelmshaven,
Wow,
Bremen.
this
This,
is
actually
perfect
might
for Nayf.
connect
He's
all the way
just
up to
annoying.
Hamburg. We could be seeing a
He's
really
annoying with
quick
these
map
persons.
1 going through here.
Yeah, we could. And Nayf is already getting active with those tanks again. I think he's going to try and take Dortmund while snaking around it with other divisions. He's going to get Münster here, which is also a great tile to get.
This
Yeah, he's not even killed the invasion yet.
this
It's
is
still there.
This is Silas's map pick.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
Silas's map pick, and it's just
And
being
looking at how he gets
dominated.
out microed on this one already, just imagine how it's going to be at the gates.
Oh no.
Yeah, the micro has been the key part here.
Nayf has just absolutely woken up today.
He's woke.
Excellent early push here.
I mean, with Dortmund falling now, the supply in the center will collapse a bit, and if he keeps continuing towards Kassel and towards the border of the Czech Republic, he can encircle the entire south. So much the
Yeah.
Axis player will be able to do about that right now.
I want to see this point of view from Silas, see where he's microing, if he even is, or if he's actually...
There might be a big encirclement coming in here though, and below Dortmund. But it looks like we might see
a
it.
bit here and there, but it's not looking too great.
On
Like
the
in
other-
the south, he's about to get encircled as well, actually.
Well, there's 4 old
Oh,
guys. at
That's
least.
an early
Halted
GG.
already.
I think that's
Wow.
wise.
Mentally.
He wasn't coming back from that with that 10 loss
Yeah.
so early. I think it's better to get out of that and reset for the next game. But holy moly, map 1 going down so quickly.
Yeah,
Nayf
3 months of war.
3 months of war. Nayf showing a dominant display on that first matchup. Break it down, Seemops. What happened there?
I think it was mostly a micro from the Axis player here. He failed to grab the victory points early on because his paradox were denied. He didn't have any motorized that he could use to snake there. The one that he had stopped one tile short because it ran out of organization and he forgot to click it again. And then in the north, in the plain tiles there, where Nayf managed to make the breakthrough at Dortmund, he forgot to garrison the border. And then he just got encircled because he wasn't looking and there were empty tiles again in the front line. So, yeah, micro, I would say.
Yeah, do you concur, Dankus? Do you think that's the what's happened here?
Well, I mean, obviously, if the paratroop would have worked, we would have been in the same scenario, I think. I mean, Silas wasn't really prepared to push there. Like, he was training 1 day before war, which meant that Nayf army was already set up by the time that he was in the front line. Connecting real quick.
Yeah.
But I don't know, because of Nayf's naval invasion, which still wasn't countered. I mean, you can always talk ifs and such. Do I have the wrong password? Do I have caps lock on?
Oh no, I think I'm typoed. That's me. Try it without that last numerical symbol.
All right. Ah, there you go.
Yep, was a typo. Yeah, I think I concur. Just, I will say, Nathan looked on another level that game. He was so prepared. In previous matchups, I've seen Nayf be almost a little lazy with his micro. He hasn't been on it with the clicks as much. Clearly, that Red Bull must be kicking in because that was some serious APM there for him to get that off. And also, he kept up the pressure, which I love. Across the Rhine can become one of those games that becomes very stalematy because people don't like to push their advantage. They feel really comfortable hiding behind that river, and it sometimes comes back to bite players. So the fact that Nayf kept the pressure up is excellent. I feel that's really good. Moving on to at the gates, though, the players are also switching what side on factions they are. Do you think this is going to be a similar story with how Nayf was just playing there, or do you think Silas can bring it back now?
I mean, considering this map is very, very, very different in terms of like, you could get battle plan down on this map with how large it is. This is the largest map, if I'm not incorrect, right? So you could get battle plan down here. Even like Silas doesn't need micro to win this. So I think it's less micro on this map. I mean, it can be less micro if Silas plays it right. If he has a perfect build that he can battle plan with, he can definitely win this map. Because I don't think Nayf has a perfect build on this map. I haven't seen him play lately on this map either, right? But I would doubt that he has a perfect build on this map. He said he had lack of training time. So it's like, you'll be quite overwhelmed even by a battle plan on this map.
I wonder, honestly, if Nayf is playing the odds here. Here slightly. I wonder if he let this map through the map pool, knowing that he's going to take at least one loss, but he's going to have a secure set of maps later on. But anyway, let's get into this game and head into the second ban phase of this grand final. Hello, GGs, and welcome.
Yo.
Welcome on in. Let us get into today's second map and the next ban phase. If you could both put on the board the two bans that have already existed. Now, I'm coming to you, Silas. What are you banning first?
Third Shock Army.
Third Shock Army.
Okay.
Nayf, what is your ban?
Hungry.
Hondersvik. Okay. Thank you very much. Go and
I will
prepare.
also say one thing.
Yeah.
Last game, I wanted to go fourth army, but because it's the same icons for both sides, I accidentally went the one side, German
Really?
side.
Oh,
Yeah.
you went
That's
for
why you look so unprepared.
you went
I
for
was wondering already.
OKH instead of OKW.
Actually trolled by the. I was like, Luftwaffe. That's some new meta. Damn. I didn't like that at first. Yeah.
Well.
Actually, unfortunate.
Well, unfortunate, but good luck. You've got that up to 5 minutes prep time. Make sure you tell me ready up on Discord. And if not,
Okay.
I'll be unpausing after 5 minutes. But see you in a moment.
Okay, bye.
That explains why he was so unprepared, you know?
So
like
it
all
was
his
a
units.
misclick in a grand final. Like that's.
I hope that won't hurt his mental too much.
No.
Because I think, you know, like he sounds very confident, you know? Like I think he still knows he has good strategies prepared for the other maps. But this really must make him a bit angry.
Yeah,
It could be a motivation or, you know, make him a bit depressed here.
But
Yeah, the symbols are the same, I see.
yeah,
But I mean, yeah. I mean, if you, in a grand final, those are the mistakes you can't make, though.
yeah.
I mean, to be honest.
And it's also one of those things of, surely you saw the symbols below it, like.
Yeah, I mean, they're not invisible. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, they're quite clear. The symbols below are quite clear. If you play a faction enough, you know the head of the guy that you're supposed to click after. Yeah, it happens though. I guess.
I almost forget that we have symbols on these top bits. like that's almost how
I never
used
look
to
at
looking at the commanders I am. It is the namesake of the mod. Anyway, speaking of the mod, hello everybody and welcome to the grand final of the HOI Commanders World Championship 2024. Screaming. We are in a best of 5 scenario. Nayf versus Silas, both of whom are playing for 5,000 euros. It is a big prize pool on the line, and Nayf is 1 map up. This is map 2 at the gates, our Stalingrad map. We've had two bans already on the board, but I'm getting ahead of myself. What is this? Well, Commanders is a competitive mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings it into smaller 1v1, 2v2 or 3v3 scenarios. The aim of the game is simple. Either capitulate your enemy, force them into surrender, or bleed their VP points to 0. What do you mean by bleeding VP points to 0? Well, it's quite clear. Top of your screens, you're seeing these 0-0s. That will tick up to 500 once the game unpauses. You have 5 VP points on this map, identified by the 5 white dots. Basically, you control the majority of the map VPs, you will start to bleed that score down. The more you own, the faster it will go. And if it hits 0, it is game over. The VPs on this map are Tambov, Mikhailovka, Stalingrad, Milarovo, and Voronezh. And the game is simple. Own the majority of those, and you'll win. There is a 275-day build-up period, which we're getting into now, and in this competitive scenario, we also allow for 5 minutes build-up right at the beginning to get the initial lines sorted. Guys, are we seeing anything initially here that stands out, or is it a very, very standard setup?
I believe we're going to be seeing a similar game to last time, but maybe even a 4th army pick here. Wait, what was the bans, actually?
US 12th, 3rd Shock, 9th Army, and Hungary.
Hungary. Okay, yeah, then I think we might see a 4th army, or perhaps IGA. IGA on this map is good. I mean, it's a huge map, a mass assault on this map.
I really hope we see 2 mass assaults go against each other, because it means a lot of encirclements and funny.
I don't
funny
think
stuff.
we're going to be seeing mass assault from Nayf. I think we're going to be seeing, again, Commonwealth 8th, actually. It's still good on this map. It worked very well for him last time. It works well with the build he does every time, which he has done not the same prep for this time. He has ignored producing support equipment, but we could be seeing the same thing from Nayf here again with the tank divisions, because he likes to micro. Micro is where he exceeds, and I believe then that we're going to be seeing him pick something that actually lets him do that. Mass Assault is very hard to micro with, considering that you don't have as many stats, so you can't do quick maneuvers and such. Yeah, maybe we could see a China game. I doubt it, though, to be honest. I doubt it.
Would be funny though. Didn't see China all tournament. At least I didn't see it.
I saw a lot of China in the group stages, and I saw it got banned a lot in the group stages. So I'm so surprised that we've got such, it's been avoided in like the higher tier here.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, I guess it's because of the transport planes that you get, additionally to the 10% gun production cost. It's a mass assault. It's minus training time, if that matters that much. I'm not really sure, but you also get a bunch of good generals and such, and yeah, I mean, it's overall a pretty good faction, to be honest. But if you have enemies doing tanks, China is not that great, and there's quite a high risk this early on that people will be doing tanks, because there are so many great tank factions left. The research is identical on both the players, which is quite funny, actually. They tend to be playing a very similar start, which kind of shows the meta here, at least in the grand finals.
Yeah, especially research-wise, this last match and also this match is the exact same.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah.
I mean, at least the same from the start on. After that, you will see Nayf usually switch into engineer 2 research for the flame tanks, and then the other side either goes for air or something else.
Yeah.
But it's pretty interesting, though, that it has already been established a bit to pick these researchers at the beginning of the game. Also, the factory allocation for our Axis players, the exact same as last match. So that indicates he will actually go for the, as you said, the 4th army, right? Yeah, Germany 4th army pick.
Yeah.
This time he will do it right. Surely, right? He's not going to take the other one.
Is Germany 4th army the right pick for this map, though? Considering the amount of troops in it now.
Strong infantry.
Yeah, you need quite a lot of infantry out, though, and it's quite a high production cost build without some very good production cost reductions. There's no real IC build up in this, surely.
That's the thing. Nayf tends to go for tanks. It could be a very good counter, considering 4th Army gets, what do you call it, the transport planes. You could pair drop the VPs, whereas Nayf won't be able to if he goes for one of the picks that he usually does. Then you also get 100 cast with 10% cheaper cast from Jarko here. 10% division attack on infantry, which is great while doing an infantry build only. You get a railway gun. Doesn't really matter as much as the other ones, but here also you get 2 light tank divisions, which could be good. 10% factory output here, and down here you get armor attack and such, which doesn't really matter for him. So I guess he won't be picking that no matter what. You also get a bunch of anti-tank and such, but the majority of the good stuff is like the transport plane, the 10% attack, the CAS.
Have you on free speed again? Somebody liked, I think.
Yep. Nayf lagged. I just got the ping for it as I was moving it up.
But yeah, what I love about 2 mass builds though is that if it is 2 mass builds, is that if somebody gets a lot of units in circle, it's usually not that bad because they just have 150 more to go.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say we're not going to be seeing mass mob on either side. Just from the picks of research here, they're both doing the exact same research as last time. They're going to be going for the exact same divisions. only that we're gonna have a proper 4th army pick this time is what I'm guessing. Whereas Nayf, I think, just goes Commonwealth 8th again. It worked great for him. The divisions were really, really good. Yeah, nothing more to it, really.
True.
Just
What,
needs to hold
what,
on
what
to
do the people
Commonwealth.
always say? Never change a running system, or in this case, a working
Yeah.
faction.
Working faction, yeah. Never change a working faction. Very true.
I wonder if we're gonna see it be banned after this one. Though, yeah, Nayf would play the Axis, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Do you
Let's
think
go.
the 4th Army Wehrmacht tanks, however, and the stuff you get from that build are going to be able to counter those Ranger tank divisions? That's my main concern here.
Well, I mean, last time what he did was anti-tank 1 when he saw Nayf go for tanks, and Nayf doesn't put armor on his tanks, traditionally speaking, and there you go, he has gone for tanks again, like I predicted, and no armor. So anti-tank will do just fine to counter it, and as soon as he sees those mills on tanks, he will put, again, anti-tank 1 into production. It is harder to produce the amount of tanks needed to push with compared to piercing them. So, I mean, yeah, he's going to be fine. It's not going to be the largest issue. As well, on this map, he doesn't have as much of a river to hide behind, Nayf that is. There is a large river in the center, but the Axis is usually in front of it. So it's going to come down more to who has the more large-scale army, who can actually push at multiple places at once. Now, I'm not sure how Nayf's strategy is going to work out on this map. You do get a lot more economy, and a lot more, I say that you start with about 4 more mills than on Rhine, actually 6 more mills than on Rhine, which is quite a large amount of more starting mills, which means Nayf can instantly go into tanks, essentially, after getting his mills on guns and such. But he actually chooses to even go up to 20 on guns before he chooses to do anything else, which is even higher than Silas currently is on guns. So I
mean,
think
that indicates
getting rushed down... I think he's just scared of getting battle plan here. That is the macro we're seeing here.
That just shows us again how many units you need actually on this map. You know, the players know that.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good.
Most definitely. And he's even prepping the air research this time. So the air zone on this map is just one big area over the fighting area. So if you do get green air with CAS, you have a huge advantage. And we saw the Axis player already going for air, like fighters, and he'll get 100 CAS spawned in with 10% cheaper CAS. So I think CAS with anti-tank can definitely beat Nayf's units. And Nayf's units, keep in mind, are not everywhere. They're in very few areas, in fact. So Nayf has just now put 6 on tanks. And do we see an anti-tank counter? Not yet on the Axis. I believe he hasn't seen that Nayf is going for tanks yet. Could we quickly go to Silas' screen to see what he's looking for right now?
Absolutely.
You also didn't have enough intel the whole time. Now he just hit the 10%.
Oh, he saw the tanks? He saw the tanks, and now he's designing an anti-tank light tank in order to counter Nayf. This is perfect.
Really quick reaction there.
Yeah, this is a very quick reaction. Doing everything properly, he just needs to wait for the army XP, which is very stressful when you have other stuff going on in your background. He decides to go boogie. He ignores that it's cheaper with the other one, just so he can put mills on it in time. He only does 4 on it though. He would need to go 8 on it at this point. It's a very late start of that production.
Can you take us through just exactly what you were seeing there? Obviously, it's going such a fast pace that some viewers might not understand how you know he saw things, what Silas did there to check, and then why he's going into those light tanks.
Yeah. Why I wanted to check what Silas was looking for was that I wanted to see when he reacted to Nayf's play here. Nayf did quite late on tanks here. It's in August he put stuff on tanks. Which is a bit of a surprising play, I guess, for Silas, since he didn't prepare any anti-tank research or anything, right? So he decides the light tank is the way to go, because it has enough piercing, even though the enemy goes armor on his tanks, whereas anti-tank 1 does not. So it's definitely the play, plus you can get breakthrough on them. But just to show here, here's the starting template of Silas. So once he puts in this recon here, he's going to have 15 piercing, it says. I believe it's higher, though, to be honest. It should be higher than 15. Did he miss out on something? 74 piercing. No, this should be it. I believe it's just because we got the new light tank spawn-ins that it's not showing the correct amount. So if I go here, put in this here, and I disable the old light tanks here, it's the, what is it called, the light tank he's producing? IW light tank. It could be either one of these, to be honest. And that's going to give him 29 piercing, as we can see here. So it's a very good light tank to have here.
And he checked that through the intel ledger, correct?
Yeah. I mean, he just right-clicked on the allies, clicked on Intel Ledger, clicked on Army Intel, and then he could... No, actually, he didn't. He's, Industrial. He saw that Nayf is high on tanks. So which shows that he is going to go for tank divisions, which you do need something to pierce them with. And he chose the lighter tank approach.
We have had a confirmed 8th Army pick here from the Allies, as we expected. And we are just got...
4th Army.
4th Army as well. So we're going to see the exact trees that we were intended to last game, which is what you guys telegraphed. Yeah, it's...
Prediction Master today.
Exactly, yeah, on it today. I am slightly concerned about troop count, and especially with this map, with how open the south side can be, how open to encirclements that could be. That could be a bit of an issue for the Allies. It's going to come down to, again, I think, something that's, that you, Seemops, keep saying. You've got to attack where the tanks aren't. And that's going to be very, very imperative for those Gurkha Ranger divisions. Those light tanks, though, could get some real speed up in the south near Stalingrad, I think.
I mean, on a map like this, that's perfect map for it, you know, because it's so big. You want to have enough tanks, at least not at the very start, to cover the entire front line. So he could use his superior numbers, which he has right now, at least at the moment, to go and attack somewhere else where these tanks are not. Because then he can use his superior numbers,
And this was perfect here from Silas. So Nayf has now started to waste a lot of production into anti-tank. So what Nayf sees here is 7 on tanks. He thinks this could be stuff he needs to pierce because he only has soft attack cannon on his tank, right? But in doing the soft attack cannon, you don't have any piercing. So when he sees that Silas is going up on tanks, he knows, okay, it might be real tanks. I don't have the intel yet to know, so I have to put stuff on anti-tank. So now he has 5 mils wasted here, completely wasted.
Yeah. So he's basically doing 2 things with one. He's getting anti-tank to pierce Nayf's tanks, and he's forcing him, or I mean, tricking him to put 5 factories onto the anti-tank, which he doesn't actually need, which is really good for him.
Yeah, that's a very good play. Now we got those seasoned Gurkhas that are going to be turned into tanks.
1st of December, by the way, free speed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was reading chat for moderation purposes.
Yeah, okay.
I gotta watch out, some of these guys are a bit weird there.
Now they're going to have to, I don't know what Nayf's going to pick with his PP here. Be honest.
Would he get enough of the anti-tank light tanks though? Because he's 1.2k, like 200.
Yeah, he's gonna get 2 light tank divisions here, which he can either convert or they start with good enough light tanks.
You're right about that.
Yeah, actually, he's gonna delete the ones he gets. He doesn't even need to produce motorized, and he's not. He's doing 4th Army, so he's gonna have way more than enough light tanks. This is actually the play I wanted to see from him. This is perfect here from Silas, actually. So in designing this light tank, it's gonna be spawning in with the equipment of that light tank, I believe. We're gonna have to check the template when it spawns in, but currently he has this light tank design, which is the one for piercing only. And if he has that light tank designed as the newest design, so to speak, that is what the other equipments are gonna spawn in as, which is really, really important for him that he gets enough of those piercing light tanks. Yeah, he's now putting everything on the front line.
Yeah, those tanks.
What do you call him again? Paratroopers. Problem is for him though that he doesn't have any fighters, and they've went for UK again, so he's not going to be able to drop any.
No.
What do you mean paratroopers?
He researched them.
He teched for paratroopers, but he's not got the air to contest right now. Also, this Panzer division that's being done via the Focus is actually going to arrive 1 day after the war, so it's not going to be here for the initial push. But it will be there soon after.
Won't get a combat before he has the equipment in the template.
That's true.
Essentially.
Oh no, it did get there before.
Yeah, but he won't have the equipment in him either.
I counted incorrectly. My bad.
Let's see here. No, he did not. He got the Panzer II Alps A is what they spawned as. And the Panzer II Alps A, how bad is it?
That's 33 piercing basically here in the template.
It's half the piercing compared to the other one. That's
But
too
I mean,
bad.
Nayf didn't do any armor though, right? So it should maybe still be enough.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe we will see.
At least it's light tanks filling up and actually giving some sort of piercing. So I think that should bring the template to like 15 piercing or something. Yeah, it'll have 15 piercing with that, and I think that might be just enough compared to Nayf's divisions here. See, some of them have around 11 armor, and the bigger ones have 14 armor, so just enough pierces him.
Why does he have medium tanks in one of his divisions when he's not building them? Does he get them from a division spawning somewhere?
Who?
Our Axis player. He has like these unicorn divisions that have medium tanks, are supposed to have medium tanks in them, but he doesn't have any.
Huh.
Anyway, the
Maybe
war
they did
has
an
begun.
excellent.
We are seeing a rush where the Axis might actually make it all the way to Tambov. They have ticked Tambov, which means the VP bleed is going to begin because there are no allied VPs as of yet. In fact, the Axis might get to Stalingrad.
But he got encircled.
He did get encircled because of those Gurkha divisions.
Stalingrad. He's not going to get to go to Stalingrad anymore.
No, he's not. Mikhailovka and Stalingrad going to the Allies. The VP bleed therefore stops. Small divisions are going to get Milivorovo, which will start it again. But Tambov is going to fall really quickly if it's not careful. But no, the encirclement has been broken. Really, really fast early game here. Tambov is going to be pushed out, though, so that is going to go over to the Allied hands. And we're going to see a flip on the bleed already, even though 3 VPs have only been lost.
Yeah, this is interesting. There's no fuel on this division holding the VP, but
I mean, he just got in there with
fine anyways. Yeah, I actually figured out what was the medium tank. He has a focus that spawns in 400 mediums, and he has
it's the one. It's the Adopt the Panzer Ost H. Yeah, that one. One of the things I don't think we covered early on in our description of this map, if you've never seen it before, Tambov is a key VP to watch for, mainly because it's forest tiles, yes, but it's surrounded by plains, which means troop movement goes really quickly back and forth around here, especially if you get the Borisov Blast supply hub or the Lepesk supply hub. And as what you'll see is a player will attempt to create an encirclement around it and crush armies against the top of the map here.
Yeah, he's piercing Nayf here, 100%. Yeah, he's fully piercing Nayf, which is annoying for Nayf. He has also started cast production on the Axis, whereas he doesn't have green air, which is a bit surprising, I guess. And Nayf has started fighter production. So touche for him. He's actually gonna not get to use that cast he's producing with so many factories.
Well, we might see an encirclement here in the center if the X player.
Oh yeah, if he pins.
But yeah, he's not.
No. Yeah, but he has better divisions than. Oh, Nayf making a small pocket in the south, killing off a division. Because remember, the Axis player had like nothing in the south at the start. So yeah, that's unlucky for him.
But right now he's in a fine position. He has all the 3 VPs. Problem is just that Tambov is going to be very, very hard to defend against these Ranger tank divisions with flame.
Yeah.
He's also being snaked in the south now.
Who has the majority of divisions? Let's see. 69 for the Axis, 74 for the Allies. So the Allies can actually afford to expand the front line more than the Axis in terms of manpower, because you've got to think the Axis are actually 68 because they've got that one paratrooper behind the lines doing nothing. Which means this snake is actually probably going to open the Axis to be encircled more so than the Allies, depending on how many troops are in the area.
Yeah. Oh. Let me see here. So Nayf's divisions are the same combo with actually. Oh my god, he's actually getting another pocket in the south. Yeah. Beautiful from Nayf.
Yeah, this is really good.
Oh, he doesn't. And oh well.
Oh, okay, that's fine. It fixed itself.
It fixed itself.
There.
It's interesting though. I mean, it was unintentional from the looks of it, because he was already trying to retreat into the tile, then he beat the unit behind on a, you know, it's unintentional teleport.
Yeah, so do you guys want to explain what just happened there, if there isn't anything going on in the combat, why we were all just like, oh.
Because usually while you're being pinned, you're not supposed to be able to move, but you can by teleporting, essentially. You just retreat into an empty tile.
Yeah,
It
even
works.
if that's under enemy control.
And that
Yes.
is against our competition rules. So we were all looking like, oh, excuse you, but no advantage gained right there in terms of we don't think it was a intentional teleport. But if it starts to happen more, our eyes are now peeled. Tambov, though, there's a bigger push out here. The
Ooh.
ally Axis gaining a lot of ground.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
also stabilized the front line in the south and in the center again.
Nayf
Now he's
moving a
pushing
lot of
up.
divisions towards that area. Some of those medium
Oh yeah,
space
his tanks
marines.
went down there, yeah.
Yeah, but he moved more medium space marines to the center VP.
Hmm.
Yes, Nayf losing a bit of ground here. He is putting pressure where it's like needed, so to speak. He's doing a good job with that, I would say. He's also railwaying his tanks up now to go for Tambov again, it looks like, because Tambov's very lightly defended as of right now.
Has left a tile open in the center though, near Stalingrad. Nothing has refilled that gap. There's 2 tiles here with no
Yeah, but
troops in.
The question is, does he exploit it? Because it's risky as well. He knows Nayf tanks went up behind the front line, but they could easily get going behind them again with some other units. We have seen it before. I don't think he wants to play too risky versus Nayf here. So both players lacking guns as of right now. Actually, no. Silas has a surplus of guns, and he is now 15 on cast while not even producing fighters. What is this cast design he's doing?
He's also using it really.
Okay. It's a very cheap
No
cast.
defense. So
Yeah, there's air defense, I guess. Wait, what? Did he do modules for that? He didn't.
no, he has
This-
zero
this-
air defense, that's what I meant. He has no air defense.
He has 11, but I mean,
That's not much. We will see how that will work out for him.
yeah, I think Nayf should be slaughtering him in the air. Nayf has almost 200 fighters now. But neither side has casts or fighters up right now. They're both just sitting back with that. Yeah. Guess we'll have to see.
Oh, he even has a river gun now in the north. Tambov. Ranges every single time.
Oh yeah, he should not move it up further. Yeah, he doesn't. That's
Yeah, man,
perfect.
that one has a huge range.
Yeah.
No offensive down in the south.
We also researched gun 2 now. Let's see if he's gonna make a second line of it. Probably not.
Ooh, he hasn't even gone for Jarko horns yet. He's no focus right now on the Axis, wasting a few days here. He could be doing the 100 cast focus with also 10% cheaper cast, and then go down for the 10% factory output, I guess.
I think he's
Other than that,
currently
he could be going for
preoccupied
systems.
with this attempted snake here from
Yeah.
Nayf. Nayf might be at risk of overextended though, because he's got 10 divisions now out of supply here, who could get
Yeah.
encircled. Just one tile if that.
Ooh, but they're going for the supply hub right now.
Yeah, they just grabbed the supply hub, so local supply is going to flop again. We'll
just gonna
always see a
grab that
lot
back.
of maneuvering between Astrakhan and Rostov for both players. This is kind of a key area where the front line is never fully stable because of just how many planes there are. And this is the kind of thing you'll see
doing a
people
good thing
doing.
here. He goes for, he actually does have focus, but he also starts training up more units. He should queue up even more units, to be honest. He has 11 fully equipped units in training. So yeah, he can even train even more, to be honest. Yeah, good macro here from Silas, honestly. I believe he could soon enough switch to gun 2, but I don't get why he's 15 on cast. That is insane. That is insane amounts right there. Like, he already has almost 200 casts.
I mean, if he can outproduce his
But
losses and somehow
no
get enough
fighters.
efficiency, you know, air
Maybe
efficiency
that's the
to
plan.
actually
Maybe
fly,
that's the plan, yeah.
then it should be fine, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
He's going for the eco now.
Could also do
Well,
army
Nayf is still
doctrine
going-
right now.
Maybe he's gonna get 10% more attack in a bit for infantry divisions.
Nayf is cleaning up the south right now. I think he wants more of a stable front line, so there's no risk of encirclement in the south.
Yeah.
It's also good that way.
You've got to try and grab Astrakhan and the supply hub to the north of it. It feels it's really weak if you get pushed back to Stalingrad and this has not been connected.
Can I just mention something that I'm really surprised by?
Go for it.
Nayf ended up going for all the army picks early. And does not go Wariko or any military guy, right? He goes for the army picks early. Silas, until like 1 month ago, did not have a single army pick. He played the first 3 months of the war while
I mean, without
winning.
putting the advisors high command. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't have an attack guy, he didn't have an infantry guy.
Oh, wow.
He went for war economy first by the war, and he had 0 PP to do anything, and then he was busy microing. So for the first 3 months, he was winning without advisors. which is kind of crazy.
That's some serious stats.
Like
he had
now,
on his
look at
troops
his
then.
his statistics here. Like, yeah, that's
And that only put him ahead by two mils. So, I mean, he's converting now. Let me see. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Nayf is not converting.
So we're seeing a bit of a lull in the combat right now whilst the players get their industry sorted. Although a supply hub just been snaked in the south again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And Nayf is even moving for it with some other divisions, I believe. Where did he move those tanks?
Tanks are still in the north.
That's the real question.
Oh, yeah, they
now.
are in the north. Yeah, never mind.
Because what I think is happening here is Nayf is trying to draw more troops south so that he can begin another assault on Tambov. By the way, 235 days now left for Nayf to play with before he bleeds out.
This is the thing here where I think Silas might be winning hard on some level. He has, like, not twice the base stats, but almost. He has so much more stats. Being superior firepower versus grand battle plan. If Nayf is the one defending, he has like no stats if he's not entrenched. And even when entrenched, like, it's not that great, I would say. I'm not so certain.
Yeah, he just
still gets
switched
batting
fighters,
right now, so
that's gonna be interesting to see how that will go for him.
Yeah. Wait, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So he had the efficiency, and now he's going on fighters that much. So I guess he wanted to pre-produce enough casts without even having the cast amount, like the cast thingy. He did not even have Jarko horns. That is what I find crazy here.
Interesting.
So he's now producing 2.5 fighters per day.
Oh, it's not going in the south?
20-something mils. Oh yeah, Nayf has no air production compared to that.
Segment in the south now. 5 units gone for the Axis.
Oh wow.
I mean, he could free them.
He's
Wait a
force
second.
attacking them, so yeah, it looks like he's getting out of that tile. Yeah, he's gonna free them.
He might even count it, so
Nayf might. Nayf last stands that. Oh. Yeah, but this is the thing. Nayf has worse units, but he's still making these plays because there are gaps, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. We saw also
He
the
needs
other
to move
matchup
these
earlier.
divisions here down. Oh wait, he's training them as we speak here.
He's actually gonna maybe get command circuit. If I was the expert, I would already start moving into these tiles around Alista here. He could get 6 units.
Oh
Could
my
be
God.
another counter-encircling coming in as well.
Fly hub. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Nayf is always going for something and clicking the stuff clicking. Like, this is very bad for Silas here.
Absolutely.
I don't think that's getting out.
Oh no, there we go. There's some division. Helmet pop, helmet pop, helmet pop.
Yeah.
And there's a huge push coming now below this, like, I mean, above this thing here, with the tanks even.
Yeah, on the river line as well. As if you get towards Rostov, there's
Rostov, yeah.
I believe you can't actually cross the river at some point. Or no, that's Mikhailov. That's further on the map.
They pop the cipher now. Nayf shows that now is when he's gonna try to do the big move.
Yeah.
The
tanks are also in this. The tanks are also in this new salient here as it pushes out. The Gurkha division's about to push in the forest, pressuring towards Milarova as well. But there's also been attacks in the center. Boriska Blast could fall to the Axis, but no, it's looking pretty safe. The tank's now going south towards this salient, going to try and close this pocket.
Is collapsing too. Oh my
If he
God.
gets this southern pocket, that would be huge.
Yeah.
He might lose another VP here.
But he's actually getting pushed in other areas. Like, this is what I talked about. Silas has the better divisions. He just needs to be using them, essentially.
Mikhailovka actually could fall here, and that would be a 4 VP bleed. And also, the tanks have been pushed back.
They're out of fuel.
They're out of fuel. Actually, 10 hours. They're fine. But that could have been very risky for them.
But Silas gets out of this area down there, man. Look at this. He's just standing around with so many
I don't know.
stacks
He
of
shouldn't be
fire
standing around at all in the south there. I would get behind the river on Rostov and hold the... I know he has industry... No, he has 0 industry in the south. He has manpower there, but there's 0 industry in Krasnodar, actually.
No, it's only if he gets into actual Crimea properly.
Yeah, so he can just put a few divisions on the Crimean Peninsula here, block it even with a capital ship.
Yep.
And then what's Nayf gonna do? He can put out naval supremacy, and then Nayf has no chance of moving there. Then he has 4 tiles to hold for the entire south, so to speak.
Also, our X-Play has had its CAS up the whole time, and Nayf didn't put up his fighters. So,
that's why these are running. Look, and also it's the broken cipher. It's look at the damage. That is actually quite a bit of damage now coming in. Cypher been broken in return. This is a really good hold from Silas.
Yeah.
Mikalovka is about to fall by the looks of it, though. That combat, it's being cycled well, but
even
not...
if it doesn't, like Nayf is gonna lose the units in there.
Yeah,
because of the last stand.
give
So
us
we really
an
close
update on the damage that's being done on the IC here.
I can really quickly look. Manpower-wise, it's very even. So like legit even. And losses-wise, the X-Player
Building a
lost
supply up
1,000
right now
less
for
guns.
the push for Mikaloivka, whatever. He's building a supply up on the forest hall behind, so he's prepping to go for it because when he ran out of fuel there, he lost like 20 soft attack, so base stats. And he's dealing with the south situation, I would say.
Yeah, Axis just caught one of the allied agents as well. Nancy Wake just got the specialist agent you get from the tree, just got caught.
Looks like both
Origulesk is falling. Yep.
That's not a VP though, right?
Yeah, Boskoblask falling is real bad. That is a really key supply hub to controlling the north side of the map here. Mikalovka, though, push out from there slightly. Both players...
This was a VP, right?
Boskoblask is, and Mikalovka is.
Yeah, it's not.
Salient now from Mikalovka. This could be really dangerous.
Nayf also getting pushed out of the south here, actually.
There might be a big
getting pushed
coming.
Yeah, but look at the center. Look at the center.
Oh.
Yeah, I see.
I
So
think
many opportunities
He's gonna
everywhere.
get pocketed.
Oh, there's a pocket. Yeah, there's a pocket in the 3.
Yeah, those are dead, I think. Yeah,
Very
Nayf
much
doesn't
dead.
even last them in time.
We got one in time, but two
One
of them are
last time in
absolutely...
time, but it's gonna actually get deleted quite fast as well.
He's going to break them out. He's breaking them out.
Yeah, but it's dead anyhow. Oh, wait. He's gonna get a pocket on him, though.
Yeah, no, this could be a
But
counter
it's gonna
pocket.
die.
But no, that's 6 divisions there.
Why did he change the movement? He was out. And then he literally, that's suicide right there, what he did.
The tanks made it up here to kill those as well.
He quite literally was out of the pocket in 1 hour.
Yep.
And then chooses to click somewhere else. Yeah.
Forced attack going in on that pocket.
He's gonna reconnect though.
He might reconnect. It has been reconnected. They're out. And there's going to be a counter encirclement. Count the encirclements, chat. They're being counted. Okay, 3 divisions.
Is he gonna win it though, or is it gonna break out again? He might break out again.
He might break out. Oh, good. You did a shift click.
Oh, so okay.
Also snaking in the south.
Pushing in the south. Dude, another 5 divisions of Nayf could be lost there in the very deep south.
Yep, I'm
Plus,
seeing
he's
those.
Pushing towards Stalingrad right now. I would say superior divisions, not micro, is what's happening right now. He's going for Tambov though, and he's gonna get it because
he's also going for Stalingrad. Look at this.
Yeah, no. But Nayf is gonna get Tambov, I think.
Nayf is going to get Tambov unless it gets reinforced, which is a big pivot point VP. Yeah. You can actually exploit that quite a lot. The 5 divisions did get pulled out in the south as well.
Oh yeah, he got it. Another supply will be bad for the X.
Yep, and that's the tanks in there as well. Those ranger divisions.
Use this momentum with the tanks now. Once it's converted, you just start like bashing through and try and get a pocket because you kind of need it at this point. Oh, in the south as well, he's going for some stuff.
Yeah, it's really risky in the south as well with the front line.
Counter encirclement here.
With the front line pushing all the way up to Mikalovka, it's stretching that supply line thin. You're seeing a lot of stacked divisions. The railway gun being moved to support here. Two divisions have been encircled. Can someone give me a readout of how many divisions are left on each side? Tambov now being pressured again as well.
78 Axis, 65, yeah.
78 and 65, okay. Still relatively even numbers for this game. Yep.
Oh yeah, and Stalingrad is kind of falling, I would say, because of the stats I'm seeing here. They're not in Nayf's favor.
Oh, wow, yeah. There goes Stalingrad. There we have it.
I think we're going to be seeing Nayf have 0 VPs here.
Yeah, Mikalovka as well. Gonna start being pressured, especially now from the south.
Won't be pushed yet, but...
Guys, really quickly, look at the allied map mode and then look at the north. There's nothing there. If the XP would just walk in there, this would be crazy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but Nayf is actually setting up in Pensa. He's doing this on purpose. He knows that
there's a big push coming there. That might be a big opportunity.
What the hell am I seeing here from Nayf? Did he just teleport?
Where?
He was sitting on a tile while the Axis was on it. I don't know. That was weird.
Maybe.
Oh, Nayf snaking now in the south, trying to cut off.
5 VPs now. The Axis just need to hold this for 72 days and it's game over. But it might even be game over way before that because this could be a giant encirclement in the center. Yeah, there's no supply, but look at the center. It might fall with so many troops encircled.
There you go. Stalingrad now has supply, and that's gonna be huge. Yeah, Mikhailovka falls. I think this is a cap of Nayf.
Come on, attack it.
We're gonna see.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Look. You got Stalingrad back? He did. He cheesed in. He's also going to try and counter encirclement this. Look at these salients. Look at these salients on both sides.
He couldn't encircle all of these units here. Come on.
Yeah, what is going on here? There's no light right now.
Can we get a POV of one of the players, please?
Which one would you like? Which would you like?
I don't know. One of them.
Nayf.
Yeah. Oh, Stalingrad's gonna get encircled here again? I mean, the units next to Stalingrad.
Yep, Stalingrad has been encircled. 5 divisions in there now. Next to it, and also but Nayf also getting encircled on the other salient just south of Mikhailovka, just across the river there. This is a back and forth from both players. Stalingrad's going to get broken out as well, whilst Nayf's troops die. Nayf's troops die.
Overrun. Aye. That's too bad for him.
Another overrun as well. Oh my gosh, last stand going in. Yeah, this might be a GG for Nayf.
The X-Ray just needs to stop battle planning now, I think. Like,
legitimately.
He's walking in the north. He's walking in the north. Look at that now.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the GG he noticed. And that is going to be map 2 going to Silas. We've got a series, gentlemen. We've got a series. It's 1-all. We might be going all the way.
Taking each other's map picks, right?
Yeah, they've taken each other's map picks. Oh, boy. Okay, so we're going to take just a quick ad break here before we get into map 3. What's map 3? Somebody remind me what map 3 is?
I wrote it down. Blitz. It's where Nayf is Axis and Silas is allies.
Wow, okay. So we will see you in just a moment's time.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Okay, welcome back. Map 3. I haven't updated the map overlay, but we're going to get the bans in. So, gentlemen, if you've got the previous bans, I'm coming to you, Nayf. Who are you banning first?
I am banning America. United States Marine Corps.
USMC. Okay, USMC
right.
is now banned. Silas, over to you.
I have to go for a quick minute, but I'll be right back if that's okay.
Can you do your ban first and then go in the pause?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Army of the Isthmus.
Army of the
Crazy.
Isthmus. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. You can go back to your rooms, and we'll unpause in 5 minutes.
No surveys are not gonna move us.
No
I
service.
guess
I'm moving it. I'm moving it. God, okay. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So, hello everybody, and welcome to HOI Commanders. We are now 1-all in a best-of-5 grand final, Nayf versus Silas, for this 1v1 World Championship in HOI Commanders. HOI Commanders is the competitive HOI 4 mod that takes Hearts of Iron 4, the grand strategy game by Paradox Interactive, and makes it esports ready. Today, we are in our 1v1 World Championship, and the game is simple. Either you capitulate your enemy, you force them to surrender, or you bleed their VP points directly. What are VP points? Simple as everybody in chat, you can say it with me. 500 to 500, you'll see this scoreboard at the top. Update as soon as we unpause. Aim of the game is simple. There are 5 VPs on this map, symbolized by these 5 circles. Hold the majority of them, you'll bleed your opponent's score. Your opponent's score hits 0, it's game over for them and you win. Vice versa, if your score hits 0, I'm sorry, you're out. The VPs on this map, Baltic Blitz, are Gotland, Memel, Vilno, Brest-Litovsk, and Lick. As part of the tournament rules, we have a 5-minute pause at the beginning of the game where the players are allowed to do their initial macro setups, and then they have 275 days before war, and then combat awaits. Dankus, Seemops, hello again.
Hello.
Baltic
Hello.
Blitz, like what? I'm so surprised by all this maps in the map pool. Take us through it. What do we need to focus on in this map?
I would say very important in this map again, special forces, because there's many terrain tiles here, like forests, cities, big rivers, and there's a special force tab for each of them. So good that one of the players banned the Arm of the Isthmus and US Marine Corps, because those two really get strong special forces. What we might see here though is maybe a Norway pick again, more like the what is it called again? Headquarters. Specialized
Mind Arms headquarters.
One of those maybe.
Genau.
Because they get pretty good stats for infantry, like cheap infantry guns. They get pretty good special forces. They might be good. Or maybe in France, again from the Allies, might be viable pick here. And yeah, I don't know about the Axis player Nayf. He could go for the 4th army. You saw how good it was. But there's many different things he could go for here. Maybe even the Army of the Po or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's Japan. Japan right side too. But that one doesn't scale that well, and it's very hard to kill your enemy in this one. So
Yeah, I mean, knowing Nayf, he's not really one of those support light tank players who decides to go for a full army of something. He's more of a specialized unit kind of guy, so I think he'll go for a faction that represents that playstyle, so to speak. Could be Japan left side still, just because of those specialized units. Could be, like you said, like Army of the Isthmus is banned, but I doubt a left side Finland. I still think we're gonna see like Grand Battle Plan coming out of Nayf. So maybe Luftwaffe? It would be crazy. He seemed surprised about the pick, so probably not, I guess.
Possibly.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Imperial.
It's very interesting because this
yeah.
map, obviously, you either have to win completely on land, or you have to commit some sort of elements of naval or air to try and get yourself Gotland. That island VP can be a real cruncher if one person has complete dominance. It means you leave yourself open to only being fighting on land if you don't contest it, or it's a way that you can stop a bleed late game if this hasn't been defended properly. I don't know. We've seen a lot of land builds here. Hondersvig, I think, is already banned, isn't it? We haven't got a Hungary
exactly.
option, so... yeah, I don't... I honestly don't know what we're going to see picked here. And also, my brain is starting to... The wheels are starting to turn. This is... Obviously, we're on a map 3. We're definitely going to get a map 4, no matter what. Which means we're going to get a 4th ban coming in. What factions do you think are going to start being removed after this game? Like, what's it going to leave us?
I think, yeah, I know exactly where you're going with this. I think if Silas is planning ahead right now, the pick of banning Isthmus wasn't just for this map. It was for the rest of the game. Nayf is a Grand Battle Plan player by heart in this mod. Removing the Grand Battle Plan option for him as a faction will kind of suck for Nayf, because Nayf likes to do builds that work well with Grand Battle Plan. And Silas, more of a superior firepower player or a mass mode player. So he has a bit more options to his normal playstyle. Now, obviously, doesn't mean you win or lose only because you get to play your playstyle, obviously. But it is a good ban from him, I would say.
Yeah, I definitely feel like we're going to be starting to get some really wild card options here in terms of bans. Also, Seemops, remind me, if for the next map, when we go on to Desperado, who's playing what?
Desperado, Nayf is playing Allies, and Silas is playing Axis.
I
think on a Desperado, there's a lot more viable faction than the usual ones, because there's also the Navy aspect that you need to think about a bit. So it's gonna be interesting and also a bit hard to what they want to ban there. I really don't know.
If it hasn't already gone, the Commonwealth 8th Army needs to be taken off the table. If Nayf is playing Allies on that map, he's so good at it. You've seen how strong those Ranger divisions are. Silas just hasn't really totally been able to counter them, even though he just won at the gates and he did come up against them. He won that mainly because of the majority of his divisions being better on a very, very wide front map. On a map like Desperado, where it's their playing field, I feel like that faction needs to go if he's gonna win that map as well and take this as a 3-1. Otherwise, we'll be looking up at map 5. Honestly, it could literally come down to that. Plus, Commonwealth has the Navy. It gives you air. It allows you full domination of Desperado. It's got to come off the board.
Yeah. Yeah, well, depending on the micro we see on this map, they gotta be somewhat exhausted at this point, right? And I think if Nayf that feels like he gets out microed on this map as well, he's gonna go full cat mode. I have no clue what's gonna happen at that point.
Well, the 5 minutes is up, and I am going to unpause.
Seemops muted?
I'm not muted, no.
Oh, no, you're not. I thought you were moving your mouth. I was looking at the...
No. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. There's so many options here up open for both players. One thing that I already see that's different than the last maps that we saw is that Silas, instead of researching artillery 2, is researching infantry equipment 2 day 1. And he also has 10 factories on infantry equipment and another one of 30 queued in. That's the same that he had on the Axis build, where he played the German 4th Army. So we might see a more infantry-heavy build this time coming from him. Though, which one is it going to be? I don't think it's going to be Norway, because then he would be focusing a bit more on artillery. Maybe we'll see one of the
mass mode.
China builds.
Mass mode,
China builds, yeah.
China, I would say left side could be a very strong pick here, because you get Gotland with the paratroopers, and with a mount, he's going on guns and rushing gun 2 this early. This is the first alteration to a build we have seen him do.
Yeah. Also, the China's pretty strong in late game too.
Wait, he didn't juggle it. Never mind.
Well, what did he juggle? Dispersed?
Industry, dispersed.
Okay.
Nayf going anti-tank as well this time.
Air
so
would
he's
make
gonna
sense.
Grand battle plan.
Nayf
believe
might be
Nayf-
going for the race and his axis now. I mean,
Yeah,
if I
Nayf's
was
act-
Nayf, I would go for 4th army.
Yeah, but I think it's a Japan pick here. He
Oh.
could deny Navy and the pair drop and actually get Gotland for free and only need 2 VPs with Japan. So it is actually quite a smart pick in terms of VPs.
Japanese army or Japanese navy?
Navy. It's
Okay.
Grand Battle Plan, which he loves to do, and it's a bunch of other stuff.
Right.
So yeah.
So I'm gonna quickly create a new overlay live. So I'm gonna let you guys do the majority of the casting because I want to be able to show off the bands when we actually get into the next scenario where we've already got loads of like for the band screen. But to keep your whistles wet, I just rolled up what the wildcard map is. Would you like to hear what the final map 5 is going to be?
Yeah, please.
It's Powder Keg.
Yeah.
No sun and
If we
bloom.
I hope we get to see that. That would be great.
Yeah. That could go
Only
either way,
more
I
events.
think. I think that could go either way as well. It's really going to come down to who has the faction there and who has a play remaining because so much of the playbook is going to be removed.
Okay, both players going for air then. That's interesting. Just that one of the players is going for gun 2s pretty early. And he also dockyards. He just did a dockyard focus. 2 dockyard focuses. Huh? Okay.
Wait, what? Double
Yeah, 2
dog?
dockyard for the allies. Double dockyard focus.
What? That's crazy. And it's carrier spam for naval supremacy. Wow.
So he's then going for paratrooper Civ then probably, right? I mean, and it could also be that he goes.
He wants to deny Gotland. So I guess he's feeling very confident with the amount of mills he's gonna have on guns that he's not gonna die on land, I guess. Nayf wants to go for a naval invasion, so it is a perfect counter to Nayf getting Gotland. This naval supremacy spam. Not sure if Nayf has noticed it though, has he?
I mean, damn man, that's one VP under lockdown, which will give him a lot of time to, like prepare to do push further in the late game if Nayf gets a really strong army early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's also the thing. It depends on what the Silas's plan is here, right? I mean, sure he's a little bit behind on mill focuses, but not by a ton. And being on dispersed, it's not gonna hurt him that much either, to be honest. He might even have a tech extra before he gets one of the focuses, so he might actually end up with not less equipment. I mean, he's gonna end up with a bit less, but not by a lot at all.
I mean, damn man, I don't know what to think about that because he's gonna get all of his mills and everything like 3 days later now. Can be quite substantial. Like I don't know.
Very similar research on the players though, except for gun 2 versus artillery research coming in. That is the difference so far. We can't see much other than the research and production, and Nayf, like I said, the same thing again. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I do believe this map isn't too huge though, so he could have enough stuff on the front line, so to speak, that it could work by doing these. And we're not going to see any mills on tanks or anything from Silas, as we can see here. So we can already tell that Nayf won't have to put those 5 mills on anti-tank that he did last time.
True.
So that's a lot of mills saved that can be put on tanks instead early, which is going to be ending up with a lot more tanks on a much smaller front. This is like a third of the front with 5 more mills on tanks, which is very good.
What's going on with Silas, by the way, though? Like, okay, now he's picking research now. He didn't have a single research in anywhere. But now he is going for heavy machine guns, industry, and I guess keeping one to juggle or something like that.
What is he doing with PP? Manpower, yeah. Never mind. He needs manpower next. Let's see the manpower pick here. Right? Hello, Silas?
He's a bit sleepy, man. I don't know, right? Like, he's been floating a lot of stuff lately.
He sounded like he was distracted in the start because he said he needed some time. So I wonder if he's...
True, you're right about that.
Or something.
He took longer than 5 minutes to prepare.
Yeah, we had to force the start time.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's got some sort of IRL distraction right now.
It's not something you want while playing for like basically $4,000 kind of, right? Because he's already saved with 1.2k, so
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
there is a second place prize. You're right. I was going to say, like, whoa, where are you going with this? That's not the prize pool.
And Nayf rushing for rocket artillery here. Going back to his electronics company instead of the factory output on an industrial company. Yeah, it's going back to Nayf core here, research-wise, at least. Silas going for anti-tank here. He realizes he will need something to pierce Nayf's stuff. I did like when he did those light tanks as anti-tank, actually. Because it forced Nayf to put stuff on anti-tank as well, considering there was a risk of those being real tanks. And Nayf is very reactive like that. He would instantly not even doubt to put it, to go into anti-tank then. So that's a way, I guess, if you're playing against Nayf to counter him in a good way, that you go for anti-tank, because you know Nayf's going to do these tank divisions that are Space Marines, and you need to counter them with AT, but you could do it by doing light tanks as support company. And yeah, then Nayf has to put stuff on anti-tank, which kills his economy or his output, or whatever you want to call it.
And also already his tank production going really crazy here, going all the way up to 20.
Researching paratroopers now. Hold the phone. OKW. We're gonna be seeing a Luftwaffe.
Luftwaffe.
OKW. No, we're seeing Panzer Group West, aren't we? Or,
yeah.
Or Fourth
Army. That's what I said earlier. Fourth Army is still
Fourth
open.
Army.
So
It
it's
is Fourth Army. Okay, so you were actually right. I concede.
It's okay.
It's okay. And Silas has not finished his industrial focuses yet, but he's about to. Finishing off those carriers. He's definitely gonna have naval supremacy, considering Navy doesn't get Nayf doesn't really get a navy with going for Fourth Army here. It's not really that big of a navy, right? Because if we go into fourth, I don't know what navy spawns additionally.
Surface Raiders. It's in the central line. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, but he won't have that by war.
Oh god, no.
He has a bunch of other stuff to go for, so he won't have it by war. So he won't get the naval invasion off. So that means Silas gets Gotland at least.
Commonwealth.
Actually, the paradrop could be the play, but the paradrop, will it be countered?
So we have UK.
We have a UK pick.
Yeah, he might be able to get the planes in time. He will be able to get the planes in time, and then he should be fine with that. And also, he will have enough anti-tank to counter the tank divisions. So that could be a really good pick here. And combined with the carriers he's been building, he should also have enough navy to deny the naval invasion. No, deny the naval invasion with the navy, the air, the paradrop with the fighters, and he's going to be fine completely.
How does he get the transport planes though? Does he even?
You're right about that one. I mean, he's probably just going to try and naval invade. Because if he denies the paradrop and the navy, he doesn't need to worry about it.
He researched paratroopers though, right? No, he didn't. He did not. I'm lying. Okay, then it was all in my head. Happens. Okay, yeah, manpower into the industrial company on Silas here.
And he's building so many guns too. 12 factories and gun 2s now. He's going to be fine on anti-tank if he does the anti-tank focus right after the plane one. I mean, maybe he's going to go for Canada. Wait a second. Okay, he's not okay.
Okay, so it is Commonwealth 8th Army.
You got to think about every possibility here.
Commonwealth 8th Army being locked in then. Again, I feel like with its popularity this whole series, I'm surprised it has not been banned off yet.
Yeah. I mean, he banned Army of the Isthmus. I mean, Army of the Isthmus would have been also really, really good on this map. So
yeah.
And he saw Nayf. Did Nayf play this map yesterday?
Don't remember.
Was it Nayf? Or I could swear somebody had played Army of the Isthmus on this map and won. That's why.
Silas did. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, that's probably maybe he was afraid that Nayf was going to beat him with his own strategy, kinda. So let's see. I mean, navy-wise, he should be having way more ships, right? He has 3 carriers now, battleship, 3 light cruisers, and a bunch of destroyers and submarines. While our Axis player has 1 battleship. So, there's not going to be a naval invasion. And if he gets the planes, puts them up in time too, because sometimes people tend to forget about that, he will also won't be able to paradrop, so that one is safe.
Did I just see construction research? I just saw construction research on the Allies.
Maybe he misclicked.
No, there's no way. Like that's a 40-day research. I mean,
Oh, you mean Reconstruction 1? Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe there's a strategy behind it.
yeah, maybe.
The late game scale build, you know, he's just gonna bunker in his mainland
Yeah.
with gold line control, white control gold line, and then he's gonna push across or something. I don't know.
True.
I just hope he manage to set up everything in time, because I've seen so many people like forget to set up the air, and then the paradrop drops, and all you can
Yeah.
He also didn't plan the naval invasion yet.
Okay.
But yeah, he's going for the navy first.
I've rebuilt the overlay. Look, we can
Oh.
now see the bands on the screen.
Really? Where?
On our, if you,
Oh, that's so cool.
there you go. It does slightly oh damn, it slightly covers some of the manpower and stuff. Give me a moment, I'll move it.
Okay.
It was
I
almost
promise He went
perfect.
for the navy first now, guys. So he might not be able to deploy his fighters in time to the paradrop, and then all of this navy ship will be like for nothing.
Yeah.
Oh no. Silas.
Maybe you can put it at the bottom, to the left of the divisions and to the right of the divisions.
At the bottom, to the left of the divisions, the right of the divisions.
Yeah, on the
Oh,
screen.
you mean
right?
actually in the screen?
Yeah, because it's gonna be in the screen no matter what if you want to be able to see it, right?
Yeah.
And there's no information there that's vital, so to speak. Yeah, Nayf going for that. Oh, forum fighters also on Nayf. Is he going?
Silas.
for fighters? Did he?
Oh, at December, by the way, you need to put 3 speed. Sorry, I
Three speed,
forgot
yeah.
to tell you.
Oh, sorry. That's me building an overlay live. We're going
Yeah,
down to 3
okay, he's going for. I thought he was going to waste days. I mean, he's going to get in 15 days. Okay, he has 5 days to deploy his fighters and put them up.
Nayf did go for the battleship fleet first. That is interesting.
I mean, it's not going to be enough though.
Well, maybe not.
I mean, he didn't go for the battleship focus. He only has 1 battleship right now, and the allies
Wait, he
have.
just cancelled it. He was going for it, but he realized he needs to go for the transport planes instead.
I have a location for it. Don't worry. People don't need to know who I am, right?
Oh man, yeah, that player's really like playing with fire here. He has his navy training in the north there. If he doesn't, I mean, it should still be bigger than the German one. He has 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, and a carrier, while the German one only has 1 battleship. So surely that's not going to be a problem for him. But damn, man, the air. How long does the air wing need to deploy before you can use it?
1 day.
1 day only? Okay, good. Then he's
Oh,
gonna be
wait,
fine.
isn't it? Oh, no, sorry, from deployment. Oh, I think
I
it
mean,
changes on
depends.
the size. Yeah, I think it depends on the size.
I mean, there's 1 day where you can't power drop, right? So maybe he's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Because
Wait,
imagine if he
he-
went for all of this navy stuff and in the end it just doesn't work out for
He
him.
moved to the airport. Okay, Nayf is throwing here. He moved to the airport that doesn't have range. Now
Nayf-
he's
Nayf
not
wants
even
to stop
in
his
the
naval
airport.
invasion.
He's
Yeah.
not even in the airport, and he needs to deploy his Oh my god, he hasn't gotten them yet. Okay, well he will have it in time. He will have it in time. He just needs to realize he's not even in the correct tile to paradrop right now.
Do you think he's just gonna pair drop Memel instead now? Now that he noticed his enemy has the navy supremacy and everything? No, he's not actually
He's
trying
gonna
to
try to go for it, but okay.
Yeah,
he
the
got
fighters
it
are
there
up.
in
The
time.
fighters are deploying still though. I mean, they are deployed. The air efficiency is just so bad. 92% only. Look at the air efficiency on these guys. Should be good enough though.
How long are we
Nayf
till
doesn't
war
even
now?
reach Scotland with his fighters. But he does. He's just not using the airport. Like, okay, again, Nayf here.
I mean, he won't reach the air zone though. So as soon as the air goes up for the allied player,
No,
will be fine.
he can reach the air zone by using the correct
Other
airport.
airport, yeah. But it would still not be enough though.
Yeah.
But war has
That
been
means the allies
declared.
get it.
Airplanes also invading Memel. I'm not sure if he will
Annihilation.
get there in time though. Never's not even like trying to intercept them by commemorating or anything like that.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get there in time.
That'll do. It's covering Seemops' face slightly now.
Oh, listen, I will duck down a bit. I
No,
can,
it's all right,
I can
I
adjust the camera.
I can adjust you. I can
Okay.
adjust you, I think. But I wanted to focus on the war.
It's okay, it's okay.
So we have Memel has been taken by the Allies quite
good
firmly.
ones.
Vilno going to the Allies, and so is Scotland. The VP bleed has now begun.
It's actually a really good position for that he finds himself in here right now, because attacking Memel
Yeah.
from the south is way harder than trying to defend it from attacks from the north.
Mm-hmm.
He has problems on piercing here though, but you know he's going for the tank hunter, so should give him 500 anti-tank 2 and 100% more piercing for infantry. So that will fix all of the piercing problems here.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's also building fighters already, while Nayf is also
yeah.
building fighters. So that's gonna be the next thing to worry about here. Yeah, man, really good build. Though he's leaving Memel a bit, I don't know, empty for my liking here. Well, he's just going for an offensive anyway here.
It can't get paradropped, it can't get naval invaded. So I would say it's safe enough, kind of. But what I would like for him is to put out submarines now instead of light cruisers and start to raid. Because, I mean, maybe light cruisers is the play, I don't know. Maybe it's the play. Also leaving nothing in the east, so if Nayf snakes to the east, which he tends to do to create situations, so to speak.
Yeah, like openings. He needs to.
You don't want to be leaving.
Look at this. There's already an empty tile here where the Nayf is going into. Once that Slovakia thing will get unpinned. There it is.
God.
One tile away from getting inside.
Don't give me Nayf these options, man. Don't do it.
That is what makes it way harder for Silas.
Yeah.
The fact that he just sees so many empty tiles everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is scary in a way because this, like, yeah, he needs to put one division per tile at least. Like,
he left Memel empty, man. I mean, maybe he got pushed out of there. I don't know, but it's again like why do we have one unit on the very important tile there, man? Like it's.
Yeah, he didn't even have one on it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is the one thing I mentioned, right? Don't leave gaps for Nayf. Leaving a front line is better at that point. If you're stacking divisions in some areas and leaving the rest empty, like, you can't do that against Nayf.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that.
The only reason why it's looking bad for him right now and he's losing points is because he he left the end tiles empty again for like the 5th time in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he got the anti-tank now, right? So the piercing will be fine. It's just gonna be way harder for him to push him out of Memel there now. What he needs to do is someone try to secure the 2 forest tiles now of it, and then he will be able to confine him to that and maybe take it on eventually.
Okay, I am now visible. No, so as in, I now am looking at the game. I've sorted the map spans. That'll do for positioning on the fly map balance because it's going to get complicated in the next matchup. However, Memel, yeah, this is real rough positioning here.
Yeah. I think he'll be able to take it back, surely.
Yeah, I mean, like, when there's a tile that you can easily take back, it's Memel here in this one, if you attack from the north.
Yeah.
Because you just have 3 tiles, 2 of which you can't get double combated on. You could put your navy there for shore bombardment, which he is doing, actually. And he has green air right now, so there's a good chance he can take it.
Dankus and Anzac divisions as well. Like, there are a lot of good ones here he could be going for.
Oh, true, yeah, the Gurkhas. They're rangers, right?
And then he had the Mad Minute training, which is 10% infantry division attack. And there's so many good ones.
Guys, don't forget what I said about the shore bombardment. He doesn't have shore bombardment. I thought he would get it when he puts his navy on the strike force order. Sorry, not strike force, the naval invasion support order, but it looks like he doesn't get it. Because that would mean 25% less stats for his enemy there, and that would make it a lot easier for him to push it.
Nayf leaving Lick very undefended, I would say. Just a cavalry and an infantry division on it.
Mm-hmm.
But he's putting pressure in other areas.
The forest tile in the empty again here. Oh, God.
I mean,
looking pretty good for Nayf though, I would say, because he doesn't have that big stockpile problems right now. LRP already missing 5,000 guns, while Nayf has 8,000 guns in stockpile. And he has advantage right now. If he keeps pushing like this, taking away these important tiles, if for example the ports above Memel there, he can just put him into a very bad position.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, he's not in a great position right now.
Yeah, what he needs to do is like somewhat retreat from this like pocket below the sun. I mean, not really pocket, but below Memel, like the stuff behind the river there. He needs to retreat from there. And then consolidate his forces and push back the Memel stuff.
I mean, actually, he should pull a Nayf. He should invade Nayf's empty coast.
And there it is. Look at this. He's getting snaked.
Honestly, pulling an Nayf would be a good thing to do.
He's gonna lose the supply up there now.
Yep.
And then
Oh,
his
they
enemy's gonna
changed the
be one part
direction.
away
He
from
stopped.
us.
He cancelled the move, but
Ooh.
now he's going in.
He realized it's a supply. Oh, that's looking risky right there, but he should be fine actually. But he's gonna walk out of the force tunnel, then maybe Nayf grabs it. Then I'm one next to Memo.
I mean, he's one turn away from taking counters now, and that is the last supply up there, and then everything will collapse here.
Oh yeah, Kunas could go as
actually
well.
He's looking for counters. He's just going north.
Silas does not have air up, playing versus a guy who can pair drop him. Nayf right now could just like pair drop along the river, and then he's completely encircled. He doesn't have a port or anything. It would be game over right now. Like, he's sitting here training the Air Force. Oh. And Nayf also exploiting the south being empty. He's gonna walk into Vilno for free, probably. Don't leave gaps against Nayf. The one thing I have to give Silas as a tip here, right?
Yeah.
Silas will just walk through it. You react. I mean, no offense to Silas, but he reacts way too slowly to Nayf doing these things. It always becomes a problem before he realizes it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to end up not even being in the situation in the first place. And Nayf instantly realizes every time he's about to get encircled here.
Could we get one of the player POVs, please? I kind of
Yeah,
want
who
to
do you
see,
want?
like,
Yeah.
I mean, Silas maybe. I want to see
Yeah.
what he's looking at the whole time here.
Yeah, I'm wondering actually.
Might be doing it
Making an offensive, he's very zoomed in. I can see why he like doesn't
I mean,
see.
One thing that you can see that's not too good for here is that he's zoomed in so far. Like he has a vision of like 5 tiles across the screen, and that's it.
Yeah.
And
But
this is a bigger map
one good
than
thing I
that.
just noticed though that he's using
And he's
control
not-
groups, so
yeah,
he can switch between 2 areas very quickly.
Good and bad, he just lost the VP again for not looking. Like, yeah, I don't know.
He
I think
needs-
this is a micro
needs to
issue
move
here.
it.
Can we
Yeah.
see how Nayf is microing? Oh yeah. Can we see? Yeah. Nayf
he's
also
zoomed
kind
in
of
just
zoomed
as
in,
much.
to be honest.
But look at that encirclement. 6 divisions there, just caught.
I mean, he's focusing on one very important thing right now while he knows he's safe everywhere else. And now he's zoomed out. You see, he can see the entire front line when he does the overview micro, so to speak.
Yeah.
Whereas Silas stays zoomed in all the time, just using the control
Oh,
group.
6 divisions destroyed there.
And
This,
another
Six
6
divisions.
Okay, this is GG.
yeah,
I'm calling it.
this is a really early GG again. All
I
of
mean,
these
isn't that
maps
early?
have been so
Oh,
fast.
and another pocket. Wow. Yeah, this is definitely a GG at this point.
Even at the gates was pretty fast. Like every matchup today, like all these maps, super quick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like a very micro-heavy maps, and I would say the micro level on these was a bit like in every map, like it was one of the players doing many mistakes that really cost them the game pretty quickly.
Yeah. And
But also really
talking
good
about
executions of
recovery
the
here,
builds. Not gonna lie.
there is no recovery for Silas. He's down the drain with guns. He's a month away from filling his gun issues.
Yeah. He's also
And,
gonna lose Vilno soon, which is
looking
gonna
here,
make
a
it be
bunch
even
more
sooner.
divisions.
Yeah.
He has about, let's see here. Wait, Nayf did this with 40 divisions, whereas Silas had like 60? Yeah.
Oh
Something like
wow.
that.
Now he's down to 30.
Oh,
I'm
God.
just counting with the divisions he's lost, right? So that is insane here from Nayf. But
He
Nayf
would have
has
been,
quality
better off
divisions, right?
playing with a frontline, I think. There.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I mean, literally the gaps is what killed him, not the pushing in itself. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not really sure. And here goes the VP there. Yeah, I think Nayf is gonna go for the cap here. He knows he has the advantage. He always pushes for a show as well. He likes to put on a show. And I think we'll be seeing that here. He's also gonna pair drop Silas, which has... Silas has put up his air, and it's green for now, but he's about to lose Vilno, which will be red air.
To be capitulated in the grand final, there's got to be such a mental toll if it happens.
Yeah.
I hope Silas can recover from it when it gets to that point.
Problem
It
is
will
the
get to that
map
point.
will be Nayf's pick, right?
Yeah, and now it's gonna happen, I think, in a sec. Wait, he is still in an airport that matters. Wow. I bet Nayf is setting up for the pair drop.
Yep.
Yep, he has set up for it, and he's even clicked the button on it.
Yeah, he's just waiting
he
for
has
those.
put up his own air right now. I'm not sure. Oh wait, he hasn't put it all up. When he does, oh my god! And now it's
60%. He
green.
just needs 10% more, I think, right? And then it will
Yeah, and
go.
he has 100 fighters to put up right now.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, as soon as they go up,
Do
then
it right now.
Silas will cap actually.
Yeah, Silas will cap if he does this. Oh my god. Put it up, Nayf. I know he's microing, but
But it just shows again how strong 4th Army is. You know, this is the advantage Silas had last match. Even though he was doing so many micro mistakes, he could still, you know, win because he just had such better
wait, the airport was lost now, I think. Oh, but then the air moved up there, which gave more air superiority.
But the new one is overstacked, and he doesn't cover the air zone very well. So if Nayf really pulls up the points, it should be
just
fun.
cuts off this 105.
No,
Not gonna let him.
Yeah.
This game. Wow. Again, a rapid victory. Like, I mean,
we already played 3 matches, right?
Yeah.
3 maps.
that's
Damn.
3 maps, and we've done it in the time that normally a whole, we're about halfway through a best of 3 normally in this time. I mean, again, GG there towards Nayf, cleaning that victory up. He now just needs one more map to win this, and we're about to go to one of his maps, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to Desperado, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's Desperado. Okay. Silas clearly needs to recover.
Yeah.
How? How does he recover on Desperado? I believe
What is he playing?
I think he's Axis.
I guess 4th Army, but Nayf will probably ban it, if I'm being honest with you. Both of them will won with it so far, and all the other good allied factions are getting kicked out. So, I mean, probably 4th Army is the pick here.
Yeah, I would also. I mean, I expected them to ban it for this map already, kinda. After, you know, like Silas knew how good it is. He played it himself like the whole time, so I would have expected him to ban it already. So Nayf can't use it.
I think Ismus was a good ban because it plays more into Nayf's playstyle.
Yeah, Ismus is also really strong on this map too. So
Yeah, you saw it. Nayf did 4th Army, but it's not his playstyle, so he didn't even play it like a 4th Army player would. He still played his own build, so to speak, with the tanks. He did the exact same production, divisions, and everything. The only thing that was different, essentially, was the faction pick and the doctrine.
Yeah. Well, server's up. I'm gonna get us ready in this map pick. I'm really concerned if 8th Army remains on the board in Nayf's hands. I don't remember if oh no, Nayf's on the Axis. Silas is on the Allies.
Are you sure?
No, so Silas is on Axis. Silas Axis, never said us.
Why has Nayf picked Axis now then?
Then I don't know, because I wrote it down like that. Could have been that I mixed it up somehow. But hey, if Silas doesn't complain, I think it might actually be like this.
Can we have a fact check? I mean, is the VOD up? I could go fact check it right now.
Yeah, the VOD's definitely up. I mean, if you go onto YouTube, because we're streaming on YouTube, you can scrub.
That is fair. I like Twitch better though.
Well, I mean, there's 2 broadcasters as well. Also, hello everybody in the audience. Thank you so much for watching the stream and supporting Commanders and also Paradox. As a reminder, if you haven't already, you can check out Gute Dommerung coming out on It's available November 14th. I'm super excited for it. But also, if you want to support Commanders, you can check out the mod on the workshop.
Yeah, Silas is saying it allies, so it should be like this then.
Okay. Then you also pinned in chat, you see our Doris page, which is our little website. It has a link to the mod, a little description of the mod, and also it has the schedule for this event and also the rules, etc. So come check out the mod. Also, if you wouldn't mind, if you're over on Twitch, if you are one of the many Twitch viewers, or if you're one of the viewers on Steam, hello, Steam store.
Steam.
Yeah, don't forget the Steam store. They're there. They are there and watching. Please go ahead over and head to the Hearts of Iron YouTube channel where we are streaming this and like the stream. Please go.
800 people on Steam watching.
Go like the YouTube stream. It really helps us out. We would love to do more of these Commanders streams and competitions, but that requires your support for the mod and for these events. So please really help us out. We want to do more of these. We want to put on more shows, and yeah, let's get the guys up and get them ready and in game. We'll explain. I'll re-explain how the ban phase is going to go. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
GG's thus far. The server is up. Also, as a note, I've now put it back to 1 ban, but the 3 bans that have happened already remain. I've got an overlay. Yeah. So, do you need me to go through who is banned?
But imagine
How about
if I
we
had
put it to
4
3
farm on
bans?
that first map, though.
Yeah, I'm imagining right now.
Whoa, I would be up to 1. I'm pretty sure.
Surely.
So
I mean,
currently
yeah,
banned.
but you
Currently
don't know
banned.
how bad they were that I went with other
In
things.
the beta after.
So we're back to 1 in-game ban, but all 4 bans will remain. Axis bans currently are 9th Army Wehrmacht, Hondersvig, and Army of the Isthmus. Allied bans are both US factions and Soviet Third Shock. Everybody clear with that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sure.
Silas, if you wouldn't mind connecting to the game, and we'll get this on the go.
No.
Sure.
Yeah, just write it
I mean, I'm
down
gonna-
in like player setup or ID for them, so
Yeah.
they can go and check if needed.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
I mean, I was gonna ask about potential break, but sure.
how-
I guess maybe after game.
We're at the
now.
we're on map 4. I can go for it. If Nayf, if you agree to a break, we can take a quick break.
That's not a good thing to ask, right? Because now I'm being emotionally pressured to say, sure, you can have a break.
Well, it
even though
will-
I'm here on my second Red Bull, 4 hours of sleep, and I had to take a cold shower. But sure, yeah.
Okay. We'll take a quick 2-minute ad intermission here then. So it'll be a 2-minute break. We'll play the 2 ads and we'll be back right after and we'll go straight into the ban phase in game. That is fine. Okay, guys, watching the stream, we will see you in just a moment.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
just about to get in game. We are going to be here with map 4
Oh my
of
god,
this
my HOI
best
crashed.
of 5. Your HOI crashed. Damn it, you had the entire ad break, sir. It's fine.
Bad omen.
I'll give you guys the opportunity to chat here. Silas, we understand that that misclick in the first game you feel like has really set you back. However, you've still got wiggle room to win this. Do you think you've got what it takes? How is your mental feeling? Are you ready? Because you've been playing super strong, but I feel like that map, that failed faction pick has shaken you a little bit. You need to shake that off. You need that confidence, because I've seen times you can beat Nayf. You've put a map on the board already. So how are you feeling? And do you feel like you have a plan to get over this?
I think I do. I do have a plan.
Nayf, we told you and Silas the map pick for the final map, the wild card being Powder Keg, Justin. How do you feel about it being that rather than Sonnenblume if this goes to a map 5?
I feel alright. I think Powder Keg is a nice map. You have plenty of VPs, plenty of room to micro. And I mean, I know why Silas is not feeling as well as he should about the situation. I mean, that's obviously because if I lose right now, I'll get the faction pick, right? And that will put me at a quite great advantage, right? So, So I'm feeling confident. Let's just say like that, right?
Okay. So we are now into the bans. This is the 4th ban. Only one is going to be showing on the screen here. The remaining bans already: Isthmus, Hungary, 9th Wear, 12th US, USMC, and 3rd Shock. So this is Nayf's map pick. So Silas, what is your first ban?
I think probably my first ban is gonna be I wanna say IJN.
IJN. Okay. You're locking in IJN. Goodbye, Hot Yamamoto. Nayf, who are you banning?
I'm banning Commonwealth 8th.
Commonwealth 8th Army. Okay.
Well.
Good luck, gentlemen. Your 5 minutes for the build-up phase starts now. I'll take you down to your other rooms. Okay, guys.
Silas doesn't sound like good, man. He sounds like he's I don't know, has a headache or something, or something's wrong with him. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not hearing a lot of confidence there.
I really hope he can get it back together here. Like, because he was already talking about, if I would have won the first map, I would have won the whole thing, but now it's over. You know, that's how it sounded to me.
Yeah.
I really hope he didn't give up yet, because there's everything possible here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the map pool, the faction pool has really diminished. The available plays for say Nayf to pick up, it's getting slower and slower. Yes, it's obviously that's on both sides, but
yeah,
Nayf is definitely someone who comes up with like comfort picks. So I
think it's another 4th army here we're gonna be seeing from Nayf, considering how well it went last time and how proud he was that he actually liked the faction. He was like, wow, I didn't know it was that good, you know. It's actually really good on this map as well. You can ignore Navy, so I mean, he doesn't need Havana. He can actually let that go to the allied player and just go on land and win on land, which we have seen he can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's also interesting to see what the allied player is going to go for, because both US factions are banned and the 8th Commonwealth is also banned, so there's no really big Navy faction left here.
How about
maybe France, though.
Norway,
maybe
right?
France.
Norway gets, not Norway, but like Combined Arms Headquarters is quite a good pick, I would say, still. 10% cheaper guns, and you get an escort fleet, and you also get what's called paratroopers with heavy fighters and transport planes, which would be perfect for Havana. You also get Marines, which is good for the Marsh Tiles. You get Mountaineers and stuff for the Hill Tiles. Special Forces, multiplier cap, and attack. I would say this is a really good pick still on this map.
Yeah, that or France, I would say, because right France also you get these heavy tank Space Marines, you get a Navy, you get air. and you, yeah.
Yeah, I guess, but you don't get a
can
lot of
entrench behind the
infantry
river.
stuff.
That's true. But with these heavy tank space marines, you can just try and retrench behind the river and in the marsh tiles around or on New Orleans, and then you should be fine.
I just think more than anything, more than any of the faction picks, Silas just needs to find it within him to get out of his own head. He's so beaten up about that first failure that he's throwing an entire game away, throwing almost, 5,000 euros away just because he misclicked once. And it shows you how important drilling your commanders down, drilling your focus times, drilling just your every single click of the macro game is important, because you can micro for your life. But if that amount of mental is going to be what you suffer from a single misclick on a faction icon, I don't know, man. It feels real rough. I hope he's got a plan. I want to see this go to a final map. But yeah, right now, ball is very, very firmly in his court. He has to find something within him. A reminder to everyone watching, none of these people are professional esports players. There is no Super League here. We do not have full-time HOI professionals. The closest you get is someone like Dankus, who does sit there and no life HOI quite a lot of the time, but you have a day job anyway, don't you, Dankus? This isn't the only thing you do. This is not like, none of us are able to be just full-time competitive HOI streamers yet. But so people aren't as trained in mental. It's not like, we're not like a CSGO team where they've got their own, dietitians and they've got their own psychiatrists or anything. These are just guys and girls sitting in their own home offices, their rooms, at their desks with a laptop, a can of energy drink, and a little sleep, trying to fight themselves, trying to earn themselves a competitive title. That's what this is coming down to here, I
really want to chip in. My mom is my dietist and psychologist in one, so
yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the fourth time now in this grand final, hello and welcome to HOI Commanders. This is the competitive mod for Hearts of Iron 4. It puts Hearts of Iron 4, the grand strategy title, into a competitive scenario in 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3. This is our 1v1 World Championship, and possibly after this map, we might have a world champion. The ball is in Silas's court. The score is Nayf 2, Silas 1. If Silas loses this map, it is game over for him, and we will be crowning Nayf Grand Champion. Name of the game is simple. Capitulate your enemy, force them to surrender, or bleed their VP points.
Now, I believe, because Silas hasn't said ready, but it's been over 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, we have to unpause. I was just about to check, because basically I watch it through the delay on the stream, so that's how I know when the 5 minutes is up.
True.
So we just clicked off. There's a little thing that I do that gives me the point. Yeah, the name of the game is simple. As you can see at the top of the screen, there is a 500 versus 500. That's the VP points. There are 5 VPs on that map, identified by those those circles. They will change to the color of the player who owns them, and it's simple. Own the majority of the VPs. You start bleeding your enemy's VP points down. If it hits 0, it's game over. The more VPs you have, the faster it bleeds. Silas, again, using all of that unpaused build-up time. For those of you who don't know, there's 275 days of build-up before the war begins, but in these competitive scenarios, we give our players 5 minutes of pause time to get their initial clicks in. For the last 2 games, Silas has used every single moment of it.
Yep.
I mean, he might need that time to try and get a clear head again, from these losing the last matches here after being up 1-0.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do believe it is what I said. We're gonna be seeing here from Nayf is the play for. Wait, he switched to air. He goes survivability studies today instead of engineer company 2. Yeah. So no flame tanks, even though there's so much forest here.
And also so many rivers that you need to cross, right?
Yeah. That's odd. So he goes for air instead.
Flame tanks if he bonuses in marshes, yeah, right?
And naval focus from Nayf. Okay.
Silas going for dockyards.
Yeah, both of them are. Okay.
I just want to know how much of an investment they're going to make in Navy. If these dockyards are just for submarines, or if this is actually going to be, they're both going to try and contest Havana and Miami or Murder.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Fair enough.
think he might just do so. Yep, there you go. Submarine spam on Nayf here. I do believe it's the correct choice. You don't want to go for a naval faction in his position. What you do want to go for, though, is to go for that very nice sub spam that you can raid and kill a bunch of equipment with, and also deny naval invasions with, because you do have to defend a victory point down here. And how can you do that? You can leave like a very shitty garrison there, but raid with a bunch of submarines, which is very, very hard to counter. So that is a very good choice from Nayf here. Very economical, because you'll save guns, not having to garrison all of that. Plus, kill a bunch of allied guns when he inevitably goes for Havana. Now, we'll see. Maybe the allied player goes for no transport planes in the production, and he also goes for naval supremacy on the carriers here, it looks like. Yep, naval supremacy carriers. We'll see if he goes paratroopers, then he might not lose any guns, but I do believe it's a good pick here from Nayf. Either way, he's going to go and try to win on land is what this means.
Yeah. And we've seen that land can be really, really tricky to cross, especially if the Allies can dig in between, along the Mississippi, along the big muddy. 2v2 variant of this map, funny enough, is called Big Muddy because of that namesake. But if you can build a defensive line between Little Rock and New Orleans being one of the VPs, you can hold this river line so well. And it takes a lot if you get entrenched. I would like to see the Allies go for France here. I would like to see Army de Maginot for all that extra entrenchment, all those extra defensive stats, just to hold that line extra, especially. You also get a strong navy with France. I feel like it's a really good pick here, especially with Commonwealth 8th gone. I think it is the right move to go Army of the Maginot. I think if it's going to be a land war, you've got to dig in. You can't really even contest over Dallas. You've just got to hold a really solid defensive. It might be a really slow visual game, but Silas needs that to actually make it through into the final map.
Yeah, Silas also building carriers now, so probably to deny his enemies and naval invasions. And on top of that, if he actually goes for Navy, for air, he might be able to deny paradox, so Havana will be locked down.
Yeah. Yeah, Nayf going for the same build again. Nayf has literally 4 times in a row done the same build in terms of macro here. Of course, he does the air research this time, because he's not sure what faction Silas is going to go for, but otherwise, it's all the same. I guess after Heavy MG, he's going to go for that flame tank. Yeah, let's see here. Silas will make his faction pack after this focus. So he's going to go for the next mill focus, then he's going to go for the faction pick. Nothing really telling so far. He has already made the second gun line gun 2, because he made the starting gun line just with full efficiency stay, but the second gun line that didn't have efficiency, he has switched to gun 2. Probably a good choice here to get the quality guns. Now, Nayf is probably going to stay gun 1. He has not researched gun 2, and he's not going to probably do that for quite a while either. Probably, though, he'll do it for the spawn-in divisions on 4th Army, which I think he will go for. I'm going to stick with that, because you get 1,800, 3K. You actually don't get that many guns. You get 3,000 guns on 4th Army spawned in. But it's a quality faction. You get a good doctrine, you get good bonuses. That's why it's good. Allied operative captured. That is mentally damning for the allied player right now, I bet.
Oh man.
It's piling on, Silas. It's piling on.
That is too bad. That's his agent gone for 55 more days. That means he's not really going to have an intel network on Nayf, and he can't see anything. Like, he can see production that Nayf is producing something on tanks, and he's reacting to that by putting stuff on anti-tank and going down on his gun 2 production. Yeah, probably the right decision. I mean, again, Nayf doesn't do armor on his stuff, historically speaking, so anti-tank 1 should do the trick. Yet again, though, if he would have gone for the light tank piercing divisions instead, Nayf would have had to put stuff on anti-tank. I still believe in that play, to be honest. I think Nayf here will do air. Yep.
Yeah, we've got a French forces lock in from the Allies. This is exactly what I called for. This is exactly what Silas needs to do. France can be really potent on this map, and we are.
I'm always right.
Are we actually going to see the exact factions we were talking about? Is it going to be Army of the Maginot versus 4th Wehrmacht?
I believe so.
Oh.
Could be Panzer Group West.
Could be Panzer Group West, especially on this map. I think though with
It wouldn't be bad.
I don't know. I think
But he's too low on tanks to be going Panzer Group.
Exactly. I feel like we would have seen the mediums already go in. Free French Forces, though.
But,
Let's quickly run through what the Free French Forces tree gets you. So it is a Grand Battle Plan Doctrine. If they do go for this one, you get division recovery rate, entrenchment speed, and max entrenchment. You get a few fighters in CAS. You get extra recon. Let's double check it's actually going in. Not being picked right now. Either way, you get established the telephone lines. Is it really not getting picked, or are we going back into a? Hang on, I need to.
No, he's just not picking anything right now. I think he's designing a fighter or something to counter Nayf's fighter. No, he's designing a light cruiser. Actually, he just put it into production.
Yeah.
All right, but
yes, it is Army of the Maginot. We can confirm it. You get extra recon and division defense, radar construction speed, and better radar. You get 2 railway guns. You get 5 15-width divisions. You get a heavy tank division, and it cuts out with division organization, war support, and infantry division defense. The center line, the legacy of innovation, is armored production cost, production efficiency base, and research speed for armor technology. You get 500 weekly manpower and 50 support equipment a week from your allies on crossover Lorraine. You get the French fleet, which is pretty decent, and it caps out with Vive la France, which is essentially total mobilization for free. Yeah, it's a decent faction pick for this map. It's not the best, but with what's remaining, I think it is the best choice.
Yeah, the question is, does he go for the fleet first? It looks like it. Yeah, not too bad, I guess. I mean, you don't miss out on the other stuff too much. I think Nayf has also kind of predicted this, if I would have to guess. I mean, France is one of those few naval factions that are left that gets battleships and such. Nayf also going down for his battleships. If he could deny naval supremacy for Silas, I mean, there is a possibility Nayf gets Havana.
Yeah.
But Silas never raided with his fleet, whereas Nayf is building subs that have been raided. I mean, yeah, probably he's not going to have naval supremacy though, right? Because Silas did these supremacy carriers.
He built carriers. Yeah. He's also going to get a good fleet. This Germany path doesn't get a good fleet. You know, it's just 16 U-boats, battleship, and some destroyers.
Yeah, but the
allies already have 3 carriers and the battleship going.
Right. But he's going down for the surface raiders.
If he is, then maybe.
Yeah, but no, he won't get naval supremacy though. Like, there's not enough ships to get naval supremacy, so there's no use, I guess. Also, he gets a bunch of free mediums here on 4th Army, which is perfect for his build. It is honestly perfect. He does so many of these, what do you call them? Space Marine divisions, always. So that's perfect for him.
Yeah, one thing that's a bit unsettling about the France build here is that he's not been building any tanks yet. He rushed for the tank bonus here. I mean, I don't know, maybe he's rushing for the navy below it, but you know, he went for the tank bonus. He's not building any tanks. This army is not going to stand a chance against the German army on the land without the tank divisions.
The light tank play would have been perfect here. 20% cheaper of those light tanks as well. And Nayf would have had to put something against it.
Instead, though, he's spinning anti-tank.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the light tank play here would have been better for sure. 20% cheaper as well.
I'm actually wondering if the opposite French tree might have also been pretty decent, because you get those medium TDs. And I wonder if those could have been useful against a 4th Army Wehrmacht pick. You do get some...
Silas doesn't go tanks, and it's a mobile warfare doctrine, so the rest of his army would just be too bad,
True,
I think.
fair enough. You want to keep the Grand Battle Plan, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Also, getting the weekly manpower and the 50 support equipment really early on, like Silas is doing here, because he's going for that navy, that's going to stack up over time. That's going to be really helpful.
Yeah. Let me see here. I'm looking at what the tank would have costed if he went for.
I mean, he will have naval supremacy, so unless Nayf is going to go for paradrops, he won't get Havana. But it doesn't look like he wants to. I mean, he has paradrops, a parachute here. So if the submarines raid these naval invasions, you know, enough, then he might actually be able to get to Havana before the other player gets there.
His light tank would have been 1 entire IC cheaper.
Oh man!
And it would have given him stat.
Yeah.
1 IC
and more piercing.
Cheaper. Yeah, and more piercing. This is way more piercing. 74 piercing compared to the What does you get from anti-tank? 90 actually, but that's anti-tank 2. He was bruising anti-tank 1, and he's still
Yep.
bruising anti-tank 1,
Which
which
is
is how
like
much?
45, I think.
60.
60. Oh.
So he's getting right now less piercing than if he would have went with the light tank, and the light tank is cheaper, and Nayf would have had to counter it with mills. So overall, a poor decision, I would say.
8 days
It's
to
more
war.
expensive for him and less expensive for Nayf.
8 days to war. Both Axis have just come off of training. Allies are still training right now. I think that's a little bit of a delay on clicking off of training. I don't know if the orcs are going to be there to get set right away.
Nayf has paratroopers on the front line? I guess he thinks he won't have air? Whereas he would have had air?
Interesting.
Do the allies have air?
Is that
Like, they
a-
don't.
Oh,
have
no,
two
no, no, no.
fighters?
They're on the front line for a reason. They're just to the left of
Oh, they're
Corpus
gonna
Christi.
walk into the airport.
They're going to walk
Wow.
into that airport and then jump
That's
from
a
there.
crazy play. That is
Yeah.
a crazy play from Nayf. So he's gonna deploy the... No, he has the
Yeah, so he's got
transports deployed
paratroopers
already.
going south that are going to fire off. Once those fire, he's going to have these ones walk one tile ahead. Then he'll flick the paratroopers up, ready to be sent probably towards Houston or Dallas because it will be faster than walking. So these guys, they're going to have
He's
landed.
already getting combo rated, so he will get there first with his paratroopers.
Yep.
Oh, will he?
If he flips them to Havana, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, which is
Then he
what he's
does.
doing now. And he's got other paratroopers ready as well in Texas. This is a really good
Wow.
play here from Nayf. Havana
Yeah.
has now been captured via paratrooper drops. That's the first VP down. New Orleans now
man.
going to the
That is
Allies.
super worth it. He's walked out of Havana by the front line. Oh,
It's
Nayf.
fine. He's
Oh.
still getting combo rated. He's fine. He has
Is
time.
he?
Yeah, but
Yeah, he's should be going back in, and the combo rating is still going. Everything's Gucci.
yeah, he's
The
just
problem
come
though
back
now for
in.
the other players is that he,
Yeah, he walked back in
he built a lot on his navy, so he gets this one VP there.
Sure.
I think he's gonna lose the land war, 100%. Like unless there's a miracle or something. And now he also doesn't control the VP over there, so it's just gonna be a lot
Yeah.
harder for him.
Yeah, this is the problem. The defensive strategy only works if you have that Havana VP, and right now it is heavily in the Axis control. Also, Nayf never actually fired these secondary paratroopers. We are starting to see the battle
I
line
was
get
thinking
drawn.
he was gonna go for New Orleans, but
So
I guess
did
he was
I.
like,
I think when
now I have Havana, I don't need it.
Now
I
he
guess.
doesn't have range from there anyway to New Orleans.
I think it was ready there to counter also a rush for
does-
Dallas. I feel like he
he
was
does-
going to use that
Oh
to
no,
jump
mind,
his
yeah,
line.
sorry. I thought you guys meant a different airport.
No, the one in West Texas. Is that West Texas?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, South Texas, I would say, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Here goes Mexico, so this got to be South.
Yeah. South Texas. Either way,
It's still-
early
it's still
combats
here.
being seen.
French shields can't pierce. At least the ones in that battle there.
No, they can't. Oh no. Real big early game advantage here for the Axis.
Yeah. Unironically, Nayf could do a bunch of paratroopers into Havana, scout out Miami, and see that it's empty, and just go and paradrop into there and last stand those marsh tiles in Florida. Like, that'd be huge. Like, the Allied army would have to be pulled
Yeah,
away.
he's not
so
garrisoning it at
far.
all there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
If he paradox said, oh my.
I've called for that so many times for an Axis player to take the advantage and go for Miami, even just to get extra VP drain. You don't need to hold it for the whole game, but the longer you do hold it, the faster this game will go for you.
Yeah. That would be a good play. For sure.
Battle line's getting drawn now, though. Both
Yeah,
players.
what Nayf now needs to do is focus most of his good divisions in the north, where he doesn't have to cross a river and then just push down there. Like he can easily do it already.
Nayf has now also gotten the Cass spawn in. He doesn't have a good airport though. He would have to build one, I guess. He is building one. Wow. Wait, is this all one state? Wow.
Which one?
And then, oh yeah, like Texas is one state.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, the airport is very bad, actually. I mean, no, it's not. It actually is pretty decent. It just looks bad on the map, but it's not.
I mean, he covers almost the entire front air zone with that one. Just like the 98% coverage or something like that. He's going to be completely fine with that
He
one.
was also scouting out New Orleans with his actual battleship fleet. Oh, the Allied Navy going around checking stuff, I guess. He's checking the east side of the island, seeing that there is a thing on the port there.
Do you think Nayf is waiting on purpose? Because he doesn't have to push, really? He all controls all of the VPs?
Yeah, I think so. He's getting more and more of these Space Marines out, and they're really good. They are better than the Allied divisions.
Because I don't see anything coming out here from the French player that will help him push.
Yeah.
Like, he's building fighters, okay, that's great, but that's it. Like,
They've just even gone down to tanks to 5 on tanks. And Nayf has 8,000 guns in stockpile, so he needs to do a bit of macro here, I would say. He needs more stuff out to secure up. He has... Yes, I love you, Nayf. He paradrops more divisions into Havana to reinforce it.
He just changed the paratrooper template as well to make it better.
Yeah,
Gave it support
because he knows
rocket
these
artillery.
are his garrisons, essentially.
He's gonna get MP-14 5 tails, which will give him 10% infantry division tech. After that, he could switch to army offense guy because he doesn't need the speed anymore. And then he could just push, I guess.
Not sure what Silas's plan is here exactly. He's going for marine tech, so he's gonna wanna invade, but that's not gonna work. Nayf is building up a bigger and bigger submarine raiding stack here. It's just gonna get
worse. 25 submarine 3s out there riding.
Actually, the Marines might be to push the Marsh tiles, I guess. But if they are to invade with, they are just gonna be dead. So that's too bad. Again, going for construction on the allies here. I don't get that. Okay, so doing the civ focuses, I guess? Yeah, yes, on the allies. Yeah, Nayf has now captured the entire island, guarding even tiles next to ports now, which is smart. Yeah, I think he's gonna pair up in even more garrisons, which is
he's garrisoning all of his spots, also the ones in Mexico. I mean, there's one in Texas that he's guarding, but the other ones are all garrisoned.
Yeah, it's just about playing safe now for Nayf.
Huh.
Nayf is actually out of arty, but has spare rocket arty right now. It's not by a lot. He's again has like 4K guns in stockpile.
So, if you're playing the French here, what do you do to come back from this? Because you're already bleeding VPs. You've got 275 days. What do you do to change this tune? How did Silas come out of this?
Adapt by doing something like at least you're dispersed, so you could do some kind of a quick play. He's right now going for Marines, which is fine. I guess he would need to go for like Engineer 2s and get the flame tanks for availability to cross rivers and such as well. And I would honestly like to see him just cutting his air production when he feels he has enough air at the last second of the, like, you know, when he's getting close to not be able to win anymore, like 100 points left. He puts like 20 mils on heavy tanks or something with unpierceable heavy tanks. And then he has like 2 unpierceable Marines that can just go ham, you know? That would be very good for him because Nayf has 0 counter to unpierceable stuff, which he can see if he enters a single battle with Nayf's tank divisions. So yeah, I'm not sure if Nayf's gonna make a contingency plan with like anti-tank production or something. At least 1 mil on it would be a good contingency here.
Does anyone know how good the Char B1 bis tank variant is from the French Maginot Tree? If like from the Char de Bataille?
I really don't know.
Because if so, that could be the unit you galvanize, get the heavy tank without even having to produce it.
I mean, Nayf has only been building medium tanks that don't have any cannons on them, right? Only
Nayf scouting the mainland.
Only howitzers.
I just caught that in the corner of your screen there. Nayf scouting the mainland with his battleship fleet. Checking what's open.
He sees that it's empty next to Miami, so I think he can actually take it here.
Yeah, and he's gone for the airbase. Holy moly, Nayf is not stopping. He is in Tampa, and he is going to start attacking into Miami.
I mean,
is there a reaction coming in?
I don't think he noticed yet.
No.
I'm going to check for a reaction here. I mean, has stuff in training, so he could deploy stuff at any point. But right now, I think Miami falls here.
Oh, man.
Nayf just attacks it. He can even have short bombardment and cast. Like,
yep.
It will fall very quickly. Still no reaction from Silas.
Should we watch on Silas's point of view?
Yeah, honestly, what is he looking at currently?
He's designing a plane.
Finding Cass. We'll see when he notices. It would be funny, right? He sees Red Air Florida. That should at least be an indication if he eventually sees it.
Miami's being attacked now.
He's not even looking at it, yeah.
The cast will kill the division there, so he's actually gonna lose it.
Oh no.
Wait for it. Nayf is now force attacking to make sure that dies. And he's still only zoomed in on the main front. I
Yeah,
mean...
He won't even notice that until, like, I don't know.
And now Nayf can set up on the marsh tiles. I would love for Nayf to just pair up everything into the marsh tiles at this point and just sit there and get actual garrisons to Havana while he's having all of his paratrooper special forces here. And
It's just he's just cut 50 days out of the score as well by holding this many
that is a
VPs.
play. That is a play. Like, yeah. I don't know.
Even if he
I was
loses it
already
again, he
looking-
still decreased the days by
He's
quite a bit.
noticed. He's noticed.
He's
He's
noticed
moving
now,
down
yeah.
division. Oh god, and he's paratrooping even more divisions in there.
Oh god.
Oh,
So the 4th Army secretly is the Luftwaffe, is what I'm hearing.
But these are really small divisions. They're 10 wits paratroopers.
That's gonna be fine in the marshes though, unless it's being pushed by Marines.
Yeah, but he has Marines teched. I mean,
Yeah, no, but they're not the ones
Nayf
that are gonna be
would
pushing.
need to, like, yeah, actually, on Spear Firepower, 10 wits are fine. He just needs more of them in there.
Yeah.
He needs to keep pair dropping 10 wits in there. He could get another 4 paratroopers out, which would actually fill up the combat with.
The good thing is also that the combat there isn't actually that big because it's first of all march.
I know.
And also you
So
can
he
only attack
could
it from
fill
one
the combat
direction.
with there
So
with
it's
those
like 50.
paratroopers.
Combat width
that's
is what, 19?
50.
And Nayf has cast.
50.
Nayf is actually casting him right now.
Oh
That's
no.
beautiful.
It's brutal.
Imagine, dude. These are 10 wits, outstanding 16 wits. Yeah.
Yeah, they are good 10 widths though. They've got support rocket
Yeah.
artillery. They've got, I think
Yeah,
they've
yeah,
got
I mean-
engineers.
No, they haven't. But he could put it in. He has the equipment to it. Do flame tanks get attack in the marsh? Let me see here.
This is trying to navigate behind him here. He doesn't know though that the Miami is garrisoned and this
Yeah,
is just
fine.
getting commemorated.
He decrypted Cypher. Yeah, I mean, this is... Wait, he's naval invading again. Like, has he not learned from the first time that he's just gonna get commemorated? I mean... Okay, now he's putting up his own air there. And Nayf realized instantly and put the cast down. Training up more air on the main front. Honestly, I'm not so sure what's gonna happen here. Because Nayf has it on no garrison either. German main fleet actually entered the battle there real quick.
Did it?
Yeah. Nayf is getting even more paratroopers in there. And he's going for Miami, but
Silas
it's
is
garrison.
going for the naval invasion. We're actually getting the naval battle of the German main fleet.
Yeah, there goes actually the German Navy. The battleship is
I
dead.
mean, it's one, yeah.
There's one
Yeah.
battleship, and it is now
Yeah.
at the bottom of the Miami Strait. Last stand coming in. This is a decent play by Silas, but I just want to highlight 146 days left to make a move where he needs to not only take Miami back, but also take another VP, whether that be Havana, whether that be Dallas, or sneaky
Nayf
go for
should put
murder.
this guy- Nayf should put this guy into the other guy. I mean, if he wants to last, then sure. But this is also why 10 wits are banned. Now he's getting casts, and he doesn't have any HP because these are 10 wits. They are like very, very small. They die very easily to both attacking and to like casts in terms of strength. He would need way more of them in here. I believe in 10 wits being the correct choice, just that he would need way more of them and he could actually hold this. Obviously, this is just a diversion. He's not even investing this much that much into this, and it's still being like a huge problem for Silas. I'm thinking though, he could have made it
The planes
essentially
on my
unpushable.
screen right now. Just look at all the plane graphics everywhere
Yeah.
over Miami. It was just.
Actually, they have done air combat there now. Nayf has put up his fighters and his cast.
Yep.
Nayf is trading favorably for now, but he has already lost one of his divisions to last stand. I guess, yeah, he would need to put way more stuff into there.
Yeah.
Again, Nayf's sitting on 13,000 guns. Like, when I'm saying that he should be doing these things, it's because he has the equipment to do it.
Yeah.
You know? He could have done that and still been fine on equipment and probably not gotten pushed out. He wouldn't have had the last stand. He could just cycle, you know?
By the way, guys, while we have been talking, the allies got encircled in, what is that even?
Right.
Louisiana,
Oh,
Arkansas,
no.
area there?
Diversion.
Yeah.
But he's actually getting out. He's getting out.
Fort Smith fell.
Yeah, but it's not a supply or anything, and he's getting out, so... Oh, and he even walks out there. Yeah, okay. Nayf just showing some presence here. Those light tanks, how good are they? Oh, they're soft attack light tanks as well. And they have good breakthroughs. I mean...
They have 300 base, right? 300 something base. They just spawn in once.
304, which is good in this mod, because you usually don't see that high base stats in the mod.
Silas also has 5 really good marine divisions now. He might be able to use those in trying to push across rivers or the marshes or whatever, I don't know.
He has to deploy them? Yeah, they're untrained though and unequipped for now.
122 days of
he's using
VPs
them as
left.
25 wits, right? Or what are they? 25 wits, yeah. So he's going to be using them in the south on the marshes. That's the only thing that makes sense, I would say. This is so annoying for him because he has way better divisions than Nayf. Yet Nayf is just sitting there with last end.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah.
And all the while,
Again,
those VPs
Nayf
are
could have
bleeding.
actually held Miami here. He could have actually held Miami.
Oh, he just got more stats as well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's brutal. Oh, it's so brutal. This is looking really, really over for Silas.
Yeah. Silas can do Doctrine. Nayf has already picked his Doctrine, I believe, yeah. Nayf went for the Land Knight attack and the Command Power Gain Multiplier. And I kind of get why he did it instead of going for the left side, because the Command Gain Multiplier is actually really needed here. He's low on Command Power right now with all those last stands.
Yep.
And he will need a lot of last stands as well on Dallas and Houston if he starts to get pushed. Because I doubt there's a risk of anything else falling. Like Havana shouldn't fall with all the subs that are out. Even has another 8 submarines that he could put out right now. Yeah.
This is a great hold for the Axis here. Like, normally when we see this map, we normally have to see the Axis push on land and win the land victory. But this is just proven how the Axis can win the air and navy war. Like, there's another last stand coming in, buying so much time. I've been calling for it and calling for it on Desperado. It's been so neglected here. But yeah, I think very shortly, with only 102 days left to maneuver, we might be calling this and crowning ourselves a grand champion.
Yeah, looks very much likely like that.
It's,
Miami gonna fall down now.
It's really hard for us as casters watching this. There goes Miami, so that's bought some more time.
40 more days.
That's bought 40 days. How much can he do with 40 more days?
Keep the divisions there to garrison it as well.
Yeah, he has to. He can't lose it again, otherwise that could end the game physically. Because the bleed would be too high.
He's building... Okay, come on, Silas. This is very doomer what he's doing now. He's built forts on the front line here. Level 2 forts on the front line. Why is he building forts when he's the one who needs to be attacking? He needs to go past these forts anyhow into Houston or Dallas. Like, this is not the play.
He realizes, right?
Surely. He has insane entrenchment, so if he would be able to push Nayf, he would actually be very good off, because that entrenchment is insane. It would give him a lot of leeway in terms of stats, because Grand Battle Plan with that is 34% entrenchment. That is not something you're joking away. He's getting the Marines down to Miami now. He's actually going to go for Havana because it is the least garrisoned thing. But Nayf is getting garrisons in there.
That's not going to work at all.
Germany's about to get its fleet as well.
Oh, man.
He only has to go 1 naval tile, to be fair.
When has a naval invasion against a guy that had 50 submarines driving around ever worked? Never.
Yeah, no, but I'm thinking here, seriously, those Seemops. Look at... It's only 1 naval. Oh my god, this is the mistake. If he goes with all 5 Marines for Havana, it can actually happen. It can actually happen then, I think. Because these are good Marines versus quite small garrisons, you know? But, because then he will only have to guard 1 naval battle as well, and not all the convoys will be caught in that battle. That's the good part. So he could go with all of them in Havana. But now he's going for different stuff. He'll get raided and... yeah, he doesn't have enough task forces. He has 2 task forces and 3 different invasions. One of the task forces will, by default, get raided.
I mean, if he would.
Nayf is even getting divisions in there.
1 Navy tile needs to garrison,
What?
right? So.
Hey, question, Midgeman. Is it
Yo.
allowed to paradrop units in, then convert them?
Yes, as long as there's no active combat. You can't power drop into, like, to...
Yeah.
So, for example, if there's an
yeah,
active
no.
combat, like the active naval invasion, you can't power drop reinforce H stop,
Yeah.
you know, you can't
Yeah.
do any of that. But you can
My
maneuver
only
troops.
question, yeah, my only question was why, because Nayf is now moving units navally in there. Couldn't he just paradrop them into Havana and then convert them once they're in to avoid this raiding?
Yes.
Yeah,
I believe so.
because right now he's just losing an entire division trying to go to Havana here. I don't think that was the play.
So, is he gonna launch now, or?
So, how's about that? How's the Fine Forgotten Amaranth gonna be coming out next week? Everybody looking forward to that?
Yeah, that's gonna be great.
Available November 14th. That's this Thursday, everybody. I mean,
2 more days, he can launch.
I mean, we're really we're really doomer right now, but it has to be said, Nayf has been an absolute animal today. Like, he's looked kind of off, like, the entire group stage. He's been making it through by the skin of his teeth. But though some of these games today, he is microed to high hell. He has outperformed so many of his previous performances. He definitely, if he is going to win here, does deserve it. I will say, though, logistics fulfillment is only at 50% now. That could be a problem.
Yeah.
For who?
For the Axis.
I mean, he could. I mean, he still has supply. That's the thing.
One thing that's also going to be very
supply, he
important
has
is going to be
4
who's the
supplies per. That's a lot. Yeah.
99 days now. 99 days for Silas to make a comeback. And the
And he
naval
has launched.
invasions have launched. Havana is green. Havana is
Yeah, but
green.
he can just force attack in and walk with the more
Yeah,
divisions.
but the
Yeah, no, he's
the
got-
units are getting commemorated, guys. Like, that's not going to work.
Nayf
The
needs
units
to
are
put
already
up his
yeah,
air. Nayf
there's
is
0
putting up
Navy in
air.
that, that's good.
Nayf will have air. Nayf will have air in a second here. Yeah.
But the Marines are already gone, like half dead, because of the
Yeah.
commemorating. It's not just,
Well, no, not the one going for Havana, but he is reinforcing it right now.
Yeah, because nothing pinned the reinforce.
I mean, these Marines are really good.
The other ones are going through, though. Maybe he will be able to take the other port and advance over the...
Maybe,
Rental.
honestly. Because Nayf does not have enough stuff in here.
91 days.
I still didn't garrison it more. Oh, but now he's winning on Havana as well.
Oh, it's gonna be real tight.
I'm telling you, if he went with all 5 Marines on Havana, you saw that. He almost lost the port with just like 1 Marine going for it.
Yep.
If he went with 3 Marines, filling the combat with at least, he would have taken that like instantaneously.
With
Yeah,
87
the naval
da-
battle would have kept him in combat for quite a while, right? Like
Yeah.
the raiding. But it would have... He would have gotten the
He's
thing a
going
lot
to take
quicker.
this tile, and then he has encirclement penalty on the right port, and then that should be a win on that. Yeah, going for the other stuff just killed his Marines. I don't know why he did that exactly.
panic, dread, fear, trying to
Yeah.
leave himself as many options open. I think he was also hoping that he didn't get caught by this naval battle. His navy is winning out, but he hasn't got enough to just support this many naval invasions. If the naval invasions had pinned as well, Havana would be a different story. But is he gonna
He
at
might
least
get the right side port.
He might get
also,
Guantanamo Bay.
the airfare is not commemorating right now. So
I mean-
he can just send reinforcements in.
Nayf's play right now
Naval
is
battle? Oh.
to... Yeah. Nayf's play right now, oh, he is sending tanks over navally, and he's not getting raided now.
Oh,
Yeah, because
God.
there's no radars going.
Do you know what else Nayf could really do right now? Miami's completely
Miami.
open. Miami is completely open.
And he is losing the port to the right, but
He's
with these
just
tanks
lost
in
it.
here,
He just
he's
lost it.
fine. Oh, he just put garrisons back in Miami. I think he's getting those divisions to go across with, though. But yeah, the allied player needs to now quickly move for Havana, but that he stopped raiding is mind-boggling to me. That's
Yeah.
the one thing that he had going for him there.
Yep.
And now Nayf gets tanks in there? And he he does have anti-tank in his divisions, but like I don't think this is winning for him.
At this point,
he also
as
has
the
this-
allies,
yeah.
don't you just like battle plan the mainland while you micro over here?
That's what I would have started off with, maybe, but not. You probably would have lost on the mainland then. Like you, even though you take Havana at that point, you lose the ground on the
Yeah,
mainland.
but at this point, what have you got to lose?
Yeah. 67 days. Nayf is gonna kick him out of there. It's hill tile, plain tile, plain tile.
Oh,
Yeah,
a fort.
he was right.
A fort just got built to the right of Havana as well.
Yeah, let's be
Oh.
real here. Nayf's gonna push that back.
That yeah.
Nayf needs to now click the port. Like, literally right-click the port and you win. And he has. That's stats right there. And it's all favorable terrain, unluckily for the allied player. Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, the French heavy tank is
That's
coming over.
fine
It's getting covered
there.
though, but it will be there soon.
Wait, the French heavy tank is coming over.
Yeah.
It's gonna get 2 rated, I think.
Isn't
Look at
it-
that.
It's going to be too rated, and also it's going to take up too much supply weight, isn't it?
Yeah, they're already dead in there on supply.
Yeah. Cipher for the Axis powers is fully decrypted for the allies. Just 57
actually,
days.
He's running out of fuel here trying to push the port. So I don't think he can.
Oh,
The
it's
tank
gone
keeps getting
green.
raided. And it's not getting fully screened because he doesn't have any screens in this escort fleet.
Oh,
So he's
no.
still losing the tank
Allies are
while
almost out of
escorting it.
fuel as well. Oh, it's all coming apart.
It's also gonna run out of convoys soon. Only has 13 left.
Really?
Oh, brutal.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this heavy tank is like half lost already. And he's screening it by 34%. Like, that's nothing. He's getting mega killed here. Oy, oy, oy.
So, I think it's safe for us to start calling this. We think Nayf is about to be the world championship winner. With
I think so.
48 days to go, it's becoming brutal that the Allies... I don't know how they're going to be able to come back from this. Of course, they're going to keep trying with 5,000 euros on the line. But simply, Nayf has been just outplaying this scenario. The heavy tank did finally make it, but look how weak it is. Its division strength is 57%. Oh.
Yeah. Ah, that is a shame right there. That is gonna do... Oh! No shot! Nayf is the playmaker! This is just mean at this point.
Oh, he's encircled
This
it
is
with the
just
paratrooper.
mean.
I wouldn't be wondering if he like rage quits now. Like that.
I mean,
Yeah.
you say that, but it's the correct move. Nayf has got to secure a victory. And
Yeah.
and plays like this is clever. Like paratrooping over that, encircling that division. That's clean. That's dead. That's the right here. Somebody screenshot this. This is what the end of hopes and dreams look like. Silas Bros, I think it's over with this singular paratrooper play. Who knew that after playing 4th Army Wehrmacht for 2 maps in a row, trying to play it for 3 maps in a row, Silas would be losing to 4th Army Wehrmacht. It's a
Hell, man.
story that couldn't have written any other way. These players have climbed. Silas, let's also not throw him out completely. He beat Mohammed, #1 player in the world before this tournament. He beat Jarko, who played really well throughout the group stages. I think even beat Silas once in a group stage, possibly for group 1. I'm not quite sure, but even before that. Again, and Nayf as well. They've both been playing against really, really potent enemies. These are not professionals. These
He's
are...
gonna land in Merida now. Look at that. He's gonna land there.
Is he actually going to stop it?
He's gonna go for another one.
I mean, if he does this, it stops the VP bleed, and we could be doing this outro real...
He's not gonna land in Merida. There's no shot. There is no shot he lands in Merida.
Is it empty?
No.
Okay, then he won't land.
Okay. I'll go back to my story. But Nayf, he's also climbed up the ranks. He's also been in the scene since this game began. As this mod was first made, he started playing. He started advising. He started being a training partner for many of the pros, air quotes pros, that we've had before. He's been in previous competitions. He's made it to quarterfinals, to semi-finals, never to a grand final, never to a victory like this. And with just 18 days, he'll be walking away with 5,000 euros. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much for everyone who's been supporting us over these weekends. We absolutely love doing these tournaments. If you want to see more of these tournaments, make sure you go like the YouTube stream. Make sure you tell your friends about the VOD variants. Go rewatch it. Come support the Commanders mod. We can't put more of these shows on if you don't support us. So if you like this, please do everything you can to tell Paradox that you would like to see more of these events. Come over to the Discord as well for Commanders and Play. We're going to be restructuring that Discord a little bit, making sure that we can keep some active games over. I kind of want to do a 2v2 tournament next if I can get the support for it, but there we go. 8 days now. 8 days. Nayf's got to be happy. Let's see if we can watch this as we take it home from Nayf's point of view. He's still microing. He's checking. He's just chilling.
He's chilling.
He's chilling. He's chilling. He did just check the timer there. You saw that. He was like,
yeah.
Yep, I'm checking the time.
What is
I'm checking.
doing at this point?
Let's see. Let's see. With 7 days left, he's just trying a frontliner focus. He's so wanted.
Oh my god! Look at the stats of Nayf there.
Yeah, insane.
Yeah,
Good
not
game.
happening.
Good game
Good
nonetheless.
game. GG.
There we have it. There we have it. Okay. GG. GG.
I feel like that first game was what really cost me in the end.
Man, that mental. I'm sorry. Commiserations, Silas. Congratulations, Nayf. You are this year's world champion. You are going home with the 5,000 euro grand prize. Nayf, how do you feel?
Amazing.
Was it worth
Finally.
the late nights? Was it worth the sleeplessness? Was it worth the Red Bull? Hashtag not sponsored.
I think it was a quite good investment. For like €4 for this, return. I think that's quite
Slovakian Red Bull.
I'm Slovakian. I'm in the Netherlands right now.
I will say, I did not. When I saw you with 4-farm, I was like, okay, I will get Navy. I did not expect you to do the transport planes. I should have thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, even last game I was thinking whether I could get supremacy on Baltic Blitz, right? So I switched last second. Well, in the last game, right? I didn't get the Gotland Island, but I was still considering in this game whether I should go for the Navy or I should go for the paratroopers. I didn't know which one I would get supremacy on, right? I was always checking, do you have supremacy? How many carriers you have? How many planes you have? Are you gonna contest air? I even wanted to part Louisiana, but I guess I'm too slow for that.
We did actually see that you prepped both the north and the south. You could have done New Orleans as well there, but we don't think the rest of your army would have caught up in time to actually help you hold it.
Yeah, it's a marshmallow, right? I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
I
a
took Florida,
marshmallow, but-
right? And they held for a long time, so.
Yeah, I know.
But
But you also had
I'm too
Rocket
slow.
Army in those, whereas you didn't at the start.
Yeah.
True.
To search that first game though, I really feel like 4th Army wins there. Is the thing against the British build? Like I'm almost certain their 4th Army gets beaten.
Well, either way, Silas,
Yeah.
you
it
still
is
go
what it
home
is.
with the second place prize. You're still going away with over 1,000 euros, I think.
1.5K.
Yeah,
I believe,
1.5
euros, which is
yeah.
nice.
Exactly. How do you have any final messages to everyone who's been supporting you? There has been some real support for you in the Twitch chat and in the comments and everywhere. So, do you have any?
I'm sorry I couldn't take it. That first game was kind of please add the actors thing to differentiate the two Germany trees. It's the same icon. Come on.
I mean,
The first time it's happened.
yeah, it's the first time.
Yeah,
it's
it is the first time it happened, but yeah.
It's the stress. That is a poor workman that blames his tools. But
I was surprised you banned 6th Army though, Dave, on Vine. Like I did not expect you to do that when I opened US.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect from you. Whether you would rush me down, or also it was a ban for the next map if you would go Axis, right? So,
Yeah,
for
but
example,
that was easy because I knew that Fourth Army is better there on that game map
Okay.
than
Like,
although a lot better.
Like I wanted to play Axis on Stalingrad or on No Step Back. No Step Back. What is the man at the gates?
At the gates.
At the gates. All the same. I wanted to play Axis in Hungary. I tested this today with Segel, and he got rolled twice. Right?
Oh,
but,
wow.
Bad luck, I guess.
Hey, you just have to save that build for the next competition. But for the final time, let's take a look at the bracket. Yes, after fighting his way to the top, Nayf is the grand final winner. And we are going to be bringing this tournament to a close. But Nayf, do you have any final words to the people that have been supporting you throughout this tournament? Any people you need to thank? Anything?
Yeah, of course. I would like to thank the Hearts of Oak server. I would like to thank my great friends who support me through my entire HOI career. Anton, Joker, Hart, Drozar, Igni, all of these great people.
Leonard.
And yeah, and Leonard, and of course. And
No,
yeah.
Leonard doesn't need that. Don't inflate his ego.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
no,
So, yeah.
again, congratulations. You you. You guys can disconnect. I'll be in touch after this event to make sure
if I
that you
may
guys
ask,
get your.
Nayf, if I want this, I'm guessing you probably would have picked Axis on the next map, right?
On the next map,
Yeah.
I mean,
I was
let's
almost
see.
certain you-
See.
I mean,
Uh,
because
IGN was banned, right? So you would still have Fourth Army open, which you would probably ban.
yeah,
And
Armada the Po is open.
I don't like Armata del Lapo.
I didn't
think
expect you to
outscaled.
do Armada the Po, to be fair. But
I banned Hungary myself, so I couldn't play that.
you have Luftwaffe open.
I feel like it would be a very tricky situation. Quite tricky in the last round. Maybe something on ice.
Or Panzer Group West, maybe even the Powder Keg. You do get infinite resources. You could
Yeah.
do an all-in tank build there and just hold your covering territory. Maybe.
I mean, I will
But
think
yeah.
about this and I will let you know in DMs, I guess.
But either way, I will be in touch with you both. Thank you again for your hard work as well towards this competition, getting to where you got to. I know it must be hard not taking the grand prize there, Silas, but you've put in some real work for this
I did
tournament.
better
You should
last
be
time.
proud of yourself for getting this far as well. Like,
I also think I had the harder. I think I had a bit of the harder brackets, kind of. I mean,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sega going out
no,
in round one.
exactly. There's
kind of.
absolutely no shame in coming out of a bracket that had the world champion, one of the tournament favorites in, and a wild card pick in Jarko that everyone was thinking might actually make it to the grand final.
Yeah.
So you landed second place in the world this time round. Like, that is a worthy title.
I will say, I think Nayf is probably one of the best players against me. I think, honestly, probably the way he plays is, I think, in a lot of ways counter to what a lot of what I do, at least.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you
the
so
aggression,
much.
the initiative, definitely.
Again, congratulations, Nayf. We will
Thank
see
you.
you later. Thank you so much. But we are going to have to round out this stream now. So, Dankus, Seemops, my good friends, it comes that time where we're at the end of a competition. Do you guys have anything you would like to say before we close out?
Thank you very much for the tournament. It was really much fun. I hope we will see them in the future again, because I think the mod is and the tournaments are getting better and better from time to time. Every time, people play more, the mod gets a bit more quality of life improvements, more balanced. So I think this has been the best state the mod has been in a while.
Yep.
I mean, since the beginning, I would even say. So yeah, I really hope we're gonna see another one.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
and Dankus, do you have any final words?
Meow, 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 meow.
Okay, final. Where can they find you both? If people want, if they don't know who you are, where can you be found? So you're at, well, technically, aren't you at Dankus Mimicus everywhere? Not
You'll
Dankus.
find me on Dankus. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You'll find you on Dankus. Are you changed the name to Dankus now on Twitch? Right?
No.
Oh, okay. And Seemops, you're Seemops 300 everywhere. Is that correct?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, friends, Thank you so much for watching this Commanders tournament. We couldn't do it without you, with your lovely audience. Like I've been saying, please come and support the streams everywhere. Make sure you go follow the Hearts of Iron YouTube channel and you check out Hearts of Iron for Gorta Damalong coming out on Thursday. Please go like the videos as well. Share the videos with your friends. Make sure you see these guys. Without your support for these streams, we don't get the chance to put more of these on. So please come and help us. I've been Midgeman. I've been joined by the wonderful Seemops, Dankus. Thank you to Sum0. Thank you to Leonard for their hard work into the mod. Sum0 as well for being an analyst. Mohammed as well for coming on and joining the analyst team and filling in when we had Dankus had to drop out. He performed admirably. Thank you so much for you, everybody at home. Also, thank you to Paradox Interactive for sponsoring this tournament and helping us put it together. Thank you to all of the people who ran group stages. So Parabellum, Tadhouse, to Seemops, to Dankus, to the Higgy Gaming server, and to everyone in the Commanders community. We can't do these things without you. Until next time, though, please enjoy these messages, and we will see you in the future. Bye-bye now.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.